Oh, I can't spit it out on the camera. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Shawn Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association. And today, hard to believe for us, is October 25th, 2025. This is the last day of our Health Charter Tour. This is the day where we attend on Parliament Hill to deliver the third largest paper petition in Canadian history to MP Blaine Culkins, who has agreed to have it entered into the House of Commons and make history for us all. And it's history that we're asking Parliament to pass into law the Charter of Health Freedom, which is just really a health bill of rights. It sets out the rights that our common law courts for the last 1,000 years have established as bare minimum health rights that the citizens have. It's our legal heritage. So we're just listing them and stating what the common law says, is that these laws cannot be violated by federal laws. They can't be violated by federal action. So I'm just going to pause for a second. No, we'll keep going. Okay, it's just behind me. My wife Teresa is getting all excited, which is telling me something might be wrong with the feed. So we're making history today. And what a journey it's been. We started on October 4th, and it has been a whirlwind. It has been difficult. It has been challenging. It has been tough. We've faced fog and rain and thankfully not snow. But it's also been one of the most precious experiences of our lives. And I have to say it's an absolute honor and privilege to do these openings. We actually pray before each one that it won't be me speaking, that it'll be God speaking to you. Because when he sends out his word, he gives it a purpose. And it makes this whole thing meaningful. And I just want to share with you just two things that come to mind that were really, really encouraging for us and told us that he was taking care of us. And the first one is we're in Saskatoon, and we've got a live event. And we've been working all day. We've been doing videos all day long. It's now late in the afternoon. We've got to run a couple of errands before the show. One of the things is Teresa had, at the last minute, just asked a printer, will you print off more of these postcards? We're getting low on these postcards. We want you to send MPs. And they close at 5. And we had to go to the bank, and we go to the bank, and I noticed the van on the trailer, it's listing, and the rear back tire is completely flat. And it's like, I can't be towing a vehicle with a flat tire on this trailer. And how the heck am I going to get this fixed? We go to a nearby Cal Tire, and I asked them, can you do this emergency fix? They say, we can't fix a tire till November. We're so swamped with the summer-winter switchover. And it's like, oh, no, we're not. But I asked them, will you please put some air in the tire? Because I can't tow this thing with a flat tire. And they put some air in it, and I see there's a screw in the tire. So when we were driving the van in Lloydminster, we drove over a screw the night before type thing. So, okay, here we go. We're going to the industrial end in Saskatoon to pick up these postcards. Not sure how God's going to provide to fix this tire. And, we're pulling up to the print shop. Well, there's no place for me to park there. So I drop Teresa off. She jumps out of the truck, and I go and pull down the street in front of another building where there's space for the truck and the trailer. And random guy walks out of there, and he's oogling the van because the van is just such a conversation piece. And I get out, and we're talking about the van, and I say, yeah, and I got this flat. I don't know how on earth I'm going to get it fixed because it's, end of the day, and we've got to drive to Winnipeg early tomorrow morning. And he goes, well, there's Empire Tire just like on the next street over. So, well, okay, well, let's try. So Teresa comes out with the postcards, and we jump in the truck, and we drive around the block to Empire Tire. And I'm walking up, and I'll say by chance, but it's not by chance at all. It's by divine appointment. The owner is outside talking to some guy, and that guy just leaves. So the conversation's ended. So now the owner, the guy I need to talk to at 10 to 5, his staff leaves at 5. At 10 to 5, the only guy that could make the decision to fix the tire for us he's actually outside and he sees me walking up, and so oh, what do you need? And so I bring him over, I show him the screw in the tire, and he says, you know, I can't have my staff, they're not going to stay. But he decides to fix the tire. The owner, he says, back it up. We leave it on the trailer, so we're not taking the tire off and taking it off the rim and, you know, doing the patch. We used to fix tires just by drilling a hole. You can see the screw, so he pulls the screw out, drills in there, sticks in the patch the way we used to do it. Good to go. Tire still, you can see it right there, holding air, and then he won't even let us pay for the service. It's like, you know, go. So his name was Derek of Empire Tire. Thank you, Derek. And like, that can't happen except for God's taking care of you. Another example, and this one is a fun one also, is we're it's Sault Ste. Marie, right, Teresa? Yeah, so we're in Sault Ste. Marie. We'd had like a 13 and a half, 14 hours on the road from Drayden, and for any of you who have driven that road, it is a tough road. Raining cats and dogs, really cold where you're worried about there being ice on the road and frost. Lots of semi-traffic. I was just totally rattled by the time we get there. It was having a gallbladder attack, which was really concerning. And we get in at, it's a little after 11 o'clock, and get word that our Airbnb in Collingwood, where we're driving the next day for a live event, really is saying we have to cancel because our sewer is backing up. And then Teresa, so she's on Airbnb, like literally at the 11th hour, no pun intended, and looking for another Airbnb. And she says, you know, this one came up, this really nice looking one in a rural area where we got the basement, a suite. And it wasn't there before when she had booked the first one. And we just knew that this was God intervening, and for some reason we're supposed to be at this other Airbnb. And we're there for 2 nights. And, you know, first day, almost 2 days, first 2 days, nothing unusual happens to tell us why we're there, except that it was just this gorgeous spot on this acreage. And we thought, well, maybe God's just this was the spot for us to take a bit of a breather, because this has been totally exhausting. Well, then it's like the morning we're packing to leave because we've got to drive to Barrie. We've got an event in Barrie. And Teresa's talking to the wife, Lynn. Well, it turns out that they know Tony Stefan of True Hope. And just that night in Collingwood, True Hope was one of the sponsors, and we were talking about the True Hope story. I've shared the True Hope story on one of the openings. It's just a compelling story. Well, it turns out, you know, the husband, Tom, had worked in helping set up True Hope when they were a fledgling company just beginning, worked with David Hardy and Tony Stefan, and is currently, at this moment, working with Dr. Bonnie Kaplan, who's one of the speakers on the health show. She's done 2 presentations. It's a must-watch on micronutrients and mental health. And then also working with Dr. Charles Popper, and I've you know, shared his story at one of the openings. He's a psychiatrist at Harvard University that is now a big supporter of using micronutrients to support mental health. And what are the odds that we would run into a person that is currently working on what we're talking about during this health show? So we interviewed Tom Zog. So now he's a speaker at the health show. We interviewed him about what's going on with this use of micronutrients. He's participating in research with these 2 other researchers to look into the use of micronutrients to reverse Alzheimer's. And he speaks about some of the research that's already out there to reverse Alzheimer's. So now we knew why the other Airbnb had a sewer backup. Sorry to them, but you know, God wanted us somewhere else. And we know, and it's just interesting how this has all been happening. This entire tour was really a leap of faith. What a huge undertaking. We're a small organization, and it was really impossible for us. No word of a lie, it was impossible for us to put on this tour. It was too big. But it happened, and it happened because we couldn't do it, because volunteers across the country felt led to participate. All of these live events, it's volunteers. It's volunteers. You know, a couple of stores stepped in to help us, but you know, again, volunteers. And how touching it has been to basically participate in what is truly a citizen movement. So the Charter of Health Freedom, it's a citizen initiative, the third largest paper petition in Canadian history. It's a citizen initiative. Another thing that's happened with this tour, and it, you know, it's interesting, like people that teach say that, you know, when they teach, they learn more than the students. This tour, like this World's Greatest Health Show, where we've, you know, interviewed experts and ordinary Canadians, I've learned more. My whole perception has changed. And it's interesting, it's like, I can't think of a single piece of information that was really new to me. Like I knew that people's lives depended on these products. I knew that you know, many people, they'd be totally disabled but for these products. I knew that our food supply was toxic. I knew that that you had to supplement. You actually couldn't get the nutrients you need in our food supply. And you know, and I knew it was illegal for the manufacturers to actually sell you nutrition in the amounts that you need to be healthy. Like I knew all of this. But I see it all now in a different way. I've learned so much. And if I can just kind of let it come out, how I'm seeing it now in a different way. So, you know, our food supply has been controlled by the government. So Health Canada and the Canadian Food Inspection Agency have managed our food supply for decades and decades and decades. And we trusted them. I trusted them. You know, at the live events, I asked the audience, I say, like, come on, really, 20 years ago, yeah, like you knew there were chemicals in our food and we should avoid processed food, but you weren't worried when you went to the grocery store and went grocery shopping, right? Like you might make some bad decisions, but you really weren't worried that you were affecting your health or your family's health. And most people would agree with that. But now I've come to understand, no, our food truly is toxic. Like literally, it's almost like it's a rhetorical question. I'm going to ask you, but it's like, isn't this a rhetorical question? Could our food supply, so is it possible that our food supply could have more chemicals and more toxins without the citizens, you know, reacting, literally the population popping and saying enough's enough, we won't tolerate any more? You see, because there'll be a line where we won't take any more, where everyone has to wake up because it's so obvious we don't feel well after we eat. You know, Teresa and we went to, I won't mention the restaurant or food we ate a couple of days ago. I just felt sick after I ate it. Like I knew I wasn't feeling well. I knew it was hurting me. Would have been a lot of GMO flour. So is it possible that we could have a more toxic food supply without the citizens reacting? And how is it possible that our food supply is so filled with chemicals and so filled with toxins? Well, the answer is because we trusted. And that trust was misplaced because big money food has somehow gotten our government agencies that we trusted to allow our food supply to become toxic. I actually now think that it's intentional because it's so obvious. Or else we're just so completely captured that you know, that it's awful. But the real lesson here is that we should never ever give our responsibility to protect our own health and our family's health to the government. It's our own fault. Like if we hadn't trusted and we were watching what toxins were going in our food and we were demanding as consumers that no, we want food that's healthy, then our, you know, the stores and the suppliers would be providing us with healthy food. They're not doing that because we're not demanding it. You know, if we were demanding, no, we actually want to know what vitamins and minerals are in these carrots and these beets, like test for it. Well, then all of a sudden we would be fertilizing broad spectrum so that we're getting the vitamins and nutrients we need. So, but the first point I'm making is I truly did not understand just how toxic our food supply is. You know, many of the health experts that have testified at this health show, and this is the truth, most of our chronic illness are caused, they'll say by two things, I say by three things. So the two things they say is the toxins in our food and environment, and malnutrition, that we can't get the nutrients we need to be healthy in our food. And I'll say a third, a combination of the first two. So a combination of the toxic overload in our bodies and a combination of our malnourishment. Never has a society been so well fed and yet so undernourished. And so let's talk about that. So I knew that we didn't have the nutrients we needed to be healthy in our food supply. I knew that before this tour. I've spoken about it before, but I just didn't understand how significant this was. I'm seeing it in a completely different way now. So, and what's grabbed me is you watch these speakers on the health show that like literally were suffering terribly. And, you know, many with chronic illnesses, like Jan comes to mind, who's spoken Lloyd minister. She had Crohn's disease for 30 years. 30 years. So could you imagine for 30 years not being able to go out for a restaurant with your spouse? Because, you know, well, A, would have to be close, or you'd have to stop in a bathroom before. But then otherwise you would be spending the whole time in the bathroom anyway, because as soon as you eat, it's going straight through you. So could you imagine for 30 years not being able to go to a restaurant with your spouse or your family or your friends, not being able to go to your kid's hockey game, not being able to go to a big sporting event, period, because you're going to need to be in a bathroom, and the bloating and the cramping and the pain, and you're malnourished, so you know you're depressed. One thing we've learned on this tour is your brain takes most of the nutrition, and by body weight a disproportionate amount. You can't be feeling well mentally if you're not getting the nutrients you need for your brain to be healthy. So newsflash, if your brain isn't getting the nutrition that it needs to be healthy, it's unhealthy. Full stop. So, but you know, back to Jan, so for 30 years, and she's on chemical drugs for 30 years to prevent flare-ups, but she still would be having flare-ups, spending weeks at a time in the hospital. And then she goes to see a holistic practitioner, and through nutrition and some natural remedies, which are just plants, she's cured. She doesn't have Crohn's anymore. She has no dietary restrictions anymore. She's normal and healthy. Like, this is real. Like when we're talking about how, you know, chronic illness forms because of malnutrition. We had Udo Erasmus share with us in Vancouver how there's this list of nutrients that we call essential. You're missing any one of them, you die. You know, you get chronically sick beforehand. And, you know, like I say, it's just person after person after person sharing on this health show, and it's just driven home to me in a new way. Okay, like, so when we understand that we need nutrients to be healthy, and if we don't get them, we're going to be unhealthy. Like, this is real, and it's like disablement versus being healthy, and we can't get it in our food supply. And our food supply is filled with toxins, which you know, complicate us even getting the nutrients that we need that are in our food. So, and then we're in this medical system, this universal healthcare system, and I knew it was an allopathic system. And for those of you who don't know what I mean when I say allopathic system, so allopathic medicine is just a philosophy of medicine. There's different philosophies of medicine. So on the health show, you know, like the naturopathic doctors will tell you, and we've had all the different healing traditions share with you how they approach things, but pretty well every single other healing tradition except allopathic, they try to look at the whole person. So they look at you physically, they look at you emotionally, because our emotions affect health. They look at you spiritually, they look at your environment. And if you're suffering, if you're sick, all of the other healing traditions, well, their goal is to solve the illness. Why are you sick? What's causing this? Let's solve the illness, and then you won't suffer anymore. But the allopathic model, it doesn't try to cure the illness. It doesn't try to solve the problem. The allopathic philosophy of medicine is, well, no, don't you dare solve the underlying problem. Let's not do that. No, no, no. Let's try to reduce the symptoms that are caused by the illness. So let's treat the symptoms. Let's not treat the illness. Well, never in a million years would Canadians choose to have the allopathic model of medicine in universal health care. We would want our universal health care to look at all of us, like look at us as a complete person. What's actually causing your suffering, and let's end that. Let's cure you. Let's treat the illness. None of us would elect if we had a choice, but we weren't given a choice. And why I'm sharing this is it's just becoming so clear to me how much suffering is being caused needlessly by the fact that we've even chosen the allopathic model. But of course, the allopathic model is perfect for the chemical drug industry. So chemical drugs don't treat our underlying illnesses. So remember, most of our illnesses, and this is a newsflash, most of our illnesses are caused by the toxins in our bodies and malnutrition. You don't treat or cure, you don't cure toxicity and malnutrition by ingesting synthetic chemicals that are new to the body. But you can address the symptoms of toxicity and malnutrition with synthetic chemicals. And then the synthetic chemicals, it's a great business model because you have to keep taking them. And we've deliberately structured our drug laws so that the only drugs that are legal in Canada to treat serious illness are chemical drugs. You know, that I spoke about that at a different opening, but we've basically made it so that you can't sell a drug without Health Canada permission. So you can't even sell vitamin C to, you know, treat vitamin C deficiency without Health Canada approval. So our vital nutrients are in the control of Health Canada. So, and for serious health conditions, by design, only chemical drugs are approved to treat serious health conditions, which is why when you go to our universal healthcare system, which is there not to treat the illness, but to treat the symptoms, you're only offered for serious health conditions, and I get there'll be the odd exception, but the rule is you're only offered surgery and chemical drugs that will address the symptoms that won't cure your illness. Well, I'm coming to understand through this health show in a new way the depths of suffering caused by this. You know, I shared with you Jan, who had Crohn's for 30 years, like literally was disabled for 30 years, suffering discomfort for 30 years, missing out on a life that you or I would take for granted, like going out for supper or going to your kid's hockey game. That was denied her because the allopathic model was to, oh, well, let's put you in a diagnosis, not treat Crohn's, not solve Crohn's. That's not the allopathic model. That's not what our universal health care is for. The universal health care is the dispensary arm by definition for the chemical drugs companies, and just, you won't be able to dispute this, is, you know, the chemical drug industry is primarily prescription drugs. I know we have over-the-counter, but that's just a sliver. Well, the only way we can access those prescription drugs is through universal health care. They've made it illegal for us to access them any other way. So when the only way to get the prescription drugs is through the universal health care system, then it's pretty hard to argue that the universal health care system is the dispensing arm. It's the dispensing arm by design for the chemical drug companies. I mean, we structured it so you can't use natural remedies to treat serious illness, although it's way better. Like this is the crime, and I use the word crime deliberately, is we have so many people suffering in our chemical drug universal healthcare system, like really suffering. And they don't have to suffer. They don't have to suffer at all. We've got this whole natural health community that is way better by far. There's no comparison at treating chronic illness And what's so beautiful about this health show is this is forbidden information. These Canadians sharing their stories with you are necessary so that those still suffering come to understand that their hope. And I want to share Karen Peters' story just because it struck me. I'm grieving over it. So Karen Peters shared with us in Grand Prairie, and she was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis, suffering terribly. Like, she described it as balls in her feet, like it was so painful to walk. Her hands are swollen, she's suffering. And her medical doctor says there's no cure. We can slow the symptoms with chemical drugs. There's no cure, but it's going to progress. You will end up in a wheelchair, like you will, 100%, and you will die from this disease. But to slow the symptoms and to reduce inflammation, he prescribes 2 chemical drugs, one methotrexate, which is a chemotherapy drug. And so for a full year, she is injecting herself weekly with a chemotherapy drug, and she shared with us in Grand Prairie, and you can watch what she says. She shares with us that the chemotherapy drug, like, it made her want to die. It just made her so sick, and it affected her for 3 or 4 days a week. So for most of the week, she is so sick she wants to die. She's still got rheumatoid arthritis, which is progressively getting worse. She's still facing a wheelchair and death, but now she's facing chemotherapy for the rest of her life. And then after a year of this, she finally decides, she was reluctant to see a naturopathic doctor because, the medical doctors are the experts, which is a joke. I've said during this health food show, and no offense to you medical doctors, but you've been trained in an allopathic system. You're not trained in nutrition. I personally interviewed 3 medical doctors for this health show and asked, how much training in nutrition did you get? 2 hours, maybe half a day. They're deliberately not trained in nutrition because why would you? Probably the leading cause of chronic illness in Canada is malnutrition. Well, if we have an allopathic model, you don't want to treat the malnutrition, then you'll get rid of the illness. You'll cure it, but the allopathic model is not there to cure. It's there to treat the symptoms with synthetic chemical drugs. So why would you train the medical doctors in identifying nutrition and toxic overload, the 2 leading causes of our illness? Why would you train them in that? Because then they're going to treat the illness, and now they're not prescribing chemical drugs to treat the symptoms, usually for life. So then the whole model breaks down, and then, so you see the problem there. But so Karen Peters is injecting herself with chemotherapy drugs for a full year. And she finally goes and sees a naturopathic doctor who had been a medical doctor first. And the first thing she says to the naturopathic doctor is, I have an incurable illness. And the first thing the naturopathic doctor says to her is, well, there are no incurable illnesses. And then he cures her illness. And she's not on any drugs. She's not injecting herself with chemotherapy drugs anymore. And he made a point of saying, this chemotherapy drug will give you cancer. Like, if you had kept taking it 100%, you're going to get cancer. Oh, thank you, medical doctor, for prescribing that for her. So she's not suffering anymore. She's not suffering with rheumatoid arthritis anymore. It's cured with nutrition and natural health products. And she's not facing a wheelchair, and she's not facing death, and she can now participate with her grandkids and have a life again. So it struck me because she was suffering so terribly. I can't imagine being sentenced to having to be on chemotherapy for the rest of my natural life. I can't imagine that. I can't imagine not being able to walk. I can't imagine believing that all that I have to look forward to is suffering and death when it's unnecessary. And I've come to learn that this is common. We give chemotherapy to rheumatoid arthritis patients. This is a common thing apparently in Canada. So how many people in Canada with rheumatoid arthritis are being injected with chemotherapy drugs every week? Is it 5,000? Is it 50,000? Is it 100,000, 250,000? Like, how many? And there shouldn't be one. There shouldn't be one. And we're all collectively responsible for this. But you see, we didn't know. We didn't know because it's been hidden from us, because we're not allowed to share these stories. That naturopathic doctor can't share Karen Peters' story with you. He will be attacked and shut down. The manufacturers of the nutritional supplements and natural remedies that would know about stories like that, they can't share them with you. They'll be shut down because of the censorship. Watch one of the other openings. I talk about the censorship. It will shock you. So I've come to understand, if there's one thing I've learned from this health show, is I didn't appreciate the depth of suffering that people have in our universal allopathic chemical drug healthcare system, which is deliberately designed not to treat illness. And I just didn't understand how much suffering is caused by our food supply being toxic. So, Professor Alan Castle shares with us during this health show that the third leading cause of death in Canada, and just listen, let that sink in for a second. The third leading cause of death in Canada are chemical pharmaceutical drugs taken as directed. So, and this is both the prescription and the over-the-counter drugs. So the third leading cause of death in Canada are chemical drugs taken as directed. And the chemical drugs play a leading role in one of our other leading causes of death, which are highly preventable medical errors, where they give you too much or of a chemical drug, or it's a surgical error. So, maybe if you added those two together, it might be, the first or second leading cause of death. But I actually think that we now actually totally need to redefine our leading causes of death. So our top three leading causes of death are not heart disease, cancer, and chemical pharmaceutical drugs. So, I mean, that's what we think. Well, most of us wouldn't even think of the third one because that's hidden from us. So, but if you think about it, we might think, okay, the leading causes of death are heart disease, cancer, and chemical pharmaceutical drugs. But I've come to understand now that that's not the case. So if you consider that Health Canada has permitted our food supply to become absolutely toxic, so where it is a huge problem, we have speakers on the health show sharing on how they were disabled and facing death because of toxicity. And if you come to understand that the majority of our chronic illness is caused by malnutrition, and this is by design, it's Health Canada that has presided over a steady decline in the nutrients in our food supply, and basically allowing things like glyphosate, which not only leach minerals out of the few minerals that are in our foods, but they leach the minerals out of our bodies. And everyone watching this has glyphosate in them. It has become so common in our environment, in our foods, that we all have glyphosate in us. So I've come to understand, and then Health Canada has made it illegal. We basically need now to supplement. Even if you're eating right, you can't get what you need to be healthy, to thrive. And yet Health Canada has made it illegal for manufacturers to sell you supplements in the amounts that you need. Health Canada has what's called recommended daily allowances, and it's illegal for a manufacturer to sell you supplements. So that's why our vitamin D or C is limited to 1,000 milligrams. That's a joke. That's why by law, our vitamin D, you can't get a dosage above 2,500 international units, which is a joke. If you've actually followed Health Canada recommended daily allowances, you will become chronically sick. Like, absolutely. If you limited your daily intake of those nutrients that they list as, on the recommended daily allowance list, which by law, no one can sell you a dosage amount above that. If you actually followed that, you would become chronically sick. Well, I've come to understand that, in my opinion now, the leading cause of death in Canada is Health Canada. And that just occurred to me this morning. I was just thinking about how really they're the ones presiding over the toxic overload and the chronic malnutrition, and are enabling that the only approved treatments are chemical drugs. They're the ones that enable this universal healthcare system. They're the ones that censor truthful health information. So here we have, we're desperate for you to share the online health show, which is, it ends today, but every single day, that we have broadcast, and we broadcast for 3 weeks. Every single day will be posted on the NHPPA.org site. And we will save lives. You will save lives if you get people watching it. So those people with rheumatoid arthritis that are being injected with chemotherapy drugs and are facing a wheelchair and death, they can find new life. They can find hope. They can be cured. Those people suffering with chronic Crohn's, they can find life. They can find hope. They don't have to suffer. But they're only suffering because Health Canada censors all of this information. And we could go on and on and on, like some of the openings, and we just talk about what an absolute fraud our drug approval process is. So, I'm just giving my opinion that now, in my opinion, the leading cause of death in Canada is Health Canada. It's not heart disease, it's not cancer, it's not the chemical pharmaceutical drugs approved by Health Canada and not taken off the market by Health Canada. So we need to start taking responsibility for ourselves. Now, something really exciting is happening today. In a few hours, we're going to go to Parliament Hill. We're going to be presenting the Charter of Health Freedom and the third largest paper petition in Canadian history. Canada's taking notice. This is trending. The dialogue, our understanding is changing. Like what I've just shared with you, I'm sharing in a different way than I would have before. And what I think is happening is the sun is rising in Canada, the light's starting to shine. And collectively, we're going to come to understand things in a different way. But we're only going to solve this by taking personal responsibility and saying we are no longer going to allow Health Canada to control our food supply. We are no longer going to allow Health Canada to say we can't take nutrients. We have to take responsibility ourselves. That responsibility should never have been given to the government, but we weren't paying attention. But we have to pay attention now because we're all getting sick and people around us are getting sick. And it's difficult for us to be healthy. Probably nobody watching this, because of the toxic overload and malnutrition, actually knows what it's like to feel healthy. But problems present themselves so that we can decide who we're going to be. And I have come to understand that what's happening here, what this whole tour is, I believe in my core, is part of a moving of God to just share truth with people. And I think because of that we're going to find hope and we're going to find freedom. And together, we can bring about rational health policies that promote health instead of sickness. And so this being our last opening, I just have to say I'm going to be sad tomorrow when I don't get to speak to you, and I just don't have the honor of being able to share with you. It has been an absolute pleasure to be on this journey, and it's been a journey. This Health Charter Tour has been an absolute journey. It's been an absolute honor to be walking with all of you. Our AV team, Sherry and David and Gary, my word, they've just done amazing things behind the scenes, and I'm just honored to be working with them. For all of those volunteers that have been putting this on, I've just been honored to work with you. For, Jason Dahl and Eric Clegg, who work with me in the NHPPA and have just been instrumental on getting the word out and doing our graphics. And it's just been an honor to work with you. My wife Teresa, who I brought in to set up this tour, she's one of the few people in Canada that be able to do it. It's just been an honor to work with her. We're going to have on the Hill today MP Blaine Calkins, who has been working tirelessly on the NHP front. He introduced Bill 368 last Parliament, which made it into committee, which is so important for us to support. There's been an election in new Parliament. He's reintroduced that as Bill 224. It's why we chose him as the person that we wanted to present these petitions, because he's really working hard to try and ensure that we've got the right to choose how to prevent illness and treat ourselves. So it's an honor to work with him. I know I'm going to be forgetting people. We've had the pastor from my church, or pastors, Rodney and Tracy, fly out to be with us on the Hill today. It's an honor to be working with them. I could go, Peter and Roman, of the NHPPA, Peter and Roman that do our website and our pages and just make everything work. and Ruby that's doing our translation. It's just been an honor. And if I'm forgetting anyone, Mary Gail, thank you. Just been an honor. But, you know, all of you out there, it's not an accident that you're watching. It's not an accident that you're participating. We're all part of something larger. We feel it. And it's just going to be exciting where this goes. We view today as the beginning, not the ending. So the Health Charter Tour, this is our last destination. But now we're presenting the petition, and now we need to get Parliament. This has to be a government bill. We have to get Parliament to pass it. So this is the beginning. This is the beginning of an exciting journey, and I look forward to walking it with you. Or maybe driving in the van with you. So I want to explain at the very beginning of the Charter, when you read it, there's these, you know, whereas this, whereas that, and a list of whereases. That's a real common thing to do in legislation, and it's really just the way of introducing, well, why is this act being introduced? Why do we need this act? So simple things like Canadians are competent to make their own health decisions is one of the whereases, which introduces why we're codifying the right to make our own health decisions. So when you read the first part of the Charter and you're going, well, this doesn't actually read like a law, understand that what this is doing is basically setting the stage for why we need what follows. So Section 2 of the Charter takes those rights that the courts and our common law tradition say that we already have, but it codifies them so that there will be no misunderstanding by any government department that these are fundamental health rights that Canadians have. And one of the first ones set out in Section 2 is basically that we have the right to make our own health decisions, that we have sovereignty over our own bodies, and that our right to make personal health decisions, that is a right that we have without state interference. Because it's all fine and good to say we have the right to make our own health decisions, but if in practice the state keeps interfering with that by taking treatments that we want to access away, then really we don't have that right at all. And then another thing is that it entrenches that the state cannot take away a treatment that we want to have access to unless the state has evidence that it poses a significant risk and that taking it away will not create a greater risk. Because one of the difficulties that we've had with Health Canada is they will identify a trivial risk on a product and then basically take it away without asking the logical question, well, is there any risk of taking the treatment away? And at times they have acted very dangerously. An example that comes to mind is natokinase, which is an enzyme used to thin blood. And when Health Canada took natokinase away for really just an imagined risk, and just by way of comparative, it's completely legal in the United States and is being sold without any difficulty, but Health Canada identifies a little risk, but they did not do a risk analysis. What's the danger of taking natokinase away? And I know that many medical doctors were very concerned because they were successfully treating their patients with natokinase, and when that was taken away as a treatment option, they had to move their patients to the more dangerous chemical drug model. And we just want common sense. If you're going to say we can't have access to a treatment, you better not be causing more harm than good, because the purpose of drug regulation, the purpose of privileging our rights is good health outcomes. Well, welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name's Shawn Buckley. I'm with the Natural Health Products Protection Association, and I'm very, very pleased to have with me today Udo Erasmus. Udo, welcome to the health show.
Hi, glad to be on. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, no, it is. So, those watching, they won't automatically know, but I'm going to tell them, we've had a long discussion beforehand. In fact, we were having a really good discussion, and it's got, oh, we better we better get on the show here. So I just want to introduce you a little bit, because there'll be people watching that will have no idea that you're a giant in the natural health community and literally the pioneer when it comes to essential oils. But you had long ago actually even went to medical school.
Mm-hmm.
Can you share with us kind of why you went and what happened when you went?
Okay, well, very quickly, I came out of the Second World War. I was a war baby, then I was a refugee, then I was an orphan. We ended up in Germany. We left there when I was 10. And I started thinking about deep stuff very early because I looked at the world and I said, man, it's got to be, there got to be a way that it could be better than this. And so when it came to studying, my parents believed in education. I was always looking at nature. How is it in nature? There were no wars in nature. Only humans had the wars. And so it got me thinking. And so I wanted to know more about nature, studied biology, which is the study of life. Well, we didn't study life in biology, but we studied form and function. Psychology, we didn't study soul. We studied thoughts, beliefs, and emotions. And then I thought, gee, what am I going to do with my life? Oh, I want to know what health is. If I know what health is and somebody comes to me who's departed from health in some direction, then I should be able to turn them around in the direction of health, give them a push and watch them get better. But if I want to do that, I'd need to know where health lives. What is health? And so they call it healthcare. I said, oh my God, medicine's for me. And I went in there and all we learned about was disease. So I was a little upset. It's like, well, maybe in the third or fourth year, we'd learn about health. First, we learn about what's wrong, then we're going to learn what's right. I went to talk to the dean. I said, so I came here to study health. What is health? He said, and he has like a wise, deep eyes. He looked at me. He says, we don't know. We're working on it. And that was the most disappointing professional answer I ever got. And medicine still has no definition of health that's actionable. Health is when you're not sick. No, that's not health. Actually, health is a presence of components and principles that when you're in line with those, you bring in the components and you follow the principles, then health is the result. And we get more into that maybe. But then we were told
Yeah.
that a doctor should always know what's going on. He should always sound as though he knows what's going on, even when he doesn't. And the farm where I grew up on, we call that lying. And I left medicine because I wasn't going to lie at people for a living. And that was in 1964. And I went back into biochemistry and genetics and took more psychology. So because I'm just really interested in what is a human being? What is, how should we live? How do we live on this incredible planet? And what's the best way to do that? So that's kind of my preoccupation all my life.
Yeah, no, and I know that you tried a whole bunch of different things, and you actually ended up focusing, really doing research on health issues, but it was because of basically a problem that developed with you. Do you want to share with us?
Yeah, 1980.
How you found yourself in trouble?
Yeah. Well, 1980, my marriage broke up. That was not my plan. And I was very upset. And I wanted to kill something. And I took a job full-time as a pesticide sprayer, because that's why we use pesticides. Pesticides are only used to kill things, kill living things, right? There's a problem with that. The biochemistry of insects and plants and humans has a lot of similarities. So if you have a poison for an insect and you get it on yourself, you might just poison yourself. So I was really careless, sprayed for 3 years, and ended up getting poisoned by pesticides. And ended up with 38 years old, 1980, low energy, like an old man. I was like an old man. I had no energy, cramps, nausea, dizziness. And then I went to the doctor and said, what do you have for pesticide poisoning? She said, nothing. Oh, we can spray them all over the world and we don't actually have any fix for when we get messed up. Oh, what would you call that? Freedom without responsibility? It's like,
right. But just backing up, you're actually really quite disabled at the time. Like this is,
if I walked around a city block, I had to sit and rest. I was completely, honestly, and then I started looking at pesticides. They didn't tell us this. The government that certified me to spray them, BC government, they didn't tell us anything about the poisonous aspects of it. So then when I started looking for them, they tried to tell me I had the flu. And I went to Greenpeace, and Greenpeace had a stack of studies done on pesticides. And I went through those. Oh my God, I've got cancer to look forward to. So my palms started to sweat. So I'm highly motivated. What do you do?
Right, but I just want to slow you down because you're just glossing over the fact that you're now a young man.
Yeah,
you literally can't walk around the block.
Yep.
You've got really bad nausea. When you say you have cramps, I mean you have cramps.
Yeah.
And you'd even described for me, like if you turned your head, it's almost like your brain didn't follow your vision.
Yeah,
like
that's what I felt.
You're having cognitive problems.
Yeah.
So yeah. I just want the viewers to understand. I mean, you're disabled because of this pesticide use.
100%. Well, or
right.
my stupidity of being careless in using them. But yes, they're super poisonous, right?
I have that illness also. So
yeah. The stupid part.
Yeah.
I think we are. I think the human race.
We're interviewing you today. So
yeah, I think the human race has a very big stupidity gene.
Yeah.
Anyway, so then I said, okay, well, I had enough biology background. And I said, okay, I guess I'm on my own here. And it really came home to me. Oh my God, my body is my responsibility. The space my body occupies is my
Can I
territory,
can I
and
stop you? Because
I am responsible for that territory.
that's an important point. Like you, this realization that you came to, I think it's a big part of our problem because we just abdicate that to our caregivers. We go to the
Yeah,
doctor and just assume that they're gonna, help us. We assume that, Health Canada is actually, oh, everything's fine with, our food supply and our drug supply. But you found yourself, wait a second, I, this is my body and I'm responsible.
yeah,
And
yeah.
so
And if I don't care for my body, maybe nobody does, right? I mean, it's that cut and dried, right? So then I said, okay, what do I do? Well, I knew at that point that everything turns over. The body turns over, right? It's made out of, what's it made of? Food, water, air, and run by sunlight. Life is a solar energy fraction, right? Okay, so here's my body. It's always turning over. And what that
meaning
means
being
is,
replaced,
yeah,
meaning
yeah,
being
that's why, your skin comes off in the shower, you know, uh, but your lining of the inside of your digestive tract gets replaced every 4 days because there's so much going on there. It has to be keep being repaired, reworked, rebuilt. So I knew that, and so I said, okay, well, I got poisoned, so that's first thing is no more spraying poisons. That's turn off the tap that floods the basement, right? And then I said, okay, if the body's always turning over, then what I need to do is I need to raise my standard, because if I raise my standard for intake, better water, better air, better food, then within 1 year, I can have rebuilt 98% of my body to a higher standard. That's how fast the body turns over.
can I can
That's
I
it.
just can I just slow you down because
Yeah,
some people watching actually
yeah,
might not understand fully what you're trying to say. So you're basically saying 90% of our cells
98.
get replaced, every calendar year,
Yeah,
and they're built on air, water, and food. So if we give them clean air,
yeah,
we give them clean water, and we give them clean, healthy food,
yeah,
then we're going to end up with clean, healthy cells, which that is us, and that's going to dramatically affect our health. And I just slowed you down
yeah,
because this might be a concept that some people don't understand how
yeah,
important the proper clean diet and even clean air and clean water are.
yeah. Okay. So uh, that's why healing is possible. If the body wasn't always turning over, healing would be impossible, right? I mean, a bridge is just made out of something, like a piece of iron, like a stick. It's made out of iron. It doesn't turn over. It rusts and falls apart, but you couldn't heal it. If it's broken, you can't heal it, right? We turn over all the time. Now, next year on this day, I will be a 98% new body that you never talked to. Even though my crazy ideas will still be just as crazy as they are now, the whole body gets replaced. All the atoms are removed and replaced in this space that my body occupies every year. Water, if you drink as much water as you should, you drink like 10 to 15 times your body weight in water every year. 10 to 15 times your body weight in water. That's how much water goes through you in 1 year. 10 to 15 times your body weight. Wow. Okay, so a lot can happen if you get the principles and components of health right. You can do an enormous amount of good to yourself. And it doesn't help to go to the professionals who are trained in disease management, symptom suppression, crisis intervention, and monitoring your downhill journey to the graveyard, to go to them for questions of how to improve your own health. It's right here. It happens right here at your mouth where you're drinking and breathing, drinking, eating, and breathing, right? But then you have to look at what is clean air, what's clean water, what's clean food. Well, nature's mandate for creatures that eat has always been fresh, whole, raw, and organic, and then also local and seasonal mostly. And then for human beings, probably mostly plant-based, because when we had rocks to hunt with, the hunters came home without meat a lot. So when you don't have meat, you eat veggies, because the veggies don't run away, they don't fight back, and they're easy to hunt down and kill. So that seemed to work because we're still here, right? That seemed to work. And then when we started thinking we were smarter than nature, which has been around for what, 4 billion years, and we're the successful end product of an unbroken line of reproductive successes that goes all the way back 4 billion years, or at least 200,000 years, or at least 6,000 years, depending on what your belief system is, right? And we didn't have the technology, so we were eating what nature provided. And then we started thinking we were smarter than nature. And we did a lot of cool things that helped, like hygiene, and figured out what the essential nutrients are, 42 of them, 18 minerals, 13 vitamins, 9 essential amino acids, 2 essential fatty acids. Those your body can't make, but you have to have them to live and be healthy. So they have to be brought in from outside, from nature, one way or another, supplement or food. And if you don't get enough of any one of those, you cannot stay healthy. Your health will deteriorate. You will get deficiency symptoms. They are degenerative in nature. They get worse with time. And if you don't get any one of those 42 essential nutrients long enough, you die. These are the massively essential building blocks for body construction and body function, right? So I was looking at all of that.
I'm just
Yep.
going to slow you down again, because there'll be people
Okay.
watching
Yeah.
that this idea that, if you're not, there's essential nutrients that you need.
Yeah.
And if you're not getting them, you are going to get sick.
You cannot be healthy. Yep.
It's just that you can't be healthy because they're essential nutrients. So, you can't just be going to McDonald's or buying processed food and long term think you're going to be okay.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, if you eat ultra processed foods, you will end up with an ultra processed body. And of course, now there's a lot of talk about that, as how much sickness, how much illness comes from garbage foods that governments allowed license to make, but were never tested for their benefits to health. And then, when you want to grow organic food, you have to go through all these certifications. But the people who invented the frying pan that wrecks all our foods and makes them toxic and inflammatory and promotes cancer, they never had to prove that those were safe. So we have our system backwards, where we have to prove that nature works, but the people who make a bunch of junk for money don't have to prove that theirs is not dangerous. And the truth is, it is dangerous. Pesticides are dangerous. Pharmaceutical drugs are unnatural, so they don't belong in a body. And all of this stuff, the pesticides, the pharmaceutical drugs, especially those two, are completely unnatural. That's why they have side effects. Side effects means they're causing you symptoms of disease because they work against your health. And they maybe suppress symptoms, and that's a good money model, because the pill wears off every 6 hours, so I have to take another pill every 6 hours for the next 80 years. That's good for the people who make the pill, but it's actually not making me healthy. Never did, never will.
Can we? I just want to be. I don't want us to lose the story. So you're disabled as a young man because you're poisoned with pesticides.
Yeah.
You come to realize, wait a second, I've got to give myself clean air, clean water, clean food.
Yeah.
What happened when you did that?
Well, now I'm 83 and I had, and that's funny. That's the backs of 38, right? I'm 83. I have more energy than I had when I was 30 before I got poisoned. Why?
Yeah, so you mean
Because,
you got healthy.
yeah, I got healthy. Because health is the natural state, but you have to live in line with nature to get to the natural state.
No, well,
Because
let's
health was invented, because health was invited in health was invented by life in nature. It's our adaptation. That's, health is the sign of being adapted to living in line with nature.
so let's talk about what health is, because
Yeah.
you know we're all kind of on a journey, and at different points in our life, we have different realizations, and you've come to a realization that actually us talking about what is health
Yeah.
and actually having an understanding of what is health
Yeah.
actually has to come before even what we're doing on this show, in a way. Like we were having a discussion earlier, and I was saying, yeah, I mean, like for me, let's let's ask the question for the first time in our regulatory environment: how do we get
Yeah.
good health outcomes?
Yeah.
And you would say, well, yes, but what are good health? What is health itself?
Yeah.
As the first question, and you're right.
Yeah. Well,
So do you
mhm.
want to share with us, like,
Yeah.
you're spending a lot of time thinking about what's health, and do you
Yeah.
want to share that with us?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, it comes out of saying, okay, we have a healthcare system and there's no definition of health. And the truth is, it's a disease management system, not a healthcare system. It is a misrepresentation of the service it provides. And in Germany, at least, when in German, they call it sick care, Krankheit,
Mm.
right? Krankheitspflege, right? Sick care. At least they're being honest about it. We call it health care when it's actually sick care. Okay. And in order to call it health care or to do something that really is health care, you have to know what the principles and components of health are. We don't have that. The government doesn't have that. The medical profession doesn't have that. And I've been thinking about it for 60 years simply because I came out of a war and life was so crazy. I said, well, where's the good stuff? How does it work when it's working? How can we live in more harmony? How can we have a better quality of life? And the answers are all in the space the body occupies, right? And in nature surrounding it. And we're so far away from that. So, what is health? Well, health is based in nature and human nature. So, if you live in line with nature and your nature, then the result will be vitality, good function, uh, good sensory function, good physical function, and capability to live the life you want to live. Right? What are the principles and components? Well, number one, if you go deep, number one is peace. In the core of your being, if you can sit still long enough and bring your focus inside, out of your mind, into the space your body occupies, you will discover that there is a calmness, a peace, a quietness, a contentment there that you can experience, but you can't really describe it. Because when you describe it, it's formless, it's infinite, it is not bound to this dimension of your body, but your access is the core of your being. So that's the first one. The second one, within that space, there is a flow of a fraction of solar energy that we call life. And that, it literally is solar energy filtered through 93 million miles of space, filtered through the atmosphere, filtered into plants, activates electrons, which then bond and form molecules. And those become your food, and you eat them, and in your cells, those bonds get broken. That solar energy fraction is released. Now we call it life. Life is energy. And that life is unconditional, empowering love for your body. Now, wouldn't it be nice to feel unconditionally and empoweringly loved? We look for it out there, and so, oh, she loves me not, all that stuff. But we are actually unconditionally loved inside. Again, if we sit still
can I just
and yeah, let me just finish the sentence and go inside and feel that. We feel so cared for that it changes how we live in the world. Okay, good.
Well, I just want to slow down what you're saying so that let's have a discussion as we go along, because my
Yeah.
understanding is you're saying really health is being in line with who late nature, yourself. I mean, who you are yourself. And you had said, look, part of it is peace, like actually just getting out of literally your mind and all these distractions. and all of us, I mean, I think intuitively we understand that we have a body, but we're not a body. There's something
Yeah.
else here, right?
Mhm.
Like, I think intuitively we understand, like, some people, oh, well, you have a soul. I'd say, it might be closer to the truth to say you are a soul,
Mhm.
and we're living in a body. But you're saying, like, first of all, be aware our body occupies a space, right? Like you were explaining to me earlier, our
Mhm.
body occupies our space, and we have to have control over that space. Like there's nobody else should have control over our body, that space. And within that, we kind of have an inner core where we're, at our inner core, who we really are is peaceful. And
Mhm.
and we have to be in line with that if we're going to be healthy. Like do I have that right? Like,
Yeah, there's good research that shows when you do deep meditation or you experience peace, you reverse aging. How's that for, how's that for being good for health, right? So I'm saying that. I'm also saying the energy that keeps you alive, peace is your universal essence. The entire universe, including you, came out of peace. Okay? There's more peace in the universe than anything else, more than hydrogen, more than anything. Okay. And there's more peace in the universe than war, even though we get more focused on war because that's how stupid we are. Right. So, and then your individual essence is actually that life energy. It is the master in and of your body. And that energy is indestructible, can never get sick, never dies, runs everything, weighs nothing, and is perfect health. And if you could get out of your mind and all of your worries and your fears and your limitations and your emotional upsets, if you could get out of those and just let that energy flow through your body, it would be very, very hard to get sick. But we think ourselves sick.
it,
So
it is it is interesting. Like I've heard that, if you carry anger for long periods of time or emotional upset for a long period of time, and I think this is fairly conventional, like this isn't
mhm.
going to surprise anyone, that our negative emotional states can lead to chronic illness.
Yeah,
And
liver problems associated with anger, and also you fry your adrenals. We used to say that just, people say, oh yeah, you're frying your adrenals with the stress you're doing, right?
right. So our mental state, if it's out of line, if we're not finding that peace and we're kind of basically getting control of our thoughts, then
Yeah,
then we're out of line with who we're supposed to
yeah,
be, and that's not healthy.
right. And
Okay.
just about, yeah, and so in fact, uh, you don't want to stop your mind. You want to transcend your mind. You want to step out of it. Let it go. Your head, is made for thinking and correlating and figuring stuff out. It has a job to do, but you don't have to be there watching all the time. So you can enjoy peace while your mind and your brain do their work without your attendance. Okay. So then, if you feel that unconditional love, that is your personal essence. So we are lovers by nature, right? When we're in touch with ourselves, and then we're kind to people. And then we don't beat people up. And then we don't need 1,000 rules, because if love is the only law you follow, you don't need any other laws. And if you don't follow the law of love, you'll take all the other substitute laws that get made, that Moses made and that every government makes, right? They're the lawmakers, right? Why do they make the laws? Is because if you don't follow the law of love, you break every one of those laws when it's convenient for you.
I that's why I loved Jesus' second commandment so much. He basically says, just love your neighbor like yourself, and that's it.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
every other rule. I mean, he literally says that's the every other law, that it's all
100%.
about loving your neighbor like, first love God and then love your neighbor like yourself. But
Yeah,
I just want to back up, because you were saying something so important about, you're saying just, let your mind go, but
yeah,
literally step out of it, transcend it. And I
yeah,
think some people, because the outside world just gives us so much stress, and at times the media wants us to be worried and afraid, and some of us get caught up
yeah.
in our thoughts, where then we become emotional, we become worried, we
Well,
become
yeah,
fearful. and
yeah. And then
and
you
where I'm
become
wanting to
victims.
what I'm wanting to discuss, Udo, is that
Yeah,
is you're bringing up the point, that's not you. Like, your
right.
mind is supposed to be collating and looking for things and trying to solve problems, but that's not you. You don't have to get emotional about that, and you can
Right.
actually just come to understand, no, that's my mind doing what it's supposed to do, but I
Yeah,
don't have to become emotional, I don't have to become
yeah,
fearful,
yeah,
right? Like, that's it. I just didn't want to
yeah.
gloss
So
over that.
yeah, because your experience of your existence depends on where you put your focus. If you put the focus on peace, there'll be peace in your life. If you put your focus on love, there'll be love in your life. If you focus on the shine of love, of that love into the world, I call that positive uh, purpose, or positive mind, or inspired purpose, right? If your focus is on that, then your focus isn't gonna be on, oh my God, they did this to me, oh my God, oh my God, oh, I'm overwhelmed, oh, I'm so worried, I have so many bad memories and so many bad things happen. You don't have to live there. Where, you get to decide where your focus goes.
Right, so you
Why
can
don't you?
actually say those are thoughts, and I'm going to think about something else.
Yeah. Or I'm going to go into the peace that is an experience of total, let go, right? Ah,
Hmm.
total relaxation, right? I'm going to experience that, even if there's chatter out there, whether it's the birds singing or the politicians trying to mandate shit, right? I don't have to put my focus there, and even if they mandate it, that does not affect the peace that I can feel, and it does not affect the love I can feel that is my life. They can't actually interfere with that.
And that's taking control of the space your body occupies.
Yeah, because the love is also my power. Life is your power, right? When you're in your power, oh, then it's not hard to look at the world and say, okay, well, I need to go this way, and I need to do that, and do that, and I need to stand up to that, and I need to speak truth to corrupt power. That it's like, when you're in your power, that's where you're supposed to be living, because that's you.
And if you're not, you're out of line, right?
Well, yeah, then
And
you're
you're
gonna
gonna and you're
then
gonna
you're
feel
gonna
it.
absorb. Then your focus is gonna always be pulled to every change, everything that changes. That's for survival, and then you're gonna become a victim of everything around you. Well, you're not supposed to be a victim. You're supposed you you're supposed to be the wizard of your own life, not the victim, right? And then so now we've talked about positive mind. That's about thriving. That's
Mhm.
about vision. That's about genius. That's about making life better, figuring out how to help, or doing what needs to be done, or making the biggest splash for good that you can make in the time that you have on this planet. And now the fourth part is the body. That's where most people focus: food and fitness. And
Mhm.
digestion is a part of it, and rest is a part of it, and then food, water, air is a part of it. That's where most of the focus goes. But people won't follow the rules for eating, drinking, and exercising if they're not feeling content and they're not feeling empowered. That's why so much of the good advice falls on deaf ears, right? So that one gets most of the attention. So I don't want to spend a lot more time. I worked in the area of oils, essential fatty acids, omega-3s. Flaxseed oil was my invention. I'm in the Canadian Health Food Association Hall of Fame for starting an industry of making oils with health in mind. Right?
Well, actually, we'll go there a little bit, but I just want to
Yeah.
keep on the definition of
Yeah,
health
yeah.
because
Yep.
we've kind of talked about, the mental, spiritual part,
Yeah.
but there is
Yeah.
a physical part to it also.
Yeah. So there's the physical part. So then the next part is, I call it protective mind. And that's basically your survival skills because you live in a body. It's a worthwhile but losing proposition because eventually something will get your body, right? But while you're alive, you want to be alive as much as possible. Safety, reproduction is part of the survival, raising the kids, learning survival skills. I call that the protective part of mind. Then there's another part of mind. That's the baggage, the mental baggage that we inherited from cultures and nations and religions and stuff. And it's stuff that we say, but that's actually not true, or might have been true at one point and no longer is true. And the best way to deal with that is just to dump it, just to look at it and say, well, I just said that, I just thought that, but that's actually not true. So let me, let me not go there anymore, right? And then outside of that is your social group. You know that the social group affects your health, right? Because if people look at you weird, you have a reaction. So social group, and when we played soccer as kids in the schoolyard, and somebody kicked the ball, but they missed the ball and then kicked you in the shins. Our response to was, "You make me sick." We get really angry. You make me sick. So even as kids, we know that the people we spend time with affects our health, right? So you want to pick the people who encourage you, who accept you, who support you, who love you, who tell you honestly what they see, and who could be helpful to you growing into the magnificence that you are by nature. Then there's the natural environment. And the natural environment, obviously, you keep eating that natural environment, but you also feed your senses with it, and it's what your body is made out of. The body is made out of the natural environment. If you're healthy, it's not made out of drugs or pesticides. It's made out of natural molecules, right? And there's somebody who once told me a summary of every environmental issue. And it had been carved into a log in huge letters, like like 2 feet tall and maybe 3 inches deep. And it said, "Shit in your nest, and you nest in your shit." Right? That's the natural environment part. And then outside of that is the big picture. Here you are, your body is a terminal condition, and you're living in an infinite universe. And to accept that and not be worried about it and not be anxious or depressed or overwhelmed by it. Okay, I'm in a temporary body that is terminal in an infinite universe. And what is the best way for me to fully enjoy this incredible temporary gift that I have, where water and dust and air, 3 buckets of water, a handful of dust, a few gulps of air, were all mixed together in a way that allows the human experience to unfold.
You to be here.
In
And
my
I
life.
need to slow down because you said something really important. And I just want us to think about it for a second because, you call our bodies are terminal, meaning we're going to end where we
Yeah.
have this is what you are experiencing it's a finite experience physically. Like your time in the body is finite. I was reading a psalm last week, and it was kind of saying, like, why do men even complain? Your existence is so brief, like it's just such a whisper in the wind, so to speak.
Mhm.
Like, why do you even make a fuss out of anything that's happening? And it kind of jarred me, Udo, because I was having to face the reality again. I don't want to face the reality I'm mortal, and I think most of us don't. But I think what you're saying is well, if we're going to be at peace, I think we have to understand the reality, and it's a beautiful thing. It's not meant to be not beautiful. The
Uh,
reality is this physical experience, which is a wonderful experience for us. It's meant to be temporary, and it is temporary, and we should be at peace at that. But that
yeah.
also, I think, then will like we need that to be healthy, is what you would say. Like, we have to
Mhm.
accept we're temporary. We have to accept that our bodies are going to die, but we won't.
Mhm.
And and that's being in line with who we are, is that we're temporary, and
Well, that the
coming to
body.
peace with
Well,
that.
no, because we're not the body. See, we
Oh, I,
mix that
I
up a lot.
understand that.
We,
I mean,
yeah,
the body's temporary. So
yeah, yeah.
I
The
think,
the body's
yeah.
temporary, but life is eternal. You
Hmm.
can't destroy energy. It's one of the rules is energy is indestructible, right? And peace is also indestructible. Peace is also awareness. You could also call it God. Some people do, or the physicists call it the field, right? So, so the field and the energy of life are indestructible. So that there's something in your destructible body that is by nature indestructible. If you're worried about death, go to the part in you that doesn't die. It's more you than your body anyway.
Hmm.
Oh, and then when you're living that way, you're literally in the power, in the peace, in the power, in your own presence.
And not in
And you were
fear.
yeah, and you were given this gift to enjoy. And sometimes people say, oh well, it's selfish to dwell on yourself and to sit with yourself and to do meditation and to practice self-knowledge. No, you should be doing something else out there for somebody else. No, bullshit. Because you were given that gift that you have inside of you. And if you don't enjoy that gift, it's a wasted gift because nobody else can enjoy it for you. And that gift is free of interference of any outside source of mental, emotional, social, environmental input. And which one? Yeah, so or physical input. That that essence of your being, the universal and the individual essence of your being, are free to begin with and are what truth is. And when
Okay.
you bring that into the world, we're going to have a very different world if 8 billion people are present in their space, enjoying the gift of life, and then doing the little things they got to do for the body and helping each other get them done instead of throwing bombs on each other and lying to each other and trying to force them, locking them up and doing all the stupid things that history is a record of. It's like,
So so just back to the definition of health. It's being in line with who you are. And then I do want to switch. I appreciate,
yeah,
you'd say it's not shouldn't be the focus, but physically we have to be in line with the fact that our bodies are part of nature. We're part of,
yeah,
and if we get out of line with the way we're supposed to eat, that we're
yeah,
supposed to have healthy food, that we're not supposed to be spraying pesticides and
yeah,
and and accumulating that within our bodies. You
yeah.
had said we're not supposed to be taking chemical drugs. I want you to elaborate on that again. Like, why is that a problem? Like, why are synthetic drugs and foods a problem? Because
Right.
um, some people viewing this presentation by you may not really understand the importance from a physical health perspective
Yeah.
of eating right, of avoiding synthetic things.
Well, yeah. First of all, if you love your life because it feels so good to be alive, because I'm present in it, right? Then I say, okay, I love this experience. I want to extend it for as long as I can, right? I want to be both healthy and long lived as much as I can. What do I need to do to make that happen? You know, usually people ask me questions. I call them Russian roulette questions. What can I get away with? Well, can I fry with hard fats? Or, you know, because I say frying is the worst thing we've ever invented to do to ourselves in terms of food if health is our goal. Okay. So, because it's very, very destructive. And so, what do I have to do to live in line? Well, you got to give each one of those 10 parts that we talked about its due. Each one has a different nature, a different function, needs a different kind of attention regularly, goes off in a different way, and responds to a different kind of intervention. So fundamentally, what you want to do is you want to bring your understanding to what is actually true about you in your totalness, right? And then when you do that, you say, okay, well, body came out of nature. It's been 4 billion years in the making. There were never any drugs there. There was never any fast foods there. There was never any, you know, it wasn't civilized. But there wasn't all that garbage, and there weren't those pesticides, and it wasn't all that stuff. Well, actually, if I want to be healthy along the line of how the whole thing worked and works, I wouldn't want them in my food now. Not pesticides, not drugs, because these are molecules that don't exist in nature in the form in which we make them. So they're synthetically created by man. And when they go into our body, they go into places in our body where some other molecule should be, and some other natural molecule should be. And in the space in our body that they occupy, they interfere with what's supposed to be going on there. That's why they make us sick, because we're actually putting stuff in our body that interferes with the normal, natural interactions of molecules that are the biochemistry of life. So when you interfere with that and it doesn't work, well, yeah, hello, your body doesn't work when you poison it, because that's what we're doing, right? On the molecular level, all physical disease begins at the level of interactions between molecules, not electrons, not atoms, but interaction between molecules. Interaction between the wrong molecules, because we put the wrong molecules in there as pesticides and drugs. They're going to be interactions that are not conducive to normal, natural, healthy function of a body that is a part of nature.
Yeah, and I again, like you're saying things that they're just common sense, but I don't think many of us think of that as our body has functions. They're supposed to be naturally occurring molecules that, you know, we've been designed for them to do a function within us. And when we put in synthetic molecules, they take the place of the natural ones, but they don't function the same way. Yeah. And that interferes with our body doing what it's supposed to do, which is now that we're out of line, our functions are out of line.
Yep.
That's
a definition of sickness.
Right, is being out of line. Now, you had said a little earlier, like you're in the CHFA Hall of Fame for, you know, basically starting the healthy oils movement. And as I understand it, when you were, you know, kind of really doing research because of, you know, your health crisis, you came to realize that nutrition was super important, but there was incomplete information about oils. Am I right about that?
Yeah, when I started looking for self-help because the doctors didn't have anything, I was looking at all of, you know, nutrition and health, nutrition and disease. That was my focus, because I was thinking more about the body, not so much about water and air. But nutrition and health, body's made out of food, so raise the standard. But what are the standards? Well, you know, so then I got into the essential nutrients. So minerals, vitamins, amino acids, fatty acids. And the area that was really confusing was the area of fats. And so I had this thing. It said omega-6, a study. Omega-6 is essential. You have to have it. You can't live without it. If you don't get enough, you die. If you bring enough back into your deficient diet before you die, all the problems that come from not getting enough are reversed, and you get your health back. Because life knows what to do with those building blocks, provided we take responsibility for providing them. So they got to land in our body. Okay. So I'm reading this article. I say, okay, omega-6 is essential. And the very next study I read said omega-6 gives you cancer and kills you. And I'm going, what? Right? I have to have it so it can kill me with cancer? No, there's some, and I was like, no, I must be missing something. There must be something going on because this does not make any sense. And that forced me to look deeper into how oils are made. Now, there's a lot of people these days saying, don't use omega-6s, don't use oils. All of those people, none of them have ever talked to me. None of those people who say that have ever talked to me. And they should, because, that's my area. And I haven't been hiding. I've done 10,000 talks, 40 countries, tons of media. None of those people talk to me. And they haven't done their homework, because they see the results. When you do research with damaged oils, you're going to have some effects of the damaged oils on whatever your research topic is, right? So they get the results and say, oh yeah, okay, omega-6 is bad, seed oil is bad. And what they're doing is they're blaming the damage that industry does during processing these oils, when they make colorless, odorless, tasteless oils, and the damage we do to it, especially in the frying pan. So they're blaming the oil for what should be blamed on the damage. Because when they're not damaged, omega-3 and omega-6 in the right ratio are essential nutrients, in the right amounts, the right ratios, are essential nutrients for every cell in your body.
Can you, I just realized I should back up. Like, some people don't understand that actually we need fats to be healthy, because the media, we've got this fixation on being thin. We'll try eating non-processed foods, but fat's bad, fat's bad, fat's bad. But that's actually not true at all, that you can't be healthy. And do you want to kind of explain, like, it might even surprise people how much of the nervous system, how much of your brain is fat, and that you need fat for healthy cells and all of that.
Yeah. So first of all, bad fats are bad and good fats are good. It's not like fats are bad or fats are good. There's two kinds. My book is called Fats That Heal, Fats That Kill, because that's the difference between good fats and bad fats. And the bad fats are the fats that are damaged, and it's the damage that is the problem. So what do the essential fatty acids do? I started at the height of the no-fat, low-fat craze. And people were getting dry skin, low energy levels. Some people completely removed all of their fat from their diet. And one of the heads of starting that, his name was Pritikin. He actually got leukemia and killed himself in New York in 1969, I think. No, when he was 69 years old. I don't remember what the year was. It was after 1980, maybe 89. But he killed himself because he was pushing this no-fat diet. His diet was 8% fat, which is way too low. It should be about 25%. and because he said all fats are bad. But there are two essential nutrients that you can't make but have to have, that every cell in your body requires, that come from oils. So when you go on a no-fat diet, you will kill yourself. It'll take about 3 years. But your body will slowly run out of those essential nutrients that have important function in the body. And when you run out of them, your body crashes. That's it, right? So what do they do? Well, the omega-3s that are too low in 99% of the population increase energy by 40 to 60% if you get optimum amounts of it. Optimum amounts would be a tablespoon per 50 pounds of body weight in winter, and maybe a tablespoon per 75 or 100 pounds in summer. More in winter is burned for heat. They are heating oils. They keep you warm in winter. They are required in the membrane of every cell. They make the hormones work more effectively at the cell receptor level. All the hormones work through receptors. That means you need less hormones to get the work done. That means you age slower. That means you run out of hormones slower. In the brain, if you take the water out of the brain, fats make up more than 60% of your brain weight, and they're half omega-6 and half omega-3 derivatives that are super important for brain function. In your retina, in the back of your eye, highest amount of omega-3 called DHA, super important for vision, super important in pregnancy for brain development of the of the child. And the child will take the fats out of the mother's brain if the mother doesn't have enough in her diet. That's why women get baby brain. But the research has shown that each child depletes the mother further, and each child gets less than the previous child. And they figured out that that's why oldest kids on average have the highest IQ, and youngest on average have the lowest IQ. So they're important not for only for brain development, but also for brain function. And the one thing I think that is most important is the body turns the essential fatty acids that come from oils, omega-3 and omega-6, into derivatives that have hormone-like regulating substances of just about everything that goes on in every cell on a moment-to-moment basis, lifelong. So if you don't have fat in your diet, you're headed for the dustbin of history. And the thing about fats making you fat was also never true. You know, in 1979, McGovern wrote his, what was it called? Report on Nutrition and Health in the US. He was a senator. And that became the background work for the food pyramid. And on that food pyramid, they put carbs on the bottom as the foods you should eat the most of, and fats on top that you should eat the least of. They didn't make a distinction between good and bad fats. And then people started eating that way. And in 20 years of following that stupid food pyramid, overweight went from 25 to 60% of the population. And nobody said boo about it. The fat, because fats don't make you fat. They suppress appetite and they stabilize blood energy, blood sugar. Carbs make your blood sugar go up, make your insulin go up and down. And carbs, when you don't burn them, get turned into fat. So most overweight comes from too much fat or too much inflammation, which leads to water retention in the body. So the idea of fats making you fat was never true. And the omega-3s, you can actually use them to lose fat because they increase your oxygen and energy metabolism. You know, our athletes, 40 to 60% increase in performance within 30 days of starting to take a tablespoon per 50 pounds of body weight of an oil blend that is properly balanced with omega-3 and 6 that I developed the formula for.
Yeah, so
40 to 60%. So these and we gave people, if you want to lose weight, you need to lower your carbs and increase your omega-3 intake. And then you lose fat very easily.
Just to back up. So like, I mean, because you've got, like people in the natural health community know, but other people may not. I mean, we've all heard of Udo's blend. And that's what you're talking about, a blend of oils. So there's supposed to be a certain ratio. And there actually was a clinical trial done showing that athletes perform way better if they're taking this. And my understanding is some sports teams, like hockey teams, they've learned and they're on your blend, right?
Yeah. Hockey and football, any of the both strength and endurance. The bodybuilders we worked with said they were going back to doing workouts they did in their 30s when they were in their 50s after they started taking the oils.
There was a guy thing about.
There was a football player from Dallas Cowboys that called me, And and he said, you put drugs in your oil? I said, no. Why are you asking? He says, because I have a shoulder injury that hurts all the time. It's inflammation, right? And he wrecked something. He's probably got scar tissue in there and stuff. He says, when I take your oil, the pain goes away. And then when I don't take your oil, the pain comes back. Yeah, that's because omega-3s have anti-inflammatory benefits. And they help. So they help. Inflammation it causes pain, especially when it's happening in the wrong place, right? And and one of the easiest methods to get rid of pain is by increasing omega-3s that are not damaged, because most people are deficient in them, right? There are other ways to deal with inflammation. Magnesium is good, and iodine can be good, and more drinking more water can be good, and getting the toxins out of your system can all be good. But of all the nutrients that help with inflammation, omega-3 is number one. Some people call it the God molecule because it is the highest energy molecule of all of our nutritional molecules. And then you get this energy, and it comes from, by the way, omega-3s come from northern and southern hemispheres close to the poles, where it's the coldest. You get a warming oil, whereas the saturated fats in the tropics are cooling oils. And that's what you want. And the poles, you need more heat. And in the tropics, you want to get cooler, right? And it's all designed in nature, right? That's why, to me, it's like...
Right, so we have locally what we're supposed to get. Like nature's figured that out. But
but let me make a point there. Now most people live in sort of a temperate zone because we have air conditioning. So in the tropics they have air conditioning, and in the north they have heat. So we all kind of living in a temperate zone, and there's omega-3s in the temperate zone, and they still work the same. But if you were living in the tropics, you would probably sweat more if you used a bunch of omega-3s, because they increase your oxygen rate, your metabolic rate. And some people find that in summer, they need less oil than in winter, because in winter, they burn more for heat. In summer, they don't need that heat. So, yeah, so I interrupted you.
Oh, no, actually, I mean, I was just wanting to, re-emphasize the point for people watching that they have to get rid of this idea fats are bad. In fact, the right fats are essential. You cannot be healthy. Like, you have no chance of being healthy unless you're getting the right fats. So they have to kind of disabuse themselves of really what's been misinformation. So you've got to have the right fats. Now,
but you got to get the right fats, and you got to get them undamaged, and you got to get them in the right ratio. Those are the three main issues, right? Okay, and if you go on a no-fat diet, that will eventually kill you.
So let's talk about damaged fats. And you've mentioned frying pan already and that, but I have to tell you, I got a little alarmed in our pre-interview. It's like, oh my gosh, I'm probably not doing things the way I should.
I'm sure you're not.
Yeah. So share with, and forget about the audience. This is total self-interest. I'm just kidding, audience. But tell us, how are fats damaged? And then I assume it's again, so your body, you said every cell depends on good fats. So fat molecules that aren't damaged, I'm assuming we've got a damaged fat molecule, the body will still take it up, but that function can't work.
Correct. Yeah. If you have a damaged fat molecule, it will go in your body, depending on how it's damaged, of course. It'll go in your body in a place that should be occupied by an undamaged fat molecule. And whatever function was supposed to go on in that space, in the molecular architecture of your body, can't happen. So it blocks. It either sidetracks or blocks or interferes with whatever biochemical reaction is supposed to go on there. And then you're taking apart the body's architecture. And guess what? If you do that often enough, then you get a diagnosable condition, right? So what damages oils? Two ways. Industry damages them. And they do that because they wanted a long shelf life on these molecules that have the shortest shelf life by nature because they're very sensitive to damage by light, oxygen, and heat, right? I already said that. So they wanted a long shelf life because then they could make the oil they could make it in Ottawa and sell it in Vancouver and sell it in Johannesburg and sell it in Moscow and sell it in Buenos Aires and sell it in Shanghai and sell it in wherever else you want to go, Berlin, right? And so they wanted a long shelf life, and then you get economies of scale, and then you can make these huge, humongous presses and machines and just pump tons of seeds through there and make oils and make good money. So how do you get a long shelf life on oils that by nature have a short one? That's the issue for them. Mine is, how do you make an oil with health in mind? How do you make an oil with shelf life in mind? These are clearly two different goals, and they're going to lead to different behavior, right? So they want to make shelf life. So they found out if you treat an oil with sodium hydroxide, which we know as Drano, which you clean your sinks with, you burn stuff out of your sink with it. Drano, sodium hydroxide. Then with phosphoric acid, which is used commercially to clean windows, a very strong acid. Then you bleach the oil, take out the color molecules that absorb light, which can then damage the oil. So you take those out with bleaching clays, and now the oil is rancid. And so in order to get rid of the rancid molecules, you have to deodorize, I call it de-stinkerize the oil. You have to heat it to frying temperature for about 30 minutes to blow off the rancid molecules. But you also get to blow off half of the pesticides in the oil. So that's what they told me they did that for. Then you have a colorless, odorless, tasteless oil, and about 0.5 to 1% of the molecules are damaged. And when I asked the industry why they do it when it does damage to the oils, they gave me this reason about pesticides. And then I said, why don't you start with organically grown seeds so you don't have any pesticides to blow off in the oil? And the guy got mad at me. Like there was a long silence. Then he got mad at me. He said, I don't know what your problem is. It's only 1% damaged and 99% good. And what the hell is your problem? So then I thought, well, okay, maybe I'm overreacting because I didn't know. So I decided to find out how many damaged molecules are you going to get in 1 tablespoon of an oil that is 1% damaged by the industrial processing. And I ask people that all the time. If you guess, I get guesses all the time. And all the time, I have never had anybody guess the actual number because we don't know how big molecules are, right? So it's like we don't have a basis for making the estimate, but make it anyway. So what I find out, nobody has ever guessed less than 1 billion times too low the amount of damaged molecules in the oil, which means that we're using these oils and we're thinking that they're 1 billion times less toxic than they actually are. Holy smokes. So the number is, if it's 1% damaged in 1 tablespoon of oil, you will have 60 quintillion damaged molecules that never existed in nature. 60 quintillion damaged molecules is more than 1 million damaged molecules for every one of your body's 60 trillion cells. And then you do that.
Okay,
You don't do 1
let's
tablespoon, you do 2 to 4, and then you have pesticides, and you have plastic that leaches into oil, and you fry the oils. You got to multiply that number by another 5 times, and you do that for 30 years, and you wonder why you got cancer. Because fried oils increase inflammation and the risk of cancer.
So what types of oils are they doing this? You've described this processing where they basically go through 3 or a couple of chemical steps and then they boil it to get rid of things. What types of oils that we would typically, see at our grocery store is this type of processing done to?
All of them, except extra virgin olive oil, if it really is, because the industry lies on that sometimes, because there's a lot of call for extra virgin olive oil and the trees grow very slowly. So there's more demand than supply. So then they dilute the oils with damaged oils. or and sometimes they damage the oil too. So all of them except extra virgin olive oil or oils that say on them unrefined. And
Okay.
that's hardly any oils anywhere.
What about coconut
Unrefined.
oil?
Coconut, you can get unrefined coconut oil, but unrefined coconut oil has no omega-3s in it. And it is the oil lowest in omega-6 as well. So you're getting oil, and oil has energy, and your body can burn that for energy, but you're not getting essential fatty acids. And the truth is, when it comes to all fats and oils, the only thing you have to have from them is omega-6 and omega-3 undamaged in the right ratio and the right amounts. And you need to do that first. You know, it's like it's like health is not the absence of fried oils. Health is the presence of omega-3 and omega-6 in the right ratio, undamaged. Right? Just like health is not the absence of disease. Health is the presence of components and principles that are required to be brought in and followed in order for the body, in order for life to make you a body that works normally, that works healthy.
So if I go to even my, health food store or organic market, and there's organic oils on the shelf, I still need to look for unrefined or raw type thing, right?
Yeah, they don't usually say raw, but that
Okay.
would be a good name for it. And if it says, what did they say? Cold pressed. Cold pressed is a meaningless term because there's no definition for that term. Should be organic because you don't want pesticides in your oils, because pesticides poison you. And unrefined, organic unrefined. That's usually the organic oils are I would say largely they're unrefined, but they should also be in glass and not in plastic, because oils swell plastic and then plastic leaches into oils. And you're hearing a lot about microplastics these days. Not a good thing to put in your body.
Okay. And then back to something you were saying earlier. So heating up oils, very bad. So like the frying pan,
yeah,
that damages oils that aren't damaged. And then we're back into this. It's so many molecules.
Correct.
That you're going to be uptaking some of them and disrupting functions that are supposed to happen.
Yeah. So I say to people, you got a frying pan in your house? Everybody does, right? Go get the frying pan, turn it upside down, hit yourself upside the head with it so it's associated with pain, and throw that stupid thing out. It's the dumbest thing we have ever invented to do to our food from the perspective of health. More health problems come from damaged oil. More physical health problems come from damaged oils than any other part of nutrition. Actually, some mental problems too, because you mess your brain up.
But you just said a big point here, and you've done a ton of research. You just said more physical problems.
Yeah.
So you're like talking chronic illness, things that are manifesting.
Yep.
More health problems come from damaged oils than pretty well any other single cause.
Any other part of nutrition.
Okay. So as far as
health problems come from lack of peace and lack of feeling loved.
Right.
Right.
But for those of us that are, I need to supplement and I need to eat organic and all of that, we may not be paying attention. Oh, no, I'm using extra virgin organic olive oil to fry
the hell out of my potatoes, right?
Yeah. No, exactly. And which is why I'm appreciating this conversation, because I didn't know, and I think a lot of people won't know that, no, if we're actually trying, then we have to be aware about not heating up fats.
Correct. Yeah. Well, you can't do health without knowledge. And there are some things we haven't been told. The industry won't tell us, because their interest is not our health. Their interest is their money, right? The government that supports that industry is not going to tell you that, because they're more interested in whatever it is. They're why they, government is generally more about money than about people. That's why Canada can send $16 billion to Ukraine to help people kill each other, and will spend $0 at home for peace. And it's like, you're doing what with my tax money? Why aren't you? We have all our measures are economic. We don't have any measures for, are people happy? Do people feel safe? How's the quality of life? Are the kids getting their needs met? We don't have any. We don't even measure any of that. We just measure how the banks are doing.
Mhm.
Like, what, and that's like, we live in a world that is so corrupted from what a human being is and can be, and how they can live in harmony together and with themselves, with nature and the planet and all of nature. We are so corrupted from that.
I
And
think, sorry, one thing that just
yeah,
came to mind when you're talking about this is, and it's kind of off topic, but maybe not, is um, I think we're becoming disconnected from actually the world around us, as artificial as it is for most of us, with our devices.
yeah,
Like, and our attention span. Like, you had started talking when we were talking about what is health, because if we don't know what health is, we don't have a goal to go to. And the first thing you started talking about, and it's because intuitively it has to be the most important thing, is being able to go inside ourselves and find that peaceful part of us.
yeah,
And yet people have been addicted to, the 10-second hit from our
yep,
devices.
yep,
And I think, there's going to be a huge health consequence, both mental and physical,
yep.
because we
It,
can't
it,
be at peace. We our minds never slow down.
right.
Do you have any thoughts on that? Like, and I'm
I
sorry,
I do.
we got a total segue here.
No, yeah, I do it, and I think it's actually, this is probably the most important point that I'm going to make today. So when you're in your mother's womb, right? All of us have been there. Nothing to do, nowhere to go. Everything's taken care of, and it's pretty safe, right? So then a question is, where's your focus when you're in your mother's womb? Well, it's not out there because there's no place to go. And it's not on something you're doing because there's nothing to do. And it's not on getting your needs met because your needs have been met. So where's your focus? Well, your focus is at rest inside, in its source, within the space your body occupies, in life and in peace. And if you look at pictures of fetuses, sometimes you see the little smile on their face and just sort of hanging out. They're like in a deep self-knowledge meditation. They don't know there's a mother around them. They don't know there's a world around the mother. They have no words. They have no ideas, no culture, no religion. It's all just biology carrying on, right? And then you get booted out of paradise, paradise lost, right? Get booted out of this incredible place. By the way, it's really boring, but you're not bored. Oh, for 9 months you sat still and you weren't bored. Oh, because you were in bliss. You were in peace. You were in the love that is your life. Wow, how cool is that, right? So then we got kicked out. Then we have to, now everything's changed. You have to survive in the world. So now you got to get to know the world. So awareness, your focus of awareness goes out through your senses into the world, attracted to change. Because every time something changes, you got to look at it and say, is that friend to approach? Is that enemy to run from or fight? Or is it irrelevant and I can just ignore it safely, right? So you do that, and that starts the moment you're born. And then with time, you get more and more present outside, absent inside. When in the womb, you were present inside, but absent outside in your focus, right? And so then gradually you get out there, out there, out there. And what happens is you get disconnected from yourself. And the disconnection from self is the cause of heartache. I don't know anybody who doesn't know what heartache is. Somebody dumps you, or your grandmother dies, or your best friend moves away, or your dog runs away, or somebody promises you something and they're lying to you and you find out they're lying. And you always feel uneasy in your chest when, those are triggers, because we try to have the things on the outside reconnect us, and because we've forgotten that the disconnection was inside from ourselves, and it's a natural, normal, necessary process, right? And out of the heartache, out of that disconnection comes a discontent, and discontent will always spread discontent. That was my take home at 9/11, when the towers blew up, right? I was on a whitewater rafting trip, and I started thinking about it. Nothing was affected where I was. And I started thinking, wow, discontent people will always spread discontent. And if people who know what contentment is, and I claim to be one of those people, if we don't spread contentment faster than they spread discontent, guess where we're going, right? And we are drifting toward destruction because of the corruption, because we have not found our way back to ourselves, because when we feel heartache, we either we don't like the feeling, so we try to distract ourselves or ignore it or deny it or try to rationalize it away with ideologies or blame it on somebody. When what we should be doing with heartache, sitting with it. You don't have to look for heartache. It'll come to you on a regular basis. When you have it, sit with it quietly, feel it. You might have some tears. It will not kill you. But why is that? Because heartache is the greatest gift life gave you, because just like thirst is a gift because it makes you look for water when you need it, and hunger is a gift because it makes you look for food when you need it, or tiredness is a gift because it lets you know when it's time to rest your body. Heartache is the call of your heart to bring your focus back home inside, to reconnect to the peace and the love that are your essence, that you should be living from into the world and expressing into the world.
Right. So we're supposed to be living from the inside out, not be focused on all this outside.
Yeah, well, and we're still living from the outside in, right? Because it's almost like we got caught out, because no government and no church and no media and no medical profession tells you the story I just told you. Natural process, homecoming required, if you want to live a life of quality. But you know who did? There was this guy. I don't know. I don't know a lot about it because I wasn't there. I'm 2,000 years late to the party. He said, the kingdom of heaven is within you. The kingdom of heaven is within you. Oh, let's see. God lives there. Jesus lives there. Holy Spirit lives there. All the good things live there.
And you live there.
And it said, oh my God, that's in me. And then the second thing he said, first seek the kingdom of heaven within you, and everything else will fall into place. Now, if 8 billion people did that, we would not have disease management misrepresented as healthcare. We would not have governments that create problems or make problems known, because that's how they get attention, because we're still all out there, saying, oh my God, now what do we do now, right? So there's no place in any culture, any religion, any society, any country that I know of that makes this part of the education. And until peace and life become part of the education of human beings, almost the foundation of the education of human beings. Of course, you want to learn how to, flush your toilet and, run your bath water and cook your food. You want to learn all of that. But you need to, of all the things you most need to know, is your foundation in life and in awareness.
Yeah,
And so,
and who you are, because you're not the thoughts in your head.
because that's who you are,
Hmm.
right?
So
So everything we look up on the outside, yeah, I mean, it's a joke, right? There, everything we're looking for on the outside, like deep down, really looking for, is all already within us. And all it requires is not for us to create it, but only just to bring the focus back to it.
and back to the definition of health, because
Yeah.
you were saying the definition of health is basic, or is being in line, and
Yeah.
that's in line with that you are a finite, you're an infinite person. You're basically you're a spiritual being that's going to survive this experience, but you've been given this physical gift.
Yeah.
And
so you can have the
if you're
human experience.
and
Yeah.
you've got to be in line with that, you got to be at peace with that, and then
Yeah.
also understand you're part of this ecosystem where you're supposed to have natural molecules, and if you have other ones, you're out of line with what you're supposed to be. So
Yeah.
just like being out of line mentally and spiritually leads to disease. Being out of line with the fact that you're supposed to have natural molecules that have a specific function, then that's going to lead to sickness,
to disease. Yeah. Also
yeah,
to dis-ease. Yeah. Yeah. And
yeah.
life, the energy that keeps you alive, is perfect health. And peace is beyond health. Even it's not even the realm of health. It's beyond that. Right. So there is no illness in peace, and there's no illness in love. There's no darkness in light. That's it's the same thing, right? There's no darkness in light. What is your essence? In your essence is wholeness, oneness, wholeness, health. In your essence, you are health, wholeness, oneness. In your essence, in your universal and your individual essence. And on that, then you can live in wherever you live and whatever's going on. You have a place that belongs to you, that nothing can touch and no one can corrupt unless you let go of it. Holy smokes! It's like, wow, that's good news.
So who's responsible for our health?
Well, you could blame God. Say, oh, God's responsible for health. But fundamentally, you are responsible for your health. And now that goes to the other question. If I am responsible for my health, because honestly, my doctor doesn't care. Really, he has his things that he does, and he has his routines that he follows, and he doesn't really look at what is really going on with this Udo guy, right? And he does his thing, and even if his method doesn't work, he gets paid, but I don't get the benefit. Oh, but if you know that health is actually your nature, and you're willing to do the homework, to sit still and bring your focus to it, and feel the peace, and feel the love, and feel the inspiration, and listen to the insights, and find the wisdom, because it's all in there. It's not like you have to get it from somewhere. It's all in there already, right?
And take
From that
responsibility.
perspective, it is 100% my responsibility. My health is 100% my responsibility. But that also means you don't have a right to tell me how I should do health. And neither does the government, and neither does Health Canada, which is more disease-oriented than health-oriented, as far as I've heard. I'm not an expert on that topic, or the medical profession, or the media. So you got to take everything that comes to you, that comes from people, with a grain of salt. If it's out of line with peace and love, it's probably bullshit. And you probably should do your best not to follow it, right? And so when we make a lot of laws, we don't need those laws if love is where we live from. When you feel loved and cared for, you don't go around wrecking things. It's automatic. It's an automatic follow from it.
I came to understand through another project that our laws, both criminal and civil, are basically based on the second commandment. that we're supposed to love each other like ourselves. Like it's all over the civil law,
Yeah.
and but I'm coming to understand that actually for our health, if we would just live that,
Well,
like, so if we would love each other,
yeah.
we're not going to be controlling each other. We're going to be doing our best as a society to have
Yeah.
healthy food,
Yeah.
and we're not going to be censoring truthful information, and we're going to be respecting people's bodily integrity.
Yeah.
Like it's like the whole
Yeah.
thing could be solved by just doing what we're supposed to do.
Yeah. Except you can't do it by being told to love other people either.
Right. It has
Because
to
you
come
have
from
to
inside.
feel the love. So you need to do the homework. So we all have homework to do. And that homework, if you ask the really wise people, that homework is ongoing, lifelong. You spend every day some time getting in touch with the place which, when you get in touch with it, requires no other laws. And if everybody in government was required to have mastered that particular habit, we would have a completely different government. We would spend 16 billion on peace in the country and not send it elsewhere to get people to kill each other. And we would sit down together and we would say, not like you shouldn't, you did, and we don't, and therefore, and punish, and we would say, okay, you're alive, I'm alive, we both have the gift. What can we do together to make the most of that gift, both for ourselves and then for our kids and for our families and for our community and for our natural environment that we live in? What can we do together? And then it's not antagonistic. We don't have to live in antagonism. We can live in love is the opposite of antagonism, right? Love is the opposite of mandating and imposing and pushing and punishing. Why aren't we living like that? Because that is our nature. Right?
Well, Udo, I'm optimistic that we're getting there, and I also know you told me earlier you have finite time. So I want to get to one question I ask everyone, and and that simply is, we're marching, this health tour across Canada, and we're bringing different voices, and a lot of it is people just telling their own health journeys, like you've shared with us yours. Do you have any message for Ottawa? And that includes Parliament, that includes Health Canada.
Yeah. Well, there's a saying in certain business circles. They say, people don't care what you know until you know they care. Okay. So if the government, first of all, the government should be asking my help to do their job better, honestly, but not just me, anybody, right? So what are your talents? What do you bring to the party? How can we maximize the getting that out? If it's good stuff and it helps quality of life, we should be encouraging that and we should be supporting that. Well, we're not really set up that way. So what I would say is, if you're from the government, or you're from Health Canada, or you're from the corrections branch even, or you're from psychology, whatever it is you're from, my question to you is, can you show me how to get to the peace that I'm looking for? Can you show me the love that I'm looking for? Can you show me the health that you claim to represent, that I really want? I want that health. Can you show me that? And until you can show me that in practice, properly explained, with follow through in terms of products and procedures, I'm not going to listen to you, because you don't know what you're talking about. You call it health, but you're actually what are you doing? You're pushing disease, right? Everything's about disease. There is no healthcare. It's all disease management. And of course, it's better for money, because if I'm sick all the time, then I get a pill every six hours, and then it wears off, and then my pain comes back, and you never fix the problem, but I can take another pill. Well, yeah, then now you have for 80 years, you sell me pills every 6 months. And that's good money in that, but it's completely corrupt and it doesn't bring health. And until you change that, because you yourself are a human being and you yourself have that peace and that love and that inspiration and that health in you, until you dig into yourself and dig that out, and then can help other people who are looking for it, who haven't gone as far as you have, and you help them find that in themselves, whatever you're doing is corrupt. And so one way or another, people will find their way around it. And eventually it'll get so bad that there'll be a revolution, a bloody revolution, because that's how it has been in history for every 3 generations or so. People get so fed up with not getting what they're promised and not finding what they're looking for, that then they blame somebody for it. And then the revolutions don't work either, because the revolutionaries know what they don't want, but they don't know what they want. Mao, he knew what he hated. He knew what he hated. When he got in, he knew nothing about how to government or what would be a better system to put in place.
Can we, I don't know how much time you have, but do you have, you had mentioned to us very briefly at the beginning, that you're a child of war and all of this, and you actually have quite the story.
Mhm.
Can you just share really briefly about that? Like, I appreciate you only have a minute or two left,
Yeah.
but just because we want to avoid this, we want to
Yeah.
avoid that crisis. We want to be at the place where we can peacefully come together and start saying, how do we do this better?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, they had a First World War, and nobody practiced peace after that mess. And so then they had 21 years to practice, and they didn't practice, so they had a Second World War. And after the Second War, nobody said, oh, this is so crazy. This is completely not right. We need to practice peace, and they didn't do it. So we're drifting in that direction worldwide, no question in my mind. And the only cure is to give where you want to go the attention, not where you are or where you have been. And where do you want to go? Deep down inside, every human being wants to live a fulfilled, rich feeling life. Peace in it whenever you want it, love in it whenever you need it, inspiration and wisdom and adventure and all of that. That has to be job one for every human being who wants to have a good life. It's the only way to do it. It's a global thing, but actually you're only responsible for your part in it, which is to find your way back to that good place and then build a world from that place, right? A world that I build from feeling love is not a world filled with danger. It's not a world filled with enemies, right? It's a world filled with love. When I feel peace, I can see pieces everywhere. But if I don't feel peace, I can't see it. Then I see the leaves flapping, and then I see the seagulls shitting on my carpet, whatever it is that's going on, right? And I'm going to get tied up in all of the changes in the world of change. And I don't bring anything stable into that world. You can't bring stability into the world without peace. And it's biological. We're not talking philosophy here. We're not talking religion. This is biological. Peace is part of our biology. Love is part of our biology. We are love in our essential nature, in our individual essential nature. We are love. But it doesn't feel like that, and it doesn't look like that until we feel that. So it's going to ourselves, finding that awesome magnificence that we are in our deepest nature, that will make the changes. So as you can't hammer, whoever it is, whether it's Trudeau or it's Trump or it's Carney
I wasn't asking you to do that.
I'm just explaining you can't hammer those people. First thing is we gotta do our homework. When that homework is done, we will become an influence in that direction in the world we live in. What if what if 8 billion people do the homework and then our influences into the world of that homework? Oh my God, there's the golden age everybody's dreamed of. And everyone is a part of that. Either they're blocking it or they're supporting it or they're encouraging it.
But they're part. Like that's we'll end on that just because I know you have to go. I've just really enjoyed this conversation, but we're part. So we have to decide who we're going to be, what role we're going to play in what's happening. But for us to think that we're not an influence, both for bad or good, is, you know, missing our responsibility.
Right. Yeah. Whatever is your state of being will come to expression automatically. There's no way around it. Right. If you're paranoid, I mean, I've been with paranoid people and I was looking over the shoulder, and pretty soon after half an hour, everybody's looking over their shoulder. Right. You know, it's like, it's like that. Right. But if somebody comes into the room and they're just shining, you know, people like the shine, so they tend to come closer. Then you talk shine from shine, and people go home and say, "Wow, that was so nice. Gee, we should do more of that."
Peaceful people leave us feeling good, and you know, everyone knows what I'm talking about. You run across people, I call them gentle spirits, and you're one of them, Udo. Is, you know, we come across them, and you just feel good afterwards that you spent time with them, versus, you know, if somebody's angry, just to do a contrast. I mean, you're agitated and you're worked up. So we do influence the world around us. We influence people around us. And we have to, you know, to use your words, kind of occupy the space that our body's in and be responsible for ourselves. So I'm really thankful to have had this conversation. I know we kind of went all over the place.
It's a good conversation.
I thought it was a wonderful conversation. So Udo, on behalf of the world's greatest health show, sincerely thank you for taking the time today, sharing you know, your thoughts on health and your expertise on essential oils. I'm confident that many people like myself will go, oh, I have some things to change. And even just how you break it down, like, no, this is at the molecular level, this is cellular health. Like, of course, if you're blocking what's supposed to be happening, then you have a problem, right?
Then it's not going to happen. Yeah,
exactly. It's you know, it's simple, but you know, I think we've lost sight of it. So again, thank you so much for attending today. It's just been an honor.
Yeah, and thank you for thank you for doing it. And I hope some people get benefit from it. I hope 8 billion people get to watch this interview, actually.
Me too.
Yeah. So
thanks, Udo.
Yeah. Thank you, Shawn.
So when we get to Section 3 of the Charter, it sets out, well, here are the principles that apply. We've set out the rights that our courts and our common law traditions say that we already have. And later on, we set out, a whole bunch of kind of things that need to be in place for these rights to take effect. But what are the principles? So when a court's looking at the Act, or if a government body is looking at the Act, well, how do we interpret this? What are the principles that should be guiding them? And one of the principles is that all of us are competent to make our own health decisions. And I'm not talking about people that are dementing. I'm talking about the average person, you and I. A principle here is that we're deemed to be competent to make our own health decisions. If we're not deemed to be competent, then a regulatory body, and we've experienced this, will start taking treatments away in a paternalistic way. No, we haven't approved this. You can't take it because you're not competent to make your own decisions. We're saying that's false. We are deemed to be competent. Another one of the principles is that the individual is the best source of information as to whether or not a treatment is working for that individual. And this is terribly important because we can have the government say, no, wait a second, you can't take a treatment because we haven't approved it. And we're experiencing this time and time again. Well, what if that individual, what if you have tried all of the treatments, the approved treatments, and they're not working? It's not appropriate for you to be told you can't take something. We are the best source of information as to whether or not a treatment is working for us, and that principle has to be privileged and entrenched in our drug law and in our drug policy. So I want to talk now about Section 4 of the Act, which is a very small section, and it just sets out what the purpose of the Act is. And this is very common in legislation to just set out, hey, here's one of the purposes. And again, it assists courts and it assists government departments in knowing how they should be interpreting the Act. Because if you know its purpose, it helps with the interpretation. And the purpose of the Act, as set out, is to actually protect and promote our health freedom by ensuring that we have access to things like natural health products and traditional healing practices. So that's the purpose of the Charter, and that's why that section is there. let's talk about Section 5 again. And Section 5 is very important. It sets out how the law is supposed to be construed. Because you could pass a piece of legislation to, let's say, regulate aquariums. I'm just picking a strange example. And that act just regulates aquariums, but it doesn't affect other things. But when we're talking about fundamental rights, that act has to have paramountcy over other acts. So this is what Section 5 is about. If you were to look at the Canadian Bill of Rights, you would find the similar language, because the Bill of Rights takes precedent over all other acts, unless the other act actually says, well, we're going to not apply the Bill of Rights. Because whenever you're setting out rights that need to be protected, that act has to be above other acts. And so this is what Section 5 is doing. It's saying, look, we have these rights, and the Charter of Health Freedom is above other laws unless the other laws specifically exempt themselves. And the same applies for treaties. It's all fine and good for us to have health freedom, but if Canada passes a treaty that would undermine our rights, this Section 5 says, no, unless the treaty actually addresses this, or Parliament specifically exempts the treaty, that these rights are protected and they apply. And that's why Section 5 is there. It's an extremely important section. Section 6 of the Charter sets out that the Charter will be the sole act and regulations flowing from the Charter that will govern a whole range of treatment modalities. So this would include natural health products, it would include traditional healing practices, it would include medical devices that are in the low-risk category, and it would include other treatments that are in the low-risk category. So what's happening is the Charter of Health Freedom is taking the regulation of all of these treatment modalities and moving it from the Food and Drug Act and Health Canada and moving it to being regulated under the Charter of Health Freedom, subject to all the principles that we've discussed earlier and the rights we've discussed earlier. So Section 7 of the Charter is the interpretation section. If you recall, Section 6 set out that things like natural health products and traditional healing practices and low-risk medical devices and other treatment modalities that are low risk are no longer going to be regulated under the Food and Drug Act and by Health Canada. They're going to be regulated solely under the Charter of Health Freedom. Well, when we say that, so for example, that natural health products are going to be no longer regulated by Health Canada and the Food and Drug Act, but under the Charter of Health Freedom, well, what is a natural health product? Well, we have to define that. And so Section 7 is where we define it. Section 7 is where we define what the traditional practices are. So for example, in the natural health community, for decades, there's been a yearning for a third category so that natural health products would not be regulated as a drug. Well, this is happening under the Charter of Health Freedom. There is a specific definition of natural health product, and it is not a drug under the Food and Drug Act. It has its own category under the Charter of Health Freedom. So this is what Section 7 does, is it spells out what all of these things are so that it's clear to everyone what the scope of the act is. So when we get to Section 3 of the Charter, it sets out, well, here are the principles that apply. We've set out the rights that our courts and our common law traditions say that we already have. And later on, we set out, a whole bunch of kind of things that need to be in place for these rights to take effect. But what are the principles? So when a court's looking at the Act, or if a government body is looking at the Act, well, how do we interpret this? What are the principles that should be guiding them? And one of the principles is that all of us are competent to make our own health decisions. And I'm not talking about people that are dementing. I'm talking about the average person, you and I. A principle here is that we're deemed to be competent to make our own health decisions. If we're not deemed to be competent, then a regulatory body, and we've experienced this, will start taking treatments away in a paternalistic way. No, we haven't approved this. You can't take it because you're not competent to make your own decisions. We're saying that's false. We are deemed to be competent. Another one of the principles is that the individual is the best source of information as to whether or not a treatment is working for that individual. And this is terribly important because we can have the government say, no, wait a second, you can't take a treatment because we haven't approved it. And we're experiencing this time and time again. Well, what if that individual, what if you have tried all of the treatments, the approved treatments, and they're not working? It's not appropriate for you to be told you can't take something. We are the best source of information as to whether or not a treatment is working for us, and that principle has to be privileged and entrenched in our drug law and in our drug policy. So I want to talk now about Section 4 of the Act, which is a very small section, and it just sets out what the purpose of the Act is. And this is very common in legislation to just set out, hey, here's one of the purposes. And again, it assists courts and it assists government departments in knowing how they should be interpreting the Act. Because if you know its purpose, it helps with the interpretation. And the purpose of the Act, as set out, is to actually protect and promote our health freedom by ensuring that we have access to things like natural health products and traditional healing practices. So that's the purpose of the Charter, and that's why that section is there. let's talk about Section 5 again. And Section 5 is very important. It sets out how the law is supposed to be construed. Because you could pass a piece of legislation to, let's say, regulate aquariums. I'm just picking a strange example. And that act just regulates aquariums, but it doesn't affect other things. But when we're talking about fundamental rights, that act has to have paramountcy over other acts. So this is what Section 5 is about. If you were to look at the Canadian Bill of Rights, you would find the similar language, because the Bill of Rights takes precedent over all other acts, unless the other act actually says, well, we're going to not apply the Bill of Rights. Because whenever you're setting out rights that need to be protected, that act has to be above other acts. And so this is what Section 5 is doing. It's saying, look, we have these rights, and the Charter of Health Freedom is above other laws unless the other laws specifically exempt themselves. And the same applies for treaties. It's all fine and good for us to have health freedom, but if Canada passes a treaty that would undermine our rights, this Section 5 says, no, unless the treaty actually addresses this, or Parliament specifically exempts the treaty, that these rights are protected and they apply. And that's why Section 5 is there. It's an extremely important section. Section 6 of the Charter sets out that the Charter will be the sole act and regulations flowing from the Charter that will govern a whole range of treatment modalities. So this would include natural health products, it would include traditional healing practices, it would include medical devices that are in the low-risk category, and it would include other treatments that are in the low-risk category. So what's happening is the Charter of Health Freedom is taking the regulation of all of these treatment modalities and moving it from the Food and Drug Act and Health Canada and moving it to being regulated under the Charter of Health Freedom, subject to all the principles that we've discussed earlier and the rights we've discussed earlier. So Section 7 of the Charter is the interpretation section. If you recall, Section 6 set out that things like natural health products and traditional healing practices and low-risk medical devices and other treatment modalities that are low risk are no longer going to be regulated under the Food and Drug Act and by Health Canada. They're going to be regulated solely under the Charter of Health Freedom. Well, when we say that, so for example, that natural health products are going to be no longer regulated by Health Canada and the Food and Drug Act, but under the Charter of Health Freedom, well, what is a natural health product? Well, we have to define that. And so Section 7 is where we define it. Section 7 is where we define what the traditional practices are. So for example, in the natural health community, for decades, there's been a yearning for a third category so that natural health products would not be regulated as a drug. Well, this is happening under the Charter of Health Freedom. There is a specific definition of natural health product, and it is not a drug under the Food and Drug Act. It has its own category under the Charter of Health Freedom. So this is what Section 7 does, is it spells out what all of these things are so that it's clear to everyone what the scope of the act. Welcome to the world's greatest health show and the charter tour. My name is Shawn Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and as you can see behind me is center block of Parliament Hill. And some of us are actually in shock. I know my wife Teresa and I were actually in shock to be here. And we're absolutely honored to be here and honored for those that have shown up. This is a historical moment. This is a moment where the citizens of Canada speak loudly and clearly, saying that no longer do they want to have to fight with the bureaucracy, with Health Canada, to access vital nutrients that we need to be healthy. No longer do we want to fight, and no longer are we going to have to fight. We're putting an end to this. We're sending an extremely clear message to the members of Parliament to basically back us up to where we were not long ago, where we had free access to nutrients, free access to natural remedies. So we're just reclaiming what we had not long ago. And we're tired of this, but it's literally a sense of disbelief that we're here. I'm going to share shortly about, kind of what happened after some other people share. But we started on October 4th in Victoria. And my wife Teresa and I, we've driven from Victoria to here. We've got the Health Freedom van parked on Parliament Hill. Actually, they want us to move it shortly. But it's actually even an honor that they let it on the hill for us to unload our gear. That's unusual. And we're very thankful for that privilege and that honor. I know Canadians have been excited about that van traveling across Canada. And it's somewhat symbolic because, the motor died before we were to go east or west to Victoria. And then we were able to pick it up again and bring it along. And there's just been this expectation. And I think it's somewhat symbolic is, we've got a hard journey ahead of us. This is the beginning. What's happening today is the beginning. This is the awareness stage. And I think it's also fitting that center block behind me is under construction. It's under major construction. And that's what we're actually doing here, is we're saying our health policy needs to be reset. We need to reconstruct it. We need to make it better. We need to be answering the single question is, how do we get good health outcomes? Regardless of the healing tradition, let's look at everything. And let's just ask, how do we get the best health outcomes for Canadians? And answer that together. So we've been on this journey, driving across the land, through every type of weather you can describe, except thankfully not snow. We thank the Lord for that. And then we also had a group start in Charlottetown, so on the East Coast. And we had an event in Charlottetown. We had an event in Fredericton. We had a group start in Quebec City. We have Marie-Lise, who's going to be sharing with us in French today, who started in Quebec City and held events driving towards Ottawa to be here on the 25th. Bringing a large amount of petitions and signatures there as the people in Quebec voiced their support. We also then have Jason Dahl from Whitehorse. So we're, in the territories, they held events there, they brought awareness there, and Jason has come to speak about what's happening there. So this is truly a cross-Canada endeavor. It's more than symbolic. So we're trying to bring attention to what's happening, but there's something on a different level that's extremely real about Canadians getting together, volunteering and holding live events, and marching the third largest petition in Canadian history across the country. So I'd like us to start. Teresa and I, we live in Alberta, and we go to a church in Edmonton called Church in the Vine. And our pastors, Rodney and Tracy Fortin, have flown to Ottawa to honor us with giving prayer to start off what's happened. So Rodney and Tracy, I'm going to invite you to come up and to start with a prayer. Just grab that.
Other side. Wow, what an incredible honor and a privilege to be able to stand here with all of you today. We're so blessed to be able to partner with this act of obedience that Shawn and Teresa have embarked on across our great country. So I'm sure many of you are God-fearing Jesus followers. So if that is you, I would encourage you to agree as we prayed this morning and get this event kicked off on the right foot by inviting the Lord Jesus to come and be in our midst. Heavenly Father, we stand before you today on behalf of this great nation that we call Canada, a land that you have richly blessed with beauty, with culture and freedom. Heavenly Father, you are the creator of all things, and you have filled the earth with good gifts, the plants, the herbs and minerals, and you have freely given and made available the wisdom for us that brings healing and life. Lord, today, this moment, we declare that you are the God who heals. You designed our bodies, and you have given us the ability to discern and hearts with the capacity to steward life well. You have given us the God-given right to make choices for our own health, choices that are guided by conscience and wisdom and truth, and not by fear or coercion. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the Charter of Health Freedom and for all of those who have stood courageously to protect these rights. We ask that this charter would not just be a document of law, but a plumb line of truth for our nation, a righteous standard that aligns policy with divine order, and a statute to be followed for generations to come. We declare that the Word of God and the Spirit of God gives us wisdom to hold fast to truth in times of confusion, the wisdom to speak life where fear has spoken death, and it is our moral compass. God, we declare that you are our moral compass in this land. Just as righteousness and justice are the foundations of your throne, O God, let righteousness and justice be the foundation again of Canada's governance.
Heavenly Father, we come in repentance on behalf of our nation, for where we have surrendered responsibility for our health and allowed systems of control to replace personal stewardship and trust in you. Forgive us where we have traded freedom for convenience and truth for comfort. 2 Chronicles 7:14, we declare today that if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sins and will heal their land. Heavenly Father, we're asking that you would hear our prayers and bring healing to the health of our nation. Lord, we pray for a reawakening of responsibility across this nation, that Canadians would rise up to steward their health and wisdom and courage. Let our homes become places of healing and wholeness again. Let our communities share knowledge and natural remedies freely. Let leaders and doctors walk in integrity, guided by compassion and truth. We pray that the influence of Big Pharma would no longer control and lead the health industry. Heavenly Father, we pray, we stand in the gap and pray against every hidden agenda that would seek to steal the rights of Canadians to choose, to silence truth or to control what you have freely given. We pray that you would expose deception, dismantle corruption, and bring to light what is done in darkness. Let truth prevail over propaganda and freedom triumph over fear. We bless those in Parliament and in public service who stand for righteousness. Grant them the boldness to defend liberty, discernment to know the truth, and strength to resist the pressure of lobbyists and unjust systems. We pray that you would raise up righteous reformers in government and in our nation who will protect this God-given freedom for future generations. Lord, let this petition be more than signatures on paper. Let it carry the sound of awakening that shakes complacency and stirs Canadians to stand for truth and freedom once again. Let healing flow from coast to coast in our bodies, in our families, and in the soul of this nation. We bless those who have gathered here and those who have sacrificed their lives to stand for Freedom Health Charter. We bless those whose names are written on the pages of these petitions because they value the freedoms we have as Canadians. We dedicate this petition, this gathering, this cause, and this moment to you, and pray that your kingdom would come and your will would be done in Canada and on earth as it is in heaven. in the mighty and matchless name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Rodney and Pastor Tracy. It's just an honor to have you join us. You know, I'm of the belief that we're souls and we're given a body. So I follow Jesus. And so it's interesting, we're given two things. We're given a body and we're given free will over what to do over that body. And that has to include deciding how we're going to prevent illness and how we're going to treat illness. It's a God-given right for us to have free will. In fact, he was clear. The biggest gift of being human is this free will, where we get to decide how we're going to live and how we're going to act. So I'm honored to have everyone here with me because we're all deciding to reclaim the right to decide how we're going to prevent illness and how we're going to treat illness. I'm very honored to ask Marie-Lise to come up. She is a healer, and that's going to come out as she shares with you. And she's going to share with us in French about her journey in Quebec.
Bonjour tout le monde, bienvenue à notre événement. Je voudrais remercier Shawn Buckley, avocat, de m'avoir donné l'honneur, je vais dire l'honneur, de venir vous parler aujourd'hui puis de représenter la route bleue pour le Québec, pour NHPPA. Vous savez, cette association-là, je trouve que c'est vraiment super important de la soutenir. Puis moi, je suis la voix française, en fait. Puis oui, j'ai fait le Québec pour ramasser des signatures. J'ai fait pendant une semaine, mais je vous raconte quand même. Voilà, un mois, on m'a contacté, puis on a fait une rencontre, Shawn, moi, puis c'est le fun parce que j'ai rencontré Teresa, Eric, toute l'équipe de NHPPA, puis ils m'ont demandé de soutenir la charte de la liberté en santé pour le Québec. Ça fait 40 ans que je suis dans le domaine de la santé, puis on en a vu passer des choses au Québec, au Canada. Mais quand on m'a demandé, puis qu'on m'a informé de la charte, de la grosseur que ça a, de ce que je portais, j'ai trouvé ça un petit peu comme « Ouf, OK, ça va être tout un mandat ». Mais je l'ai fait avec brio, puis je pense que tout le monde était content, puis je l'ai fait. Là, je vous explique. Quand on parle de la charte de la santé en liberté, de la liberté, en fait, c'est qu'il faut savoir que les produits de santé naturelle, tu sais, encore, je recule, il y a 40 ans, j'avais un magasin de produits naturels, il y a plein de lois qui n'étaient pas là. Puis, je vous dirais que vers 2008, quand il a commencé à faire les produits de santé naturelle, bien, Shawn, avec son NHPPA, ont décidé de « on part au combat ». On va commencer à aller voir, parler à Santé Canada, voir les lois. Parce que moi, je m'en souviens. Dans ce moment-là, je suis naturopathe depuis longtemps, puis je peux vous dire qu'il y a des compagnies qui ont dû fermer, il y a des compagnies qui ont dû engager des gens pour aller faire tout ce que Santé Canada me demande, la légifération par rapport aux produits de santé naturelle. Puis, à chaque fois, Shawn et son équipe... À chaque fois, c'est bon? À chaque fois, le NHPPA était de l'avant pour aller se battre pour ces produits-là. Vous savez que quand je dis qu'on va se battre, c'est pas compliqué, là. C'est que quand ils déposent des nouvelles lois, des fois, on n'est pas au courant parce qu'on n'a pas le temps. On n'a pas le temps, on ne le sait pas, on n'est pas au courant. Je ne suis pas avocate, là. Puis ce qui se passe, c'est qu'il y a des lois, puis j'ai parlé à plein de compagnies, hein, puis ils me disent, vous savez maintenant combien que ça coûte? Quand on fait des changements, on est obligé d'engager des gens pour aller donner toute l'information pour être capable d'être dans la loi. Puis à chaque fois, il y a des montants d'argent qui coûtent plus cher, puis qui paye en fait, c'est nous autres. Hein. Juste vous dire que si ça coûte plus cher, nos produits, qu'on a tant de besoin que ça. Puis là, il faut savoir que l'équipe, ce qu'ils ont fait, c'est qu'ils étaient rendus à 147 000 noms. Ils décident de ramasser une charte. Parce que la charte, Shawn est venu, puis je dis tout le temps à Shawn Buckley, est venu mettre 48 points pour la santé. Pas juste pour les produits de santé naturelle, pour aussi votre santé à vous aussi. D'avoir le choix de choisir, en fait, là, mon naturopathe, mon homéopathe, mon thérapeute de mon choix, puis de choisir pour moi. Puis je pense que ça, c'est hyper important. Puis à un moment donné, quand il a fait ses 48 points, il dit, je vais commencer à ramasser des noms. Puis ce qui va peser, c'est des vraies signatures. Parce que vous savez que d'avoir plus de 150 000 signatures déposées, comme aujourd'hui, c'est arrivé 2 fois dans l'histoire. Moi, je ne sais pas combien qu'on est rendu. Moi, je sais que j'ai rapporté 3000 signatures que j'ai dans mes mains. Depuis ce matin, mon mari veut me prendre les signatures. Je dis non, moi, je les garde. Moi, je vais les apporter puis les donner en main propre. Puis je le sais qu'on va déposer, moi, personnellement, je crois, la plus grosse charte avec le plus grand nombre de signatures pour toutes vous autres ici présents avec moi, puis je le fais au nom de tout le monde. Ça mérite une belle main d'applaudissement parce qu'ils ont travaillé fort, le NHPPA, pour ramasser toutes ces signatures-là. Moi, j'en ai ramassé 3000, mais je le sais qu'on est rendu à plus de 150 000. Là, ce qu'ils ont fait, quand ils étaient prêts à ramasser plus de signatures, ils disent, c'est beau, on part. Moi, quand je les ai vus partir avec la petite vanne, j'ai dit, ben voyons donc, on embarque-tu là-dedans? J'ai trouvé ça super mignon. Là, ils sont partis de Victoria, l'île de Victoria. Ils ont descendu tout l'Ouest canadien. J'y suivais, là. Puis ils disent, on va faire le plus grand événement de santé au monde. Ben voyons donc. Puis il dit, si ça tente, Marie-Lise, tu vas en faire aussi. Fait qu'ils ont fait toute Victoria, puis j'ai suivi à toute Vancouver. Ils ont descendu, ils allaient des magasins naturels, ils ont fait des entrevues, ils ont parlé à du monde dans le domaine de la santé. Autant le monde qui sont comme nous, hein, les gens qui veulent se faire soigner en santé comme qu'ils veulent, que les producteurs, que les distributeurs, que les magasins naturels. Vous savez, tous les gens que ça va chercher, c'est fou, là. Puis on se bat pour ça aujourd'hui. Puis moi, je suis super fière. Puis croyez-moi que je m'en viens un peu le torse bombé comme ça, en me disant, on va-tu réussir à aller porter la charte? Puis il y en a beaucoup qui m'ont dit, après ce qui se passe, moi, j'ai dit cette semaine à Chante que quand il va arriver ici, je m'excuse, mais je pense que ça va être le début de quelque chose et non pas la fin. Donc, ils sont tous partis. Puis après ça, moi, parce que c'est depuis le 4 octobre, à partir du 19 octobre, j'ai commencé à faire le tour du Québec. Il y a quelqu'un d'autre qui est parti dans les Maritimes pour qu'on se rejoigne tous ici aujourd'hui. Puis quand on disait le plus grand événement de la santé au monde, bien, à chaque place, on allait vraiment se rassembler. J'ai fait des entrevues, je discutais avec les gens, puis je voyais le monde comme aujourd'hui, là, qui sont venus comme signer, puis disaient, nous aussi, on est là. Puis j'espère, moi je dis longue vie à Shawn Buckley, parce que c'est lui qui apporte ça ici aujourd'hui avec nous, en fait. Là. Mais longue vie au NHPPA, mais surtout, écoutez, je vais la lever en l'air, la charte de la santé, avoir nos choix de la santé. Moi, je lève haut comme ça, puis je dis longue vie, puis merci beaucoup. Merci, Shawn, puis à toute l'équipe à NHPPA.
Marie-Lise, just an honor to have you on this charter tour. Just an honor.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite up Jason Dahl, who's traveled from Whitehorse, and just share some words about what was happening up there and his thoughts on this charter tour. Jason, thank you for attending.
We made it. We made it. We brought the van across the country, and I'm here from Whitehorse, Yukon Territory. The whole territory, yes. Yes, another 10th of the population is here. The whole territory has 40,000 people. The neighborhood I grew up in Ottawa, has at least double that. So the entire territory is 40,000 people. One MP who is with the current government and fully supports Health Canada in their attempts to overregulate. Perhaps Blaine Calkins could be pressed to put a kick me sticker on his back someday. Just kidding. I'm so honored to be involved with this. Thank you so much, Shawn and Teresa and the NHPPA, who pulled me into the organization. I've been working for the past year with them, running campaigns, and it's just a dream to be involved with this, and that the care extends all the way up north to the territories as well, and we're able to represent. And we held an event, and we didn't know if anyone would show up, and we filled up a health store. Hi, Catan and Euphoria. Thank you very much. And we filled the place up. People everywhere have the same concerns about making their health choices, being able to make their health products the way that they want. And let's get back to the way it used to be. And thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Shawn.
Thank you, Jason. So I'm just going to share a few words about our journey and what's going on. This red book I have here is actually a book that we had at an event on September 25th, 2008. And the Charter of Health Freedom had just been drafted. And the Charter of Health Freedom came out because we were realizing that Health Canada would come up with initiatives to further regulate natural health products, to further make them more expensive and less potent, and, you know, basically make the regulatory environment more and more unreasonable, to create obstacles. We're already in the place where low-income Canadians cannot afford proper nutrition. I'll explain how our food supply, you have to supplement now to be healthy. But so back in 2008, we just realized that we're fighting this war of attrition, and it's inevitable that we lose, because we have to organize every time Health Canada comes up with an initiative. Like right now, they've got the self-care framework, and they've already really created some problems with us. Blaine Calkins is going to be speaking about a private member's bill that he introduced in September to kind of take us back out of what's called the therapeutic product category. But just right now, we're living it. They've come up with an initiative. They're implementing it in stages, and we're hoping to just stop it and not lose too much. Well, it's inevitable that there's going to be more and more and more of us who can no longer afford or access basic nutrition or remedies that we rely on. So we asked the question, how do we solve this? We actually held 2 conferences where we had basically everyone in the natural health community participate from across Canada. We had practitioners, we had manufacturers, we had, you know, consumers, we had people whose lives depend on them. We had, you know, regulatory experts, and we just asked the question, how do we solve this? How do we finally protect our access to natural remedies? And the answer was, well, why don't we just set out the health rights that the courts already say we have? And so we are, you know, almost 1,000 years of common law court tradition now. William the Conqueror conquered in 1066. We're almost 1,000 years. He set up the common law court system. And what's happened in that 1,000 years is there has been time after time where the state was going too far versus the citizens, and the court said, no, here's actually the base. So here's a floor of basic health rights that the state, you cannot cross. You can't cross in your actions, and you can't cross in your laws. And this is part of our heritage here as we stand in front of the House of Commons. Part of our heritage as Canadians are the common law health rights that our courts say we have. So we didn't create a single one. We just took the ones that the courts say we already enjoy as part of our heritage, and we set them out clearly. And we said what the courts would say is, no, you can't cross these with laws, federal laws, and you can't cross these with federal actions. These are the floor, these are the base that if we're going to have a civil society, we cannot cross. These are the bare minimum. And so we've codified what the courts say we have as a bare minimum. And there's no justification clause like in Section 1 of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So it's not like the government can violate them and then say, oh yeah, we violated them, but it was demonstrably justified. In this case, so court let us off the hook, because that actually didn't happen in the common law. These are our base, the floor. And so we're basically demanding the floor that our courts have said that we have a right to as citizens of Canada. And the other thing that it does is it creates some legal presumptions. And the one that strikes me as the most important is that the most important source of information as to whether or not a treatment works for a person is the person. And we actually had learned that we need to have that, because we live in a country where we've structured our drug laws so that the only legal treatments for serious conditions are synthetic chemicals. If those aren't working for you, and you find a natural treatment that is keeping you alive, or you'd be disabled and suffering terribly without it. And it's not a surprise you'd find that, because natural remedies are way better at treating chronic illness than the synthetic chemicals. But when you find that treatment, it's illegal, because Health Canada only approves synthetic drugs to treat serious health conditions. And if the Department of Justice finds out, then the companies charged, the product's taken away. And if you rely on it and go to court, if you're one of the, this narrow minority of Canadians that would have the financial resources to actually go to court against the Department of Justice, well, they'll hire a whole bunch of experts to say, well, the approved chemical drugs work for your condition. Here's all the evidence. They're approved by Health Canada as safe and effective, and what you're taking isn't approved as safe and effective. It's illegal, it doesn't work, and you need to see a psychiatrist. And you can actually lose in court this expert war. And we think that's nonsense. And we think it's nonsense that some of us end up in the hospital system, and we basically lost the right to make our own treatment decisions because we're not presumed to know what we're talking about. And so we needed that legal presumption. Another thing that the Charter of Health Freedom does is it takes the regulation of vital nutrients and natural remedies away from Health Canada. It creates a new Ministry of Wellness with a legal obligation to protect and promote our access. And the final thing that the Health Charter does is it creates a Health Freedom Ombudsman. We had just come off the experience with True Hope, where, and I speak about it in one of our openings, I share the True Hope story, so it'll be online, I don't remember which day. But True Hope had a vitamin mineral supplement and was managing a large number of Canadians who had serious bipolar disorder. And these were the ones that were involuntarily committed to psych wards, and then they'd come out and get used to the drug cocktails, and then they'd be involuntarily committed again. And I mean, their lifespan once you're in that cohort, I mean, it's no more than 5 years. But they had found they were normal again. They were healthy. They were back at work. They were back at school. It was life and death. And the court actually acquitted True Hope. The court said, you know, you actually were breaking the law. You didn't have a license to be using this to treat bipolar disorder, because you can't. You can't get a license to treat bipolar disorder if you're not a synthetic chemical. So the court said, you know, you actually are guilty, but we can't convict you because it was legally necessary. It was legally necessary, the court found, for True Hope to defy Health Canada and to continue selling the product, or more people would have died. If you read the court transcripts, if you read the court exhibits, you will conclude that Health Canada caused a number of deaths. You know, one of the witnesses was Ron Lajeunesse, president of the Canadian Mental Health Association, and he would hold a press conference every time he was aware of a death caused by Health Canada actions. And he was doing that to shame Health Canada into allowing Canadians to access the product again. So after that experience, because you know, a number of Canadians lost their lives, and there was nobody to advocate for them, we decided we need a Health Freedom Ombudsman. And so through that experience, we decided to create a Health Freedom Ombudsman in the Charter of Health. So that's what the Charter of Health is about. And then, well, we need this. It's the solution. It will solve our problems. How do we convince the government to pass it? Because it's a spending bill, it has to be a government bill. It creates a new ministry, it creates an ombudsman, it spends money, so it has to be a government bill. How do we convince the government to pass this into law? Well, we thought, let's start a paper petition. So we had the clerk of petitions approve the form of our petition, and we started collecting signatures. Now, when I say we started collecting signatures, I mean Canadians. Like NHPPA, especially back then, like we were teeny, we're still teeny. So we were relying on you. We were relying on just citizens and health food stores. And all of a sudden, there's 5 boxes here filled with petitions. And like the petition page, for those of you who've seen it, I mean, I think it's got like 30 lines, and some of these have then lines on the back. We've got 5 banks or boxes. We have here over 150,000 signatures on a paper petition, which we were told some years ago by the clerk of petition makes us the 3rd largest paper petition being presented to Parliament in Canadian history. So this is history in the making. When you think about it, it's absolutely fantastic because it is entirely grassroots. This is an entirely citizen initiative. There's nothing radical about the Charter of Health Freedom. It's common sense. It's learned experience of what we need to have a floor. Now, we decided that, well, we better enter these this year. Like, I mean, this is too important not to have these petitions entered into Parliament. So we thought, well, we better do this when Parliament resumes in the fall. This is, I think, in the spring when we're having this discussion. And then we realized this is too important to just have an MP enter. We need to drive these across Canada. We need to make a statement. We need to bring awareness to the Charter of Health Freedom. So we thought, okay, well, let's start on the West Coast, drive them across, find somebody to start in the East Coast, find somebody to start in Quebec, and let's use this as an opportunity to bring awareness to this citizen initiative, the Charter of Health Freedom. And then we thought, it went from unreasonable to really unreasonable. No, but I say that because some people were chuckling there, but it is a humongous task to organize citizens across the country as volunteers to hold events. It's an enormous task. It's a big undertaking. But we felt we were supposed to do it, and the fact that we couldn't do it was confirmation that we were supposed to do it. So then the vision grew larger. There's such censorship of truthful health information in Canada. There are so many people in the mainstream medical system, I'll talk about that briefly in a moment, who are suffering. And they can't tell their stories. There's no place for them to tell their stories. Like, what I'm trying to say is in the mainstream medical system, there are people that are really suffering, and that's not the answer. Those synthetic chemical drugs are not the answer for them. And there's freedom. There's answers outside of that. But we're not allowed to share. So the practitioners that see these life-changing stories, literally miracles, they can't share them with you or they'll be attacked by Health Canada. The manufacturers, and they know it's reported back to them. They can't share that with you, they'll be attacked by Health Canada. So how do Canadians find out about the fact that they don't have to be locked in, that they don't have to suffer? And we thought, why don't we have an online health show? So as we're driving across the land, let's broadcast all day, pretty well every day, people sharing their stories. Now, we also have health experts. You know, we have, for example, Dr. Bonnie Kaplan sharing on the use of micronutrients to treat mental illness. We've got Udo Erasmus, who's the world expert on essential oils, speaking about those and speaking about essential nutrients. We've got the experts. But the most important part about this health show are ordinary Canadians sharing their stories. And I have to tell you that this experience has been very troubling for those of us within the NHPPA. And which is odd when you think about it, every single story is a success story. Every single one is a success story, except we're finding ourselves grieved. And the reason we're finding ourselves grieved is every single one, the person was suffering terribly beforehand. Marion, can I tell your story? Okay, so Marion here. And those of you who have been following the show, I use her as an example. So at the time of Marion's story, and Marion shares her story, you can go back, it would have been broadcast a couple of times during the health show, and the health show is being posted at the nhppa.org site. And why I'm sharing that is it's important for you to share this with people. But what happened with Marion is ironically, she's working for Health Canada in Ottawa at the time. You're a PhD immunologist, am I right? Yeah, so she's a PhD immunologist. She's working at Health Canada, and she comes down with chronic fatigue syndrome. And it's so bad. It's so bad that all she can do is work at Health Canada. Like her whole life is revolving around this. She can't sleep at night. She has to nap during the day. But I mean, when I say it's all she can do, it is a mental effort to be able to work. And, you know, she shares with us during her presentation for the health show, at one point she gets fed up, like, I am going to go out for supper with a friend. I'm going to do it. So she takes the day off of work so she can nap as much as she can during the day to go out for supper. And at the restaurant, she passes out during the meal. And you face plant in your food, don't you? She face plants into her food. Now, all of us would find that horribly embarrassing, but can you actually imagine the fear of not knowing when you're going to pass out? Can you imagine what your life's like when you can't go out for a meal? You can't go to a sports event. You can't go out with your friends. You know, she couldn't drive home from work at the end of the day at Health Canada. Like, so everyone else is just getting in their cars and driving home. But Marion has to nap for a while first until she feels that it's safe, that she's not going to pass out in her car driving home. And she is clear, and I'm not trying to embarrass you, Marion, but she's clear. I ask her, like, how are you doing mentally? Like, she's doing terribly. She's clear she likely would have committed suicide if she had to face that for the rest of her life. And at the time, the Canadian expert in chronic fatigue syndrome was a specialist in Ottawa, and the specialist tells her, well, we don't have a treatment. And then she comes across a natural remedy. St. John's wort worked for her. Within 24 hours, she's sleeping. It's been 20 years. She's never looked back. Now, okay, so, but do you understand there's people out there with chronic fatigue that are suffering? And they're losing hope. And they have no life, and they're disabled. And they don't know to keep looking. They don't know that there's a solution out there. Another story that it's just struck me to the core is Karen Peters, who shared with us in Grand Prairie. And Karen Peters is diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. And she's suffering terribly. And her medical doctor shares with her, well, there is no cure, and this is going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. We can try to slow the progression of the disease with chemical drugs, and we will prescribe those for you. But Karen, you will end up in a wheelchair. No ifs, buts, ors. You will end up in a wheelchair, and this will kill you. So one of the drugs she was prescribed was methotrexate, which is a chemotherapy drug. So for a full year, weekly, Karen is injecting herself with this chemotherapy drug, and she shares with us. You can watch it online. Watch the Grand Prairie event. She shares with us that the drug made her want to die. So for 3 or 4 days, she was suffering so terribly with this chemotherapy drug that she literally wanted to die. She still got the rheumatoid arthritis. The swelling in her hands have gone down. That's the only benefit that she got. She's still in pain. In fact, it's becoming worse. Now she keeps trying to go on walks, and now her husband has to carry her home. And she's facing a wheelchair, and she's actually facing a life of chemotherapy. I think that's now a worse diagnosis than cancer. Like cancer, you're going to be on chemotherapy for 3 to 6 months, not the rest of your life. But I've come to learn that actually this is common with people with rheumatoid arthritis, that you reach a point they want to put you on chemotherapy drugs for the rest of your life. So she's now losing hope, and a friend says, you got to go see a naturopathic doctor. And she's going, no, they're not trained like the medical doctors, it's actually backwards. You watch the health show, we've got all health practitioners, including naturopathic practitioners, and I ask them, what's your training? They're actually more trained than the medical doctors. But she found a naturopathic doctor who had been a medical doctor first, and that gave the guy enough credibility for her. So she goes to this naturopathic doctor, and the first thing she says to him is, I have an incurable illness. And the first thing he says to her is, there are no incurable illnesses. And then he cures her illness with what? Nutrition and a few natural health products. And she is perfectly well. She's on no drugs. She can walk, she's not in pain, she's not facing a wheelchair. And this naturopath who used to be a medical doctor said, that chemotherapy drug for 100%, if you kept taking it, would give you cancer. And she wasn't told that. So why this story of Karen is grieving me so much is how many Canadians diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis are being injected weekly with chemotherapy drugs, wishing that they were dead. Is it like 10? Is it like 1,000? Is it 50,000? Is it 100,000? Is it 200,000? How many? One's too many. And they have to understand there's solutions out there. Keep looking. Because what you'll find with this health show is it's just Canadian after Canadian after Canadian found freedom in the natural health community, found health again in the natural health community, found hope again. And the only way we can share that is by getting people to watch the health show. So I personally didn't understand that I was going to be so personally affected by interviewing these people, by us putting on this event. And And, you know, I find that I'm grieving because we have to free these people. And I also wasn't prepared for the level of support that we were going to get along the way. I can just tell you that at every single event, I just found the people volunteering and coming to support absolutely precious. And I know Marie-Lise will say the same, and Jason will say the same, and Teresa will say the same, and the team in the Maritimes will say the same. We're coming to a deeper level of understanding that we didn't have before. You know, it's crystallized in my mind. I knew that we had toxins in our food that were really affecting us, but until we started hearing people who, you know, basically were disabled because of it, until we started hearing from the practitioners on this health show how much of a factor it is in our bad health, I didn't realize how deep this was. And I didn't understand just how much of a problem it was, this chronic nutrition. We're so well fed. In fact, you know, many Canadians are obese. We're so well fed. But we are not getting the vital nutrients that we need in our food supply. And when you're hearing people who are chronically sick and it's cured with nutrition, but the doctors they were seeing didn't know. I'll just share with you a story. I mean, it's not a life and death story yet. But, you know, there's this young mom that was one of the first people that I interviewed. And she got 2 young kids at home, and she gets restless leg syndrome. And so when she'd go to lay down at night, she'd describe it as, I'm getting electric shocks into both legs, and the muscles are twitching, and it's really uncomfortable. And the only way she could stop it was by walking. So she's spending the night walking, and she can't sleep. And she's getting owly. She's getting depressed. She's actually losing the ability to care for her kids. Her husband has to be stepping in. And she goes to the medical doctor who diagnoses her with restless leg, who says, we don't have a treatment for restless leg, but let me write you a prescription for a Parkinson's drug. And she looks at the prescription, she looks at the side effects, and she decides, I can't do this. And she doesn't have Parkinson's, but she just says, I can't do this. And, you know, good for her, because as we learned on the health show, Professor Alan Castles, the 3rd leading cause of death in Canada are chemical pharmaceutical drugs taken as directed. And they play a role in another leading cause of death, which is highly preventable medical errors. So, you know, one of the most dangerous things we can do is actually engage with these chemical drugs. But here this young mom, she decides not to take this Parkinson's drug. And so a friend says, well, go see a naturopathic doctor, who immediately puts her on magnesium and it goes away. And I see a bunch of heads shaking, like, because it was one of the first stories, I started sharing this with people I was interviewing, and those in the natural health community. Like, literally, it's like, it's so obvious. Like, it's like, well, yeah, if you're thirsty, drink water. If you've got muscle twitches, try magnesium. It's like so likely that, and there's no downside, you're deficient anyway, that you should do it. And it's kind of like, well, why didn't the medical doctor know that she had magnesium deficiency? They need to be trained differently. And the point I'm just trying to make is what we've learned on this journey is that we need to share this. So not only do we started this out as let's just protect our access to this, but I didn't understand how deep and truly how important this was, and I've been absolutely changed. Just before I ask MP Blaine Calkins to come up for this historic handover of the 3rd largest paper petition in Canadian history, I just want to read for you the first 5 or 6 names on our petition. So we drafted the charter, and then we held a kind of celebration back on September 25th, 2008. And I just want to honor some of those people that participated in this, what is now a historical event. And so I just want to read the first 5 or 6 signatures. So my signature is the first, then Lorna Hancock. And for those of you who know about what was the best group out there and the longest standing to protect our access to natural remedies, it was the Health Action Network in Vancouver area. And Lorna Hancock was instrumental and just tireless in protecting our access to natural health products. So the Health Action Network Society, They no longer exist. The NHPPA.org is the only group left standing, but we need to acknowledge that there have been many that have come before us, and we wouldn't be here but for the Health Action Network Society. And then we had Tony Stefan of True Hope, another pioneer that has, shown the way just by saying no, regardless of the cost. I'm going to do what's ethically right. I'm not going to allow Health Canada to hurt people. Peter Strauss, of Strauss Herb Company. And, for those of you who watched the opening on day one, I share the Strauss story. And that's the experience I had that led me to understand that we have to protect our access to natural health products. Rick De Silva of the Herb Works. Rick De Silva is a master herbalist. He's one of the most trained herbalists in Canada. He's no longer practicing. He's no longer doing natural health products. But he had a line of products. He was called the Herb Works. And he would grow his own herbs, and he would wildcraft herbs. So here, one of the most esteemed herbalists in Canada, growing his own herbs and wildcrafting his herbs. I used to use his products. But when the natural product regulations came out in 2004, because he was a small player, he couldn't survive the regulations. So I lost access, and everyone else lost access to the products by one of our leading herbalists that he grew himself, the herbs, or wildcrafted. And what a shame. I just want to honor Rick De Silva as one of the founders of what we're doing. John Biggs of Optimum Health Choices. So I met John Biggs, it was probably back about 2002, 2003. I'm a witness at the Standing Committee of Health, and he's a fellow witness. And another person I met at that Standing Committee of Health hearing, Jason Watkins of Purica, is speaking tonight at Bikers Church. So I'm going to invite everyone to come out and hear what Jason Watkins has to say. So Klaus Furlow of Furlow Botanicals. So I'll stop there, but I just wanted to honor some of the the first names. I also, there's some people that really contributed to the NHPPA, and, people come and go. But Julia Rickards, when she worked with us, she's been married since, but she basically kept the NHPPA going for years and years and years. And so I want to publicly honor Julia. Peter Helgeson, that was his idea to start the NHPPA, and he's just been a tireless advocate for our access to natural health products. Veronica Bessie, who was just instrumental in our communications. So we've just had a lot of people that have been truly instrumental over the years in getting us here. And here is where we hand over the third largest paper petition in Canadian history. I'm going to invite MP Blaine Calkins to come. I'll just let you know that MP Blaine Calkins in the last Parliament introduced a bill into Parliament, a private member's bill called Bill 338. And that was to undo part of what Health Canada has just done in moving us into the same category as the chemical pharmaceutical drugs. And he managed to steer that bill past first reading, past second reading, which is just an enormous amount of work. So it just means he's talking to MP after MP after MP of all parties, and he gets that bill into committee. It may be in our 157 years of Canadian history, like a handful of private members' bills get into committee. So this MP has made history by not only getting this bill to help support our access to natural products into committee, but the bill got out of committee, and then an election was called. And he's reintroduced the bill. It's Bill 224. And so I'm also going to invite MP Blaine Calkins to speak to us about that bill, because it's absolutely essential that we support what he's doing. He's a tireless advocate to just protect our right to choose how we're going to treat our own body. So MP Blaine Calkins, if you'll come and join us, it's just an absolute honor. So let me hug you.
Oh, yeah. Hug it out.
Yeah, so it's just an absolute honor. I'm not going to pick up these boxes, but I'm entrusting you with a piece of history with over 150,000 paper petition signatures, just so everyone knows, we had a mail strike. And so I've asked Blaine Calkins not to submit to the clerk of petitions, to give us about a month to collect all the ones in the mail and get those couriered out to him. I know that I spoke with Judy, who's a volunteer at the NHPPA, just before we left Edmonton again. And she says, I got another 3,000 for you. So, we're over, 153,000. Marie Lease with another 3,000 roughly, so we're at 156,000. Who knows how many more are in the mail. And even after we enter these, you can keep sending them. We can have another batch entered. Our voice doesn't end. So, yeah, our voice doesn't end. This, as Teresa indicates, this is really the beginning. So here we are, we've traveled across Canada to bring awareness, and now we need to call upon Parliament to, pass this into law. So MP Blaine Calkins, it's an honor to present you with the third largest paper petition in Canadian history.
Well, thank you, Shawn. And it's great that you're all here today. And I'm not normally here on weekends. Normally I would be back in Alberta, but this was too important to not be here for. So I want to say thank you to you and to everybody who has volunteered and worked so hard to get all of the signatures on this petition, and to work so tirelessly in advocating for Canadians' ability to access natural health products. I've been a member of Parliament for about 20 years, so this is not the first time that this battle has actually been before the House of Commons. And I didn't think it was going to come back after the time that I was there originally. But lo and behold, in 2023, the government passed Bill C-47, and really there was no debate, no discussion, and no fanfare around the fact that they redefined the definition of natural health products. And it was some weeks and maybe months later, all of a sudden, I was receiving all of these cards in my MP office here in Ottawa, and I started looking through this card, and normally I get 1 or 2 cards, and I go, okay, and then I get 10 or 20, and I go, okay, I'm going to pay a little more attention to this, and then all of a sudden I've got a couple hundred of these things. So I read through and I go, what's this all about? And I go, oh, I remember this. I've been involved in this before. So, of course, all MPs from every corner of Canada were receiving these cards as well. And I did have an opportunity. I've been very fortunate in the 7 terms that I've been a member of Parliament that I've always drawn fairly well in the lottery system that determines whether or not we can table a private member's bill in a Parliament. We only have up to 4 years, as you know, and it's very unlikely, if your number isn't at least 150 or less, that you would even have an opportunity to table a bill. So I decided to heed those cards and draft a private member's bill that would revert the definition of natural health products back to what it was prior to Bill C-47, and it's with the help of the NHPPA and Shawn and Teresa and everybody that's advocated so vociferously over the years for this. And the reason it's a passion for me is I'm one of the 80% of Canadians that use natural health products. I joked, I think, in the House of Commons in answer to a question from an NDP MP when I did the first hour of debate. What he asked me specifically was, Peter Julian asked me specifically what natural health products I take, and I said I was having this twitch. I thought I was just having this twitch in reaction to the Prime Minister speaking, but it wasn't. I was actually deficient in magnesium, and I'm out of magnesium again. So as soon as I'm done getting these back to my office, I'm off to the health food store to get some more magnesium. But all kidding aside, this is very serious. Over 6 million Canadians do not have access to a medical doctor. And of course, by right, we should all be able to do what we want to do to look after ourselves, eat healthy, exercise, and have access to proper nutrition. And that's what's most important here. And the egregious overreach by Health Canada in this particular case to try and treat something like vitamin D as the same process to be approved as this drug that you were talking about, this chemotherapy drug. Does anybody in any sense whatsoever think that those two things should be regulated and cost the same to get to market? It would be absurd to think that those two things should be classified the same and treated the same way. So I've appreciated that we had the support for Bill C-368 in the last Parliament. Bill C-224 is going to restart that fight. I've drawn very well in this particular parliament for private members' business, and I expect the first hour of debate on that will be sometime in mid-November. So look for that, and but the pressure needs to be continually applied to members of parliament from all political parties that are currently in the House of Commons. The makeup of the House has changed, but the dynamic has not. It's still a minority parliament, so if 3 of the 4 parties decide that something should pass, it will pass. So we have that hurdle to get through again at second reading committee and third reading back in the House, but there should be enough runway in this parliament that we can actually get that bill passed, revert back to the traditional definition of natural health products so that we can continue as Canadians to have companies that have certainty and producers that have certainty to innovate and to create health products that help us in our daily lives, to make sure that we keep costs down so that consumers can afford the proper nutrition that they need, and get back to common sense in our country once again. Thank you for having me, Shawn. It's truly an honor, and I look forward to tabling this in the House of Commons.
And I'll just say about Bill 224, I don't know about you, but I feel like making history again. So we're making history here. If we can get a private member's bill passed that, you know, is directed towards protecting our access to natural health products, this Bill 224, we will be making history. And I don't know about you. No, please, okay, that's fine. But, you know, I don't know about you, but I feel like making history. So subscribe to NHPPA.org. We're going to be running campaigns to support Bill 224, you know, letter stampedes, postcards, and the like. If you're not subscribing, you're not getting our e-letter, you won't know that we're asking you for help. Because when MP Blaine Calkins is saying that, you know, Canadians supported this, like, it was you communicating with your MP saying this is important that helped him being able to build that coalition to get it passed. And we need to do that again. So you do have a voice, and together we need to make history once again. So I'm so honored and thankful to have MP Blaine Calkins here. I'm so honored to have all of you here. We're having a live event at Bikers Church. We weren't sure that the weather was going to be so kind to us. So we planned a second event where we're going to have some speakers, and it's going to change your life. So, you know, I'm inviting everyone here to come with us at 6:30 at Bikers Church, and bring a friend, bring a family member. Let's change some lives. Let's get this going. So on behalf of the Natural Health Product Protection Association, I want to thank everyone who came, everyone who spoke, and MP Blaine Calkins for coming and kindly accepting these petitions. So thank you very much. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Shawn Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with me Alan Castles. And Alan, I want to call you Dr. Alan Castles because I know you were a professor at UVic forever and a day. Welcome to the health show.
Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. And you're right, I'm not a doctor, though I play one on TV.
Right, right. So can you share, a lot of the audience won't know who you are, and I'll tell the audience that I've read some of Alan's books, and he was an expert witness at the National Citizens Inquiry, and I heard him say something that very few people come to understand about our drug regulation, and I thought, okay, I've got to continue to follow this guy because he knows what he's talking about. Alan, can you kind of share with people watching how you fell into kind of looking at drug regulation and some of the things that you've done, and then also tell us the books that you've written?
Sure. So I've been doing pharmaceutical policy research for 31 years now. I started when I was doing a master's degree at UVic, and was asked to work on a drug study here, well, a policy study here in British Columbia, and that led to another study, into another study. Next thing you know, 30 years later, I'm still doing the same thing. And in the process, my eyes were really open to how the institutions that we've set up to kind of protect us from the worst aspects of drug dangers, pharmaceutical dangers, really, doesn't serve us very well. I think that the thing that you mentioned that might have caught your ears, Shawn, you said that I said something that you hadn't heard from others, and just to lay that out for your viewers, the point is that I made is that it appears that our drug regulatory system protects patents and not patients. And what I mean that is that large companies that want to achieve a monopoly by producing an innovative drug that they can maintain a monopoly on and make lots of money, that seems to be who is being protected by Canada's regulatory system. If you've, just in comparison, if you've got a company that can produce something that might fall under the heading of a natural health product that can't be patentable, they're really not interested in protecting those interests. So, the regulatory system is very much skewed and influenced by the large companies who make a lot of money selling patented drugs. So I've been delving into drug policy and drug safety for many years. Wrote a few books along the way. Probably my niche is mostly around the way the pharmaceutical industry and their companions, shall we say, their hangers-on, can take disease and shape it in a way that it looks like a condition that needs a drug. And so that resulted in this book, Selling Sickness, which came out in 2005. I wrote this with an Australian journalist. And we had spent a number of years looking at what we would call essentially disease mongering. It's the way that groups, not just the pharmaceutical industry, but others, can take conditions, exaggerate them in a way that drives people towards prescription drugs. I mean, everything from high cholesterol to childhood restlessness to thinning bones and osteoporosis. These are all conditions for which there is really good evidence that the pharmaceutical industry has been behind the creation of the disease, and hence the Selling Sickness title. That book went on to be translated into 12 languages and sold around the world, and did fairly well in sort of health policy circles. Kind of helped spawn the creation of what I would call the preventing over diagnosis movement. So Ray Moynihan and myself and others basically created an annual conference called Preventing Over Diagnosis. And this is where researchers get together and talk about the research and the regulation that's needed to prevent the worst aspects of disease mongering. I just came back from the Preventing Overdiagnosis conference in Oxford. I was there 2 weeks ago. It's great to see that there are, hundreds of people can come to an international conference really concerned about the same things I am, which is about how we need to reform regulation, how we need to be very skeptical of the claims made by the pharmaceutical companies and so on.
Do you want to just briefly mention the other books?
Yeah. So selling sickness gave way to. So I started looking upstream, and that one of the reasons why we end up on so many drugs is that so much of what is prescribed for us is not for illnesses that we suffer now, but to prevent future illnesses. I'll give you an example. High cholesterol. If you've got high cholesterol, it's not an immediate health concern. You don't feel any different as compared to if you have low cholesterol, but it's a slight risk factor for a potential future heart attack or stroke. Therefore, screening for cholesterol is something that is routinely done. Your doctor will send you for a blood test, and based on those results and the definitions that we've placed around what's considered to be highly influenced by the drug companies and other groups like the American Heart Association, you end up getting millions of people put on cholesterol-lowering drugs. I mean, I think that's probably one of the most egregious examples of inappropriate screening, where you've got people who are not symptomatic and they are suddenly turned into patients because of a screening test. The kind of screening tests which are really problematic, in my opinion, are breast cancer screening, prostate cancer screening, screening for lung cancer. So these are this is not about diagnosing illness. This is about taking perfectly healthy people, subjecting them to a periodic test, whether it's a PSA test for your prostate or a mammogram if you're a woman, and then what that test does is perhaps discover some markers of future disease. When you really unpack what happens in screening, you discover that the tests are very non-specific, and oftentimes will find things that will never go on to hurt you. And therefore, screening causes a lot of unnecessary harm in terms of biopsies, explorations, sometimes surgeries, and drug treatment for something that would never go on to hurt you. So this is what led to me writing this book, which is called Seeking Sickness, and the subtitle of that is Medical Screening and the Misguided Hunt for Disease. And I can tell you, I took on 10 different kinds of screening, and most people would say to me, well, shouldn't you be, why are you making this controversial? Shouldn't you be better safe than sorry? And this is what most people believe. But when you understand that there's lots of harm in screening, in fact, I would argue that all screening involves some level of harm. There might also be some benefit. But when you understand that there's a lot of harm involved in screening, then you might change that parable to look before you leap. And this is what I tried to do with this book, is try to sort of unpack some of the problems that that you could face if you're being screened. So
you're likely, Alan.
It's that.
So you're likely talking about just medical problems. So we're doing a bunch of medical harm. You're not even talking about kind of the psychological harm.
No.
That would come from, like, oh, we have a lump in your breast, which could just be a regular fibroid or nothing.
Yes.
And I just imagine the angst that something like that creates.
Absolutely, Shawn. In fact, that's one of the main points that I make in the book, is that the psychological impact of telling someone that they are pre-diseased is profound. And in fact, there were studies even done as far back as in the early 80s where they were testing people for high blood pressure. And they did this test at a steel plant in Hamilton, Ontario. The study carried out by people like Dave Sackett and Gordon Guyatt. These guys would be considered the fathers of evidence-based medicine. Carried out this study and found that when you screen people and you tell them that they have high blood pressure, versus screening them and the person does have high blood pressure, but you don't tell them, The people who are told they have high blood pressure and you follow them over time, you find they do worse on all kinds of levels. There's more absenteeism, there's higher rates of loss of productivity. You know, you are basically giving people a label, and that label creates illness. So we have to be very, very careful about applying any kind of screening test to normally healthy people. That's not to say you shouldn't get screened for high blood pressure. It's that any physician that does that has to contextualize what high risk might be. And so oftentimes that doesn't happen. People get worried, and that worry and concern is a cause of ill health.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So that was the second book. The third book was this, my fun one. This is called The ABCs of Disease Mongering, and 26 letters, 26 examples of the way in which the disease mongers attack us. And you know, everything from social anxiety disorder to osteoporosis to menopause and so on. Each letter has a disease and it has an illustration as well. So this was my fun book, and but it's got a backstory, so you can look at, and it's written in verse, by the way, as if Dr. Seuss had taken this on, and I footnote it, so it's got pretty strong references on why we should be skeptical of a lot of what we're being told. So there's that.
What's the backstory?
So when I say the backstory, there is we call it the fine print. The fine print meaning the references. Each letter has each letter has a poem, and then there is the backstory where I tell why the poem exists and what's really behind it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Alan, Canadians by and large have just this, I think, belief in almost all of their government institutions. Like, and in a way, like, I don't know how old you are, but I mean, I'm in my 7th decade.
Yeah.
And I found it easy when I was younger to just buy the narrative. And it is a narrative. Like I didn't see it on a wall. I didn't read it in a book, but I just felt comfortable. You know, my institutions are protecting me. That's what they're for. And I accepted that. And I think a lot of people do. But in the area of, you know, so even the words Health Canada, I have to say, it's funny. I was interviewing somebody earlier today, and they said, you know, I don't even want to use that name because, you know, they just find that it's so wrong. And I've had those thoughts too over time. It's just, I'm actually not comfortable using their name because it in my mind doesn't represent who they are.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm the similar age to you, Shawn, and I could agree with you 100% that you know, I used to believe that these federally funded institutions paid for by our taxes are there to protect, you know, the health and safety of people. If you read the mandate of Health Canada, and I know you've cross-examined people on this very topic, where, you know, well, actually, health and safety is not really our business. We are in the business of protecting. We are enforcing regulations. What regulations? Well, the regulations generally favor the development and the marketing of new, sometimes very not well tested drugs. So that's
can I just stop you, because this is, you talked about the mandate of Health Canada, and I want viewers to understand. We have law, and then we have public messaging, and one is, you know, a legal obligation that sets out, you know, rights and obligations and what can be done. So Health Canada administers the Food and Drug Act and regulations, and that's the law. And in the law, they're under no obligation to create good health outcomes, to act in our interest, to protect us, to do anything but enforce the Food and Drug Act and regulations. Now, if they create a policy document that they put on their website, that's public messaging. And there's a big difference, isn't there, Ellen?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I think the best way to kind of describe uh, how problematic a group like Health Canada or the FDA is to use a good example. So can I talk to you about an example that's been on my mind for 20 years now?
Oh, yeah, no, please do. I know where you're going, and I think actually a big discussion on this because it illustrates a breakdown.
Right. Now, if I were to ask your viewers, have you ever heard of Vioxx? Now, some people might say, "Oh, yeah, wasn't that a drug or something?" Um, I asked my friends who are professionals, or teachers, lawyers, judges, and so on. I asked them, I was at a reunion earlier this year, and I asked my friends, we're all about the same age, have you ever heard of Vioxx? No one at all heard about Vioxx. These are well-read, informed,
Oh, you see, that
educated people. Okay.
surprises me because it was so popular. I know
so
people who took it.
So yeah, okay. So let me give the quick backstory on Vioxx. So this drug was the generic name is rofecoxib. It was marketed by Merck, a large drug company. It was one of several what they call COX-2 inhibitors, a type of drug that was approved in 1999 for pain relief, for arthritis, and so on. Now, the pre so this drug, by the way, became a massive blockbuster, and we're talking in early 2000s, 2001. Massive. The amount of advertising, marketing, journal articles, it was just really overwhelming. It was the blockbuster of the decade. And it wasn't until you got into the weeds to realize that the clinical trials before the drug was approved had about 4 to 5,000 patients, and they were focusing primarily on does the drug actually treat arthritis effectively, and how does it deal with GI safety, so gastrointestinal tract safety. So drugs, just so you know, for arthritis, often called NSAIDs, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. These drugs can be very hard on the stomach, right? They can cause stomach bleeding and a range of other things. So an advance in this field, and there already at that point there were 23 or 24 NSAIDs in that class of drugs that can do the same thing. What if we had one that was safer on the stomach, right? It would be an advance. So they studied this drug in these 3 to 6 month trials. They used low risk people, and they use these. They basically showed some small benefit in terms of reduction in ulcers and so on. But the trials didn't show any increase in cardiovascular risk, which was always a concern. But here's the thing, the trials weren't powered adequately to really show whether there was going to be an increase in cardiovascular risk or not. And, there were early murmurings about, okay, there's something going on here. And, but still the drug was quickly approved. It had a priority pathway, expedited review based on these benefits around the GI tract. Even though at the time, I remember there were researchers and others sort of saying, just hang on a second, why are you fast tracking this drug? Because there are some concerns around cardiovascular safety, and maybe you should look at that closely. Didn't matter. It was a blockbuster, hit the market, massively prescribed. It was used by over 20 million Americans. And then one of the main studies for Vioxx was published. This was called the Vigor study, and it showed, and this is after the drug's already on the market, okay? So when they published the results, it showed that there's a 4 to 5 fold increase in heart attacks and serious cardiovascular events compared to naproxen, which is a cheaper generic standard NSAID. And instead of saying, oh, the drug actually might be more dangerous than a comparator, the narrative driven by Merck was that, oh, no, naproxen was cardioprotective. And instead of saying our drug is actually going to cause heart attacks, they say, no, the comparator that we used in the trial is actually better at protecting your heart. that kept the drug on the market for a little bit longer. They added a safety warning in about 2002. So now the drug's been on the market for 2.5 years. They apply a safety warning, but no stronger action after that. And then they did another study because, of course, they wanted to expand the market, as drug manufacturers like to do. And they did the approved study. And this was to try to look whether it prevented polyps developing in one's colon. I guess there was some potential benefit in that. But in that trial, that's when the wheels came off the bus. And it came out in like September of 2004. And it showed that the drug actually doubled the risk of heart attacks and strokes after 18 months. That's when Vioxx was withdrawn from the market. And so this delay from the early safety signals to when the drug came off the market, so we're talking about 5 years. The estimate is there were more than 88, there's somewhere between 88 and 140,000 extra heart attacks in the US, and probably about 60,000 deaths. Okay, 60,000 deaths. So when I do presentations on this, I show a picture of Vioxx, and I show a picture of bodies lying in a roadway from the Vietnam War. And I say to people, what do these two things have in common? Vioxx and Vietnam both start with V. Other than that, what do they have in common? Well, they have in common an American death count that's around 60,000. So 60,000 Americans died in 5 years with Vioxx on the market, and about 60,000 American soldiers died in combat in a 12-year war in Vietnam. Everyone has heard of Vietnam, but it's happened. Vietnam War ended 50 years ago. Vioxx ended 20 years ago, and no one's ever heard of it. So the parable there really is that the kind of inadequate research before the drug got to the market, and then when the safety signals started coming out, the bodies were starting to pile up. It took the regulator, several years before the drug was taken off the market. And I remember the group that I was working with at UBC had published a number of newsletters designed to educate doctors about the benefits and harms of new drugs. And they had published their third letter on Vioxx, basically saying, there is a major safety signal here. We should be very careful about using this drug. Oh, by the way, you reiterate that this was not the only drug out there. There are many, many drugs that can treat arthritis. So the only reason that you might jump to Vioxx is that your doctor's been bamboozled into thinking it's an advance. Anyway, so there's a lot of other stuff I could say about that, Shawn. But
can I just slow you down for a sec, though? Like, because you're using this, you're telling us you do these presentations, and you basically have pictures of dead people in Vietnam, lying on a road, and Vioxx, and you make the point that, okay, the Vietnam War was 12 years. I mean, 12 years of ugly combat. I mean, it was a full-blown year, war. And so in, 12 years of war, you lose 60,000 deaths. I mean, there's a memorial wall in Washington, D.C. There was, public debate. There was, civil disobedience over the war. It was a huge cultural issue that
absolutely
shaped American culture and then, shaped Canadian culture.
Yeah.
I mean, even the word draft dodgers. I mean, you and I will know that word.
Yeah.
Younger people won't, but those were, young American men that was avoiding a draft because they were being drafted.
Yeah.
So,
and they were asked to go fight in a war in Southeast Asia, and they had no idea of the geopolitics of it. Why was the American government drafting 18-year-old men to go fight in a war? I mean, it was a big deal. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, it's if that's not an eye opener on, governments have too much power over your life, I don't know what is.
Yeah.
But, Vioxx in a shorter period of time killed as many Americans. And by, if we assume Canada had a tenth of the population, then it was available here, and it was available here for the same amount of time.
Absolutely.
Likely a little longer, because usually we're slower on the draw.
And we're more conservative in prescribing. I could talk a little bit about that as well, but yes,
But just back to the point I'm trying to make, and which is just emphasizing the points you were making.
Yeah.
So people don't know about this, and and nobody's held to account, right? Like the politicians supporting the Vietnam War, they could be voted out. There could be other consequences.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but the Health Canada officials that sat on this in face of what had to be completely ugly safety signals,
Yes.
and allowed it to stay on the market when it wasn't necessary, was
Absolutely.
just benefiting a company, is not talked about. Like, Ellen, in my world, I've been involved in situations where if it wasn't Health Canada, people would be going to jail.
Right. Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. And there were lots of accomplices. We could single out Health Canada or the FDA for their lax approach to approval, or what we would call post-market safety surveillance. Once you start discovering, let's say you're in the interest of airline safety. Well, an airplane falls out of the sky. They ground all the airplanes. It's surrounded by teams of investigators. They comb right through the ashes to figure out what went wrong, and those lessons are conveyed to the pilots and to the airline, and the system is improved. Well, if you ask Health Canada or FDA how many planes crashed in terms of drug disasters, they couldn't even tell you that answer. They couldn't answer the question. They don't even know how many planes have fallen out of the sky, and that's. I mean, we often use airline safety as a good comparator to demonstrate how poor drug safety is, right?
And another thing, a point I'd like to make, because you're talking huge numbers of a single drug failure, and and there's failure after failure.
Yeah.
And when you hear numbers like 60,000 or up to I think you said 100 and something thousand deaths, who was it, Stalin, that basically said, a million's a statistic, but one person is a tragedy.
Right.
We
right.
forget that every single one of those people had a life, they had a family, likely were parents or somebody's brother, sister.
Yeah.
Like there's a whole impact to an individual death, and these are horrific numbers, but the societal impact on
Yes.
it would just be incredible with those numbers.
Absolutely, and worldwide as well. And again, we're talking healthy people. This was not a life-saving drug. I mean, by the way, I don't ever use the term life-saving drug, because no drug has ever saved your life in the history of the world, other than perhaps an antidote for a snake bite. But in terms of having your life saved, these drugs were not life-saving, nor did they, by the way, reduce the risk of gastrointestinal bleeding, which is kind of what we were worried about. But you're right. But in terms of the company facing any consequences, I mean, there were thousands of lawsuits, as you know, and lawsuits take a long time. They're very contentious. They're very expensive. Most people don't have the heart to go through a lawsuit, right, Shawn? Because it's just too difficult and too draining to your finances. But there were thousands of lawsuits, and Merck ended up paying about $5 billion in settlements. But the one thing that you would want out of a scandal such as Vioxx is for the regulatory system to be enhanced, to find the mistakes, to make sure that kind of thing isn't ever going to happen again. And I would argue, and I think my colleagues in the sort of drug safety research world would argue, that the system is no safer now than it was in 2000, and we still have potential drug disasters in our midst. In fact, I wrote an article a couple of days ago about a class of drugs called the GLP-1 inhibitors. These are drugs like Ozempic, massively marketed, massively hyped drugs for weight loss, which I would argue is the next Vioxx. And these drugs will eventually come off. I'll make this prediction now. These drugs will eventually be pulled from the market in disgrace, because if you take a look at the history of weight loss drugs, they will all end in disaster when the harms exceed the benefits. This is going to happen. It won't be until millions of people are exposed to the harm and there are deaths and injuries from the drug. But I predict we're living in a slow moving train wreck. We call it that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because Alan, I've heard the safety signals are just so awful on those drugs.
Yeah.
So again, I think at any given point of your life, there will be a drug on the market where the safety signals are horrific, and yet it's being marketed aggressively, and we're taking it. Now, you cited, that Merck, may have paid out like $5 billion in civil suits, but my understanding is that basically that the pharmaceutical companies factor that in. It's the cost of doing business.
Oh, absolutely.
They may have made 20 or 30 or 40 billion on the drug. So having to pay 5 billion out is just the cost of doing business.
Yeah, they I think at the height they were selling something like $2.5 billion of Vioxx per year in the U.S. So I mean, it was on the market for 5. So they probably made 10 or 12 billion in the U.S. alone. I don't know what global sales would have been like, but yeah, you're right. And oftentimes when companies are hit with these kinds of fines, it's like the cost of doing business. It's kind of like if I give you a speeding ticket that's $300, you're going to go, ouch. You're not going to say, oh my God, I can never drive again because I got a $300 speeding ticket. No, you speed, you pay your fine, you move on. I mean, this is the same with the lame kind of punishments that these companies get. I mean, nobody, as we like to joke, nobody wore an orange jumpsuit. You didn't see any of the CEOs go to jail.
I think we have to discuss this. You're hitting something like your speeding ticket example.
Yeah.
If they change the law, Alan, so that people in Canada could not be fined for speeding. I mean, the government could go to court and get the court to agree that we were in the wrong and broke the law. We would all speed more. It doesn't mean there'd be more accidents, because intuitively people just kind of drive whatever they think is safe. So on a hot sunny day, the line of traffic on a highway is going faster than on a rainy day and on a snowy day. Like we all just adjust.
But again, you don't want people speeding in school zones where kids are running across the street chasing balls and things like that. You don't want people going 70 miles an hour through a school zone.
But we're agreeing. Like my point is if there was no fines, I think I would probably speed more.
Yeah.
Like when it stings you, that's why we have punishments.
Yes.
Is to correct the behavior. I don't know. Like in my opinion, if you're on the board or you're on the management or you're a senior person in a pharmaceutical company and you guys are getting safety signals that your drug is killing people and you're not pulling it off of the market when there's alternatives, nobody's life relies on this.
Yeah.
Like I see people charged with culpable homicide and criminal negligence causing death for things that, are way less serious than that, Alan.
Yes.
Have you ever seen a pharmaceutical executive or management person or, high up employee pay a civil fine or being convicted, even charged criminally?
But they used to have, a position in the pharmaceutical company. I don't know if they still do it. And it was the VP of going to jail. So they had one guy whose title was, he's the guy that's going to go to jail if we get fined to the point, or we get charged to the point that somebody has to go to jail. Now, it was kind of partly in jest, but also partly true that they had a guy whose part of his job description was, you're the guy that goes to jail if we get caught doing this stuff. Nobody ever went to jail. I mean, it was kind of a joke, but they did have concern enough that they would appoint these guys, the VP of jail.
And they don't anymore. And just imagine, so people watching, we're all on the board of a big pharmaceutical company, and we have a drug on the market making $2.5 billion a year, just in one country, let alone worldwide.
Yeah.
And, we're at a board meeting and we're being told, listen, there's there's heart attack after heart attack after heart attack. There's some real liability here, and our lawyers are briefing us, well, civilly, probably we're expecting about 5 billion in fines if you can continue selling it. And with our marketing department and legal and all of that, we should be able to keep it on the market for another 2 or 3 years. At best 2 years at worst. So that's another 5 billion. That should just cover it there.
Yeah.
And that's all we're talking about. And the board actually has a legal fiduciary duty to maximize shareholder profits. Can I say that again? The board has a legal fiduciary duty to maximize shareholder profits. So there's literally a legal duty on them. Now, we're in the same board meeting.
They're not doing their job, right?
We're at the same board meeting, and we know all of this information. But then a lawyer makes it clear, because we're in a different regulatory environment where people are held to account. Yes, but every single one of you will spend the rest of your lives in jail, and you guys will be sued civilly. So your spouses and children are going to be paupers. It's going to be a different decision.
Yeah. But
nobody's held to account. You and I hurt somebody physically, we're going to be held to account. I mean, in Canada, even if, it's 2 a.m. and somebody's broken into your house, you're going to be held to account if you harm them.
Yes.
Just even acting out of just total fear and terror.
Yeah.
So, but not pharmaceutical executives and board members and high ups and lawyers who are participating in these decisions that they know or ought to know are causing death and disablement. And with the VIOX stats, you didn't even talk about people that had heart attacks and lived. But they're disabled now and harmed.
You know what else I didn't talk about? And let's not forget that these are prescription drugs. You can't go and buy them over the counter. You need a learned intermediary to prescribe that drug for you, which means you need the involvement of a doctor, someone who's highly credentialed and has a medical license. In the early days of Vioxx, the group at UBC, the Therapeutics Initiative, were looking for some rheumatologists. These are the people that, this drug would be in their wheelhouse. They were looking for rheumatologists to be involved in helping to sign off, to help peer review their letters around the safety concerns of the drug. They couldn't find a single one that hadn't been taking money from Merck. Merck had basically bought all the rheumatologists in British Columbia. Now, I say that, and it sounds egregious, but I can assure you, 20 years ago, when these drugs came out, the hype was so big, the bamboozlement of the science of the medical profession was profound, and hence the average Joe doctors taking their marching orders from specialists, the rheumatologists. They're going to lectures funded by Merck. They're listening to people present data funded by Merck. And what do? They prescribe the drugs. And so, the one agent that is there to protect the patient has been basically brainwashed by the promotional activities of this country. They had so much money, they poured so much into the education and the whining and dining of physicians that there's no way you could get an independent opinion. I mean, I know the doctors that I know who are very careful, cautious prescribers. They would say, look, I'm going to wait till this drug's been on the market for a number of years before I even consider it. That's what a cautious doctor does. But most of the physicians bought into the whining and dining and the bamboozlement. And, just like we were let down by the regulator, we really got let down by the medical profession, because if Merck hadn't bamboozled all the doctors, this drug never would have went anywhere.
Well, and the doctors had to have been seeing safety signals of heart attacks in patients, and doctors talk. So, how does this happen? And they're also being dispensed by pharmacists, who should be another line of defense. So how does this happen then, Alan?
Well, so we have a thing called the post-market safety surveillance system, where if you suspect that a drug is involved in an injury of some kind, you can report it. You can report it as an individual. But as a medical professional, a physician or pharmacist can report it. You have to go onto Health Canada's website. The problem is they don't get compensated for doing that. So very few do it. And it's time intensive. And that's one thing that physicians and pharmacists don't have a lot of time. They don't have time to report to Health Canada if they suspect a drug has caused a problem. The other thing too is that, and this is something that myself and my colleagues have been railing about for years, the kinds of education that physicians get in medical school around drug safety is almost non-existent. And I can say that.
Okay, just wait. You got to explain that. So, because that's interesting. Because Alan, my understanding is that one of the leading causes of death, one of the top 5 leading causes of death in Canada and every other Western nation, is chemical pharmaceutical drugs taken as directed, so not even abused.
Right, it's number 3.
Okay, so the third leading cause of death in Canada,
heart attack, dying from a prescription drug is
okay,
the third.
So the third leading cause of death in Canada is dying of a prescription drug taken as directed, not abused.
Right.
So you would think that our doctors then, that are there to help us and prevent death, they'd probably have to have like 2 years of training on drug safety, or that probably wouldn't even be enough. But you're saying they get hardly any.
Well, and what they need is ongoing drug safety information, ongoing, because when you graduate from medical school, a lot of what you've learned is going to be obsolete by the time you get to practice. You need sort of ongoing methods of staying up to date and being able to read literature, and also being able to be knowledgeable around epidemiology, so you can understand things like relative risk and absolute risk reductions and things like that. My colleagues complain that the students in, say, for example, UBC Medical School virtually have no courses in pharmacology. So they're not even taught the basics of how drugs interact, how safety signals are detected, and not recognizing the harm that drugs can be causing. I mean, the 60,000 deaths from Vioxx would have been dispersed across the entire U.S. Not if they were concentrated in a single clinic, I'm sure somebody would have noticed something or said something. But because it's so diffuse across the country, the signal is really would be really hard to detect.
So, but just wait a second, Alan, because those are deaths recorded by their VAERS system, I assume, in the U.S., right?
They may have been.
Like, where does that number come from? Because my understanding is that actually, reports to VAERS may be underreported by a factor of 100.
So just to be clear, these are estimates. So this is an epidemiologic estimate based on the number of people that took the drug, the length of time they took it, their age, and so on. There's a bunch of different factors. So these are modeling exercise, epidemiologic studies saying, okay, if you gave so the rate at which the drug would cause a problem. Let's say it's 1 in 100. Well, you give it to 1,000 people, then you're going to cause 10 problems, right? So it's that kind of epidemiologic research, and the estimates, they vary. There's confidence intervals, a low of 20,000 to a high of 55,000. So it's generally accepted that the death rate by Vioxx was about 60,000, but that also includes not just heart attacks, but also strokes. Those would not have been recorded in the VAERS database.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So as far as, so you're talking about, how doctors are not really trained in drug safety and pharmacology. So they're not really taught this drug interacts badly with that drug. But they do seem to be trained to prescribe drugs for conditions. Well, and there's an expectation for that. Like for this health show, I've interviewed 3 medical doctors, and all of them, practiced for at least 40 years. One of them is still practicing.
Yeah.
And then they became integrative medical doctors. So 2 of them became homeopathic doctors, and the third just studied extensively in nutrition and the like. But they explained, like, so even like that were trained as homeopathic doctors, well, they're still practicing as both. That people come to them because they're medical doctors with the expectation of getting a prescription drug.
Absolutely. I
Like,
mean,
it's almost like
it's a
we've been
culture.
trained, and that's what they do is they dispense. Like, I haven't seen a medical doctor in years and years, except when I had to go to the hospital for something that was acute.
Yeah.
But when I did, I mean, almost invariably, I would get written a script.
So, here's what the data looks like there. So you're right. It's a cultural thing. The estimates are 67%. So we're talking 2/3 of medical visits in Canada end in a prescription. So that's either a new drug that you get prescribed, or it's a refill. So a drug that you're already taking is getting renewed, or it's a free sample. And the free samples are the newest, latest drugs that the drug companies drop off at physicians' clinics, and they here try this. It's free, but it's not really free because we all pay for it eventually. Yeah. So you can't discount the idea of patient demand, and because we do live in very much a quick fix society where we want rapid solutions to any problems. And if it takes years and years to develop a medical condition, it sometimes takes years and years to reduce the impact of it. I mean, this is the problem with the weight loss drugs that I explained to you, where they're so widely advertised, they're so widely promoted by celebrities, and they're embedded in sort of cultural discussions. People believe that the drugs are completely safe. You inject yourself, what is it, once a week, and the pounds just melt away, believing that there's no downside to it. And I think part of the reason why there's so much demand for a drug treatment is we do have a quick fix mentality, sort of fast food approach to expecting healthcare. But the other thing too is that we don't understand how drugs can harm you. So, like I say, back to my parable of telling my friends about Vioxx or asking them if they'd ever heard of Vioxx, no one ever heard of it. It's how is that? How are they able to keep that from the general consciousness of the population? And so, and of course, we've got a big problem from the US, which is the direct to consumer advertising of prescription drugs. And now this is very controversial. No other country except New Zealand allows direct to consumer marketing of prescription only products. New Zealand's getting rid of it, by the way, because they realize it's a disaster. But when you go to countries in Europe, for example, they believe that the marketing that happens in the US is absurd. Why would you market, cancer drugs or chemotherapy drugs or sort of high tech, often dangerous medicine directly to consumers? Why? Because they know that if you feed a message to consumers, they're going to go in and ask their doctor. And ask your doctor is the punchline to almost every
So
drug ad you'll ever see.
let's take this further though. So you're
Mhm.
talking about direct to consumer advertising. So you're
Yeah.
talking about it's not allowed in Canada, but in the US where you can actually advertise about a drug.
Yeah.
You have to list all the side effects. So at the end, may cause death,
Yeah.
decapitation, bursting into flames, whatever
Yeah.
the side effects are. But let's talk about indirect advertising,
Oh, yeah.
because Alan, in Canada, pharmaceutical companies can indirectly advertise.
Yes.
And so, they can have the Pfizer logo, they can have the Merck logo, they can sponsor this, they can sponsor that.
Yeah.
And I've been told, I don't know if it's true. So at least several people that I've come across the strong opinion that pharmaceutical advertising is, is so large in Canada that, the Canadian media is reluctant to be critical about pharmaceutical companies, which may explain why nobody knows about Vioxx, which may explain, listen, the third leading cause of death, like, jumping in a car can be dangerous.
Yeah.
The third leading cause of death is chemical pharmaceutical drugs taken as directed. You'd think that would be a leading theme forever on the mainstream media, and that they would be chasing down examples so that in the public interest, the worst offenders would be repeatedly driven off the market, that they
Yeah, but
would be on the cutting edge.
you're assuming that the journalists are working in the public interest. I mean,
Yes, but
okay.
you see,
So
that's
every morning, this arrives on my doorstep. I believe I actually get the paper copy of this. This is considered Canada's national newspaper. Why do I read this? Well, it's really important to know what's coming, and sometimes they do advertising. In fact, the lead journalist for this paper is a massive vaccine fanatic, and we know that the even though vaccine advertising is legal in Canada, you can advertise a vaccine, but you can't advertise a drug to consumers. And so the Globe and Mail, we know, gets a certain percentage of its profits from drug manufacturers that are marketing vaccines, and it's reflected in the editorial policies of the paper. Nobody's talking about Vioxx or the dangers of vaccines that have been taken off the market because people died. No.
or getting criminal responsibility,
right. It's
or
24/7
pharmaceutical board
marketing.
members or Health Canada, management.
Yeah. And then, but the other thing too, and this is really insidious, Shawn, your viewers need to know this, is that so much of what happens in the public debate is driven by advocacy groups such as Obesity Canada, which tells us, we should be giving GLP-1s to children now. Or, you've got Arthritis Canada that's behind, marketing Vioxx or drugs like Vioxx to people. So the pharmaceutical companies understand to some degree that they're not really well trusted by the average consumer. Therefore, they give money to these organizations like Diabetes Canada or Arthritis Canada or Osteoporosis Canada, and these groups do the marketing for them. It's hiding your promotion. It's camouflaged promotion.
Right.
And
Right.
most of us, and sorry, this is just not my opinion. This has been very well researched in Canada. There are some really good papers written about AstroTurf marketing. And when it comes to drugs, the pharmaceutical industry puts tons of money into patient groups that end up becoming their spokespeople. So they will get so even though they're not interviewing the head of Merck, they will interview the president of Arthritis Canada to tell you about how wonderful this new class of drugs is. Like, yeah.
Okay, no, but this is important because there was a time when I would turn on the mainstream media and I actually thought, okay, like I'm getting the news, I'm getting the truth. One of the big markers for me, Ellen, was the Kuwait War. So Iraq invades Kuwait, and I'm a young man at the time. My frontal lobe is still developing, and I'm watching. I'm just glued to the TV and watching CNN and all of this, and like I'm beating the war drum because that's what I'm being told to do. And my word, when they came on and listened to this, people, how egregious this was.
Yeah.
When the mainstream media came on with how Iraqi soldiers we had gone into the neonatal care unit of a Kuwaiti hospital and taken the premature babies out of the bassinets to kill them.
Yeah.
And we have this nurse from Kuwait testifying about having seen this. Oh, I mean, I was enraged. Now, this was all fake propaganda.
Huge propaganda.
There was no nurse from Kuwait. That was the ambassador's daughter, Kuwaiti's U.S. ambassador's daughter, who hadn't been back home for years.
Yeah.
The whole thing was propaganda. It was a deliberate, created lie story.
Yeah.
To basically create, because they're still trying to get people on side and other countries on side for the first Iraq war to go and kick Iraq out of Kuwait. Now, so here I was, I bought it. I was enraged. Let's go to war. And then to learn afterwards that the whole thing was staged propaganda and it was that story was run on several stations,
Mhm.
and the others didn't debunk it.
Yeah.
And then you learn that, well, that happens time and time and time again.
Yeah.
But a lot of people, I mean, they might not understand that the media isn't kind of that, that called bastion of journalistic freedom that actually is going to go after everyone, regardless of who they are and regardless of who's paying their salaries through advertising.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think we saw a lot of that performative stuff during COVID, right? You know, the trucks lined up with the bodies being put in New York or in northern Italy and so on, where it's like, where is this coming from? There was
Mhm.
there was a different kind of war, and they needed support for that war, and they manufactured a lot of it.
Right, even though the all-cause mortality didn't go up, like but look, we're not. So the point is you're making the point that the media can't be trusted on drug safety and the like, because Alan, we're talking about the third leading cause of death in Canada is prescription drugs taken as prescribed.
Right.
But my understanding is another leading cause of death is highly preventable medical accidents. A large part of that is just, the hospital administering too much of a drug or the wrong
Yeah.
drug,
Yeah.
or a doctor prescribing,
Yeah.
one drug that contraindicates another drug. But the keywords, they're highly preventable
Right. They're
medical incidents.
accidents. They're accidents, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
but
yeah.
it's a leading cause of death. So there was one risk analysis, I can't put my finger on it anymore, where um, Canadians were broken up into age groups. So, 0 to 10, 11 to 20, like 10-year age groups.
Mhm.
And in every age group but one, the most dangerous thing you could do is drive to your doctor's office. That was the most, so for Canada, for Canadians, except for a 10-year period of your life, the most dangerous activity isn't, scuba diving for the first time and skydiving.
Yeah.
It's driving to the doctor's office.
Yeah.
That's spectacular.
Yeah.
So let's talk about how drugs are approved, because you talked about on Viax, there's roughly 4,000 people in the double-blind clinical trial, but it was kind of underpowered for, heart conditions and the like. I think people just assume that if a drug's approved by Health Canada, that, oh, well, there has to be these, double-blind clinical trials, and really we can trust the science. Just to use that term that became very popular a few years ago, is trust the science. Can you kind of share with us your thoughts on how these trials are, created, and how we could do things better?
You know, the main point is that the companies, for the most part, negotiate with Health Canada about what they need to get their drug approved. So it's about the regulator and the manufacturer coming up with a believable story that they can sell to the public, right? I mean, this is so one basic fact that you need to know, and I hope this shocks people, is that the cost of regulating the pharmaceutical industry, both in Canada and the U.S., is paid for the most part by the manufacturers. You just say, so what do you mean, Alan? Well, if you're a drug company and you want to get your drug approved, you got to pay thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands of dollars to the regulator so that they will, approve your drug. So if you're a regulator, you're a scientist working for Health Canada, who's your client? Is the client the Canadian public who expects a safe and effective drug to be given to them by their doctor? Or is your client a pharmaceutical manufacturer that expects an expedited approval for the drug with a believable story, with the plausible deniability if anything goes wrong, and so that they can get it onto the market and make good monopoly profits for a number of years? Well, we've set up a system where the manufacturers are buying the regulation, and come on, it doesn't even pass the sniff test. what we need, and that would be my form of maybe the final penultimate comment here, is that we need the regulator to be treating the Canadian public as their client, not the manufacturers as their client, because that would change things overnight. If I was suddenly in government, I would say, okay, well, you know, the several $1 million that we get every year in Health Canada to approve drugs, we're going to cut that off. We're not taking money from the drug companies. You know, we're going to increase everyone's taxes by $1 each, and we'll use that money instead to regulate our drug supply. That would change things overnight.
Oh, so just I want people to understand what you're saying. So Health Canada charges the pharmaceutical companies fees. So when
Yes.
they submit a drug license application fee, like a complicated one, it's $250,000, just the application fee.
Right.
There's yearly renewal fees for each product on the market.
Yeah.
Each year they have to pay fees to have a per building to manufacture, a separate fee for labeling, a separate fee for warehousing. So economists call this rent seeking, Ellen. It happens so much where the regulatory body and the interest of the industry they're regulating becomes so intermeshed that the regulatory body stops acting in the public interest. And it doesn't just happen here. It's
Right.
like I say, economists have you can all Google rent seeking. It's so common.
Well, the other term that you should Google is what we call regulatory capture, where the regulator has been captured by the regulated. So you could the image might be of Health Canada on the end of a leash, and the person walking that dog happens to be a pharmaceutical company. Who's in charge?
So I'm going to share a story and then ask you a question. And the question is after I tell you the story, the question will be, if we change the drug approval process for, the new drug approval process so that pharmaceutical companies didn't get to design the clinical trials and didn't get to run the clinical trials, but they would, Health Canada would put out the study design for everyone to comment on, and then secretly hire researchers to run 2 double-blind clinical trials on a drug. The question, but I'm going to preface it with an experience I had. The question is, do you think any chemical drugs would get approved if if that was the case? So your pharmaceutical company, you don't get to run your own double-blind clinical trials. You go to Health Canada, say, we want clinical evidence on this drug for this condition. And Health Canada would come up with a study design. It would be publicly available for people to comment on as whether it's a fair study design. And then Health Canada would privately and secretly contract with different research groups to run 2 double-blind clinical trials on that publicly, commented on study. So the story that was, got me thinking of this is
none of those would pass, by the way. None of those would pass. If the drug companies aren't in charge of setting the parameters of the study, collecting the data and analyzing the data, then the locus of control is out of their hands. It would be an utter disaster for them.
Okay, so can you just, because that might surprise people. So what Alan is saying is that if the drug companies weren't allowed to create their own study design for these double-blind clinical trials and run them themselves, that they would never be able to get a drug approved. But Alan, science is science, isn't it? How pray tell could that be?
Yeah, maybe don't say never. Not often. Part of the problem is that instead of what happens, what you've described, company going to Health Canada, getting them to set up and run the study, the companies run the studies themselves, right? And therefore, if a study's negative, and we've seen this in a number of cases where you run a series of studies, perhaps in different countries with different populations, you're kind of going on a fishing expedition for a study that shows some benefit. And let's say the drug happens to be Paxil, which is an antidepressant. You study that and you do 10 or 12 studies. And of those studies, 8 of them are negative, 2 of them are neutral, and 2 of them are positive. which ones do you think are going to get submitted to the regulator to get the drug approved? And which ones do you think are going to be marketed to the physicians to demonstrate that there's science behind this drug? Of course, it's the positive ones. And so when you allow the companies to bury the bodies, this is the reason why we've got the system that we've got, is that it's so skewed in their favor that I did a radio documentary more than 20 years ago with CBC Ideas, and the title of that documentary was 1 hour, and it was called "Naked in the Pharmaceutical Marketplace." And 20 years ago, I believe that we were basically naked in the pharmaceutical marketplace, and my opinion has not changed.
No, what do you mean naked in the the pharmaceutical marketplace?
Well, we have no protection. We're not protected. We're naked. We are exposed to the elements, so to speak. And the elements happen to be doctors, regulators that aren't doing their job, drug companies that are over marketing drugs, and patients who demand them. And we are extremely vulnerable.
Yeah. So Alan, I'll share that story just so people have context. And I've been a lawyer in the drug approval world for 30 years. So I mean, I've been in court cases with them. I've been in the trenches. So have you read that book from Angie Marcel, who was
Yes.
Yeah, so she was the journal editor of the New England Journal of Medicine, so a blue
Yeah.
chip medical journal.
Her book came out the same year my book came out, and then that was our competition. Marcia Angel's
Okay,
book,
well,
yes.
there you think the one it would be symbiotic because
Yeah.
it's similar things, but I mean, I was horrified because she basically outlines how clinical trials are designed by the pharmaceutical companies to get the results the companies want. So basically, they're not fair trials.
Right.
And I remember reading a New England or no, a New York book review. So it was New York Times book review on her book. And they quoted her in the book as saying that, something like she comes to this conclusion slowly and reluctantly after being, an editor of a medical journal for 20 years. And
Well,
she's also a medical doctor.
one of the top 3 medical journals in the world, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the conclusion that she slowly and reluctantly came to basically is that you can't trust most, listen to me, people, and you can just Google Angie Marcel, get her book. You can't trust most of the published peer-reviewed journal articles and our public health guidelines. Wow. So,
yeah. Yes. Marcia Angel is her name. Marcia? Marcia, and last name Angel, Angell.
Yeah, no, it's so everyone just Google her, get her book, and you'll know exactly. You'll be horrified. But what we all have our those experiences, Alan, where we just get even more horrified. And one for me was, as I'm in the middle of this federal court trial with Health Canada, and they've hired this expert who is a psychiatrist. That all he did for a living, he had a company that would get new psychiatric drugs approved by Health Canada.
Yep.
And he's under oath. Like anyone can get the transcript. This is publicly available knowledge. So under oath, he starts complaining to me of just how hard it is to get a new antidepressant approved, because he's got to give Health Canada 2 double-blind clinical trials, showing that the statistical separation between the sugar pill and the drug that we pretend means the drug worked in a trial totally game to get that result. But he said, I got to give him 2. So right out of the gate, I run 8 double-blind clinical trials so that I can get 2 to give to Health Canada to get the drug approved. And now the other 6, they could all be inconclusive. They could show the sugar pill works better than the drug. They could show the drug works better than the sugar pill, but they didn't like the safety signals or something else in the data. Or they could be a combination of those things, but they don't give those to Health Canada. And that frightens me, Alan. And then and it's illegal for them to share them with us. So the drug companies, they can only talk about what the drug is approved for. So
Right.
an antidepressant, using that example, they can say this drug is Paxil's an antidepressant.
Right.
but they can't share failed clinical research with you. They can't share this ugly safety data they're getting. It's illegal. There's censorship.
Mhm.
What do you think of that? Like, because
Well, it's appalling. It's just it's. I mean, if we had a safety system like that around airlines, no one would ever fly. We can't tell you how many planes dropped out of the sky or why. No, no one would ever fly. I mean, yeah, it's a pretty shocking state of affairs, to be honest with you. Yeah.
yeah, well, I mean, could it be worse?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, again, we're living in this crazy time where it's hard to know what to believe. But one thing you always have to remember is you got to follow the money. And let me just leave that to your listeners. If they see an ad, they see an expert being interviewed about a drug, they read a newspaper article or see something on social media, you got to ask yourself, who is behind this, and why are they pushing either this theory of disease or this particular product? And most people want independent, scientifically verified information. They don't want marketing pitches. And frankly, too much of the discourse around drugs are marketing pitches.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, Alan, I'll give my last question that I ask everyone then.
Okay.
Unless you think there's something else that we need to cover.
Yeah.
This has so far been a fascinating conversation. But the question I ask everyone at the end is what's your message to Ottawa? Isn't that a great question?
Yeah. Mine would be kind of tacky. I'd probably say, do you mind getting out of bed with the pharmaceutical companies and doing your job on behalf of Canadians? That would be kind of my bottom line. And if you can't stop taking money from the drug companies because you're addicted to it, stop meeting with them, stop having coffee with them, stop having, read their regulatory submissions, but limit your contact to the purveyors of promotion, because it's not doing you any good. I'd say the same thing to doctors, by the way. We know that physicians exposed to pharmaceutical marketing and promotional efforts of specialists are worse prescribers. It's a fact. So the more your doctor sees drug reps, goes to drug dinners, attends conferences sponsored by drug companies, the worse prescriber they're going to be.
Meaning they prescribe more often.
Prescribe more often, prescribe newer, less tested, less understood drugs, and on a range of things they will be a worse prescriber.
Right.
So you don't have much power over Health Canada, but if you're to ask your doctor, do you actually go to drug dinners? We don't think that's good for you.
Oh, well, and I think we've also got the point where now we have to ask, do you get paid more if I take a certain treatment than if I don't? I think
Yeah.
we've learned we have to ask that also. Like,
Yeah.
are there incentives for me to take a specific treatment?
Yeah, usually, Shawn, the incentive, unless this has changed, the incentive is this drug's going to get you out of my office. And that's the goal here, is to get you out of my office, because I only got 10 minutes with you. I've got 10 more people waiting in the waiting room. And
Right.
if a drug does that, that's it's what we call it's a termination strategy for a consultation. Yes, we've understood your problem. Here's your diagnosis. Here's the reason why the visit's over. It's a prescription or a free sample.
Right.
Or whatever. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. No, I've just heard that there's, sometimes the fee structure for doctors is geared towards specific treatments. And I know that we always we have a problem as humans. We want to act in our interest.
Yeah, I'd have to
So-
look into that. I can't say for sure.
Mhm. Alan, I don't know about you, but I've really enjoyed this conversation.
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, thank you for the softball questions. Really helped.
Yeah, no, I mean, I most of the people in the world have no idea about this stuff, and literally it's just they'll trust the word, trust the word science.
Yeah.
And I think everyone needs to learn more and take more responsibility. I think you'd agree with that.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
and look into things. So it's just been a pleasure, Alan,
Yep.
on behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show, and I'll ask you to just stick around for a minute. But on behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show, thank you so much for coming and sharing with us.
You're quite welcome.
Hello, my name is Teresa Buckley, and I'm with the Natural Health Product Protection Association. I'm here today with Judy Powers. Hi, Judy. Welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show.
Hi there. Nice to be here.
Thanks so much for coming on and sharing with us your story. So I'm particularly excited to hear what you have to say because it has to do with your mom. And all of our moms are so important. And wow. So why don't you just take some time here and introduce us to your mom, Betty.
So my mom, Betty, was an amazing woman. We all love our moms. My mom was a nurse. She had 6 children. She was an artist, and she loved life, and she loved her family, and she was an unconditional giver, a philosopher. I learned everything while she was cutting tomatoes in the kitchen. She was awesome. And that's why I took this journey with her, because she had she had supported me when I had children, and she was there, and we've lived together forever. She would go to New Zealand, sometimes for half the year with me. We are family. And so as I went through these problems and challenges, I never hesitated. I never said, maybe I don't want this one, or maybe we can't do it. We said, no, we are fighting this. We are taking this to the end, which is what happened. I took care of Mom till the end, and it was awesome. We had fun. It wasn't a big sad thing. It was great. And so my message is to that this whole dying can be a pleasurable thing. It can be good because you're together and you're going through this experience that you will go through. None of us are getting out alive, right? So yeah. It is. We learned a lot through the process. It was beautiful. And I think how we deal with death is the coldness, the being in a hospital or a care facility. It's so sad. And it's our culture. This doesn't go on everywhere, but this is how we deal with our seniors,
When was your mom born?
She was born in 1930 in Innisfail, Alberta. She came from a big family. She married my dad 23 years later. He was in the Air Force in World War II. And I'm proud of my parents. They were, my dad was educated. He had a degree in agriculture. They had morals, values. We were a good family, So all of this leads you on your path to where you are, because it's how you were raised. Times are changing, and we kind of got to get back to the family matters, I think.
So what type of experience did she have? Did she work along in
So
the early
she had
years,
these
or-
6 kids. She had a period of years off. She went back to work and she worked nights. I grew up with being, gotta be quiet, mom's sleeping, you know. But then she went on and she was curious, and she got her occupational health when she was around 40. And then into her 40s, she was rebellious, and my family broke up, which was sad. And she moved to Robb, Alberta, which is in the mountains, and she worked at a coal mine. And she worked with 2,000 men, and she did lung functions, and she checked their ears. And it was an experience of her with hard hats and steel toes and just being in nature. It was, and she built a beautiful log house in this small town that she
was that
designed.
in the 70s, or was that in
That
the
was in
70s?
1978. Yeah, that was
Okay.
in the late 70s. And then from there, she did that for a while, and then she started nursing in New Zealand. She was like mom on the go. She was just on a plane, then she's somewhere else. And but eventually, there, you know, she had health challenges. She stopped nursing in her early 60s. She had been working in Edmonton, and Ralph Klein had come in and did all these budget cuts, and the nurses were under a lot of stress. My mom got her heart was enlarged. She developed this floppy valve. She developed health challenges. So she retired. And then she became, you know, with me, and then back and forth with my sister, raising her.
When she was working, what type of specialty did she have? Was she a registered nurse, I believe you said?
Yeah, she's a registered nurse. I missed that she was in palliative care, which is very important point, for 5 years. And we all live through storytelling. So I learned about what happened on those wards as people died. She had a very interesting document that I found in her stuff, that it was all about how to care for people as they're dying, how you should have music and you know, smelly things. And it was how to enhance their experience. And I thought, oh, Mom, you planted this for me to see, right? So that I would know how to take care of her. But
Maybe
in a
she
way,
did.
she
Maybe,
did.
maybe she did.
And she stacked her deck, you know, because she, by taking care of my children, watching us, how we all operate, she taught me how to give, not just unconditionally, but how to do it. She's a Virgo, always did everything really well. So as she aged and her health declined, we just picked it up. I bought foot baths, you know, Mom, you want your foot bath now? And you plug it in and, you know, it's gyrating. We did juicing. She watched TV. She had an exercise bike. She had a massive bedroom, and she had her bed and her music, exercise bike. So she developed, as she became more disabled, she developed routines that sustained her. And so I don't know if I'm going too fast, but in 2010, when she had a stroke.
Actually, let's just backtrack for a sec, because I think you had mentioned previously that in 1990 she was diagnosed with cancer.
Yes.
Was that before she retired or after?
It was around the same time. So
okay.
Yeah. And so she had basal cell skin cancer. She had it on her arms, her face, her neck. And she also developed melanoma. And she had 2 surgeries in New Zealand where they removed a substantial part of her nose and her cheek. It was a little facelift, you know. And yeah, it was very serious. She did have it. And the basal cell continued. The treatment for basal cell cancer one of them is freezing it off. That's how medicine does it. So I would take her once a month to the doctor, and she would take an instrument and freeze off the basal cell cancer. As we went through things, we found other options of how to treat her cancer, and that were successful. So I don't know
And
if you
before
want.
that, and before that, you had mentioned that she had had orofacial pain in the 80s as well, and there was some sort of medication that she had taken that ended up causing a
Well,
heart issue.
so she took Tegretol, which is an anticonvulsant. It's given to people who have seizures. But somewhere they learned along the path that it worked on the same pathway as the trigeminal nerve. So when she had this wicked pain, she had the wicked pain for a couple of years and it was awful. She'd go into a dark room and lie there. But they found Tegretol, which was cool. And so they gave it to her. It took away the pain. But it seems to me at the same time, all the heart issues started. And I can't, confirm any of it, but she started with a low number of pills, and those pills progressed, until the time of her death, or till she came home and was taken off medication. So the Tegretol was a godsend, but like with any drug, the minute you stop a pathway, it goes somewhere else. It's not, it's not the answer. Because we found another answer and it worked, and it was vitamins. So it was it was 6 vitamins. I've got them written down.
But prior to that, just to kind of get the storyline, so she had had cancer. She had had this orofacial pain throughout her life, and she had had
she had a broken tooth. There was a tooth thing. She broke her tooth on an airplane. I think they removed it because she's in so much pain. Her pain continued. And she said, take out the other teeth. And the dentist said, no, your pain can be coming from somewhere else. And she insisted, and they took out another tooth, which left her with no teeth on that side. And it wasn't the tooth, it was the nerve that was affected, and which is too bad because she was in so much pain. She just said, take them out, So, yeah, that was that story.
And so in 2010, so she's 80 years old, she's retired, and she's living with you. What happens then?
So in 2010, in September, she went to the hospital with a UTI, and she was there for 3 weeks. And she came home again, and she was okay. But as the time progressed, her health was deteriorating. And in December, she got these massive pains in her pancreas area, and she was screaming in pain. I said, Mom, we have to go to the hospital. We can't deal with this. And she said, I don't want to go to the hospital, because she had had a bad experience in September. So in September.
But that was in 2019, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm confusing.
No, it's. Yeah. I mean, she had
a 2010 was a stroke. That's a whole.
So she had had the stroke, and then she came back with you.
Yeah, 2010. I'm sorry. Yeah. She was fine. Like, she came home. Okay, in 2010, she had a stroke. She came home. She could no longer drive. And that really made her mad because she was used to being independent. And so for those 10 years or 9 years, from 2010 to 2019, she was pretty good. She was taking some vitamins, but her drugs, there were so many of them. And it was hard because depending on what drug she was on, she's a big thinker, she's a reader, she watches her movies, but the drugs would make her into a zombie. So I would keep going back to the doctor and say, well, this is what's happening. They try to change the drugs. And the drugs were always kind of the nemesis. It was hard with these drugs, but they did work fast. If her blood pressure was up, you take the drug, blood pressure goes down. But it was the combination, and it was the number of drugs. And in 2019, if you want to go into that, that was when so in September, she went in, she had had a bad experience. They weren't feeding her. I was going in, but I don't live there, and it was hard, but I did go in. But when in December, she had an episode and she was screaming in pain. And I said, Mom, you have to go to the hospital. And funny enough, I called the ambulance. I gave her magnesium, 500 milligrams. And, half an hour later, we're still waiting for the ambulance. And I said, how's your pain? And she goes, what pain? I don't have any pain. So the magnesium was a temporary fix for that, So, yeah. So then she goes to the hospital, and it was really awful this time. She was there for 3 weeks. She lost a lot of weight. We had conflicts about the drugs. One doctor gave her a drug that I knew that she had taken 1/3 of the amount and she couldn't handle it. And he said, that's what we're told to do. So she has to have this amount, whatever. Anyway, her health deteriorated, and it came to a point where the doctors said, you can take her home, but I can tell you she doesn't have long to live, 3 days to a week. And I thought, wow, why didn't I take her home earlier? Because I could see she wasn't being fed. In a hospital, if you can't feed yourself, you don't eat. So if you're in a care facility or a group home and you have cerebral palsy, people feed you. And there's a method. They have tongue thrusts. There's ways to feed people. But if you're an old person in a bed and you can't feed yourself, in this experience anyway, she wasn't fed. So she came home. They sent her with a bed and a commode, and they rolled it in. And I took out her big bed. We put in this hospital bed.
How did she look at that stage? You said what did the doctor say to you?
She was emaciated. She was emaciated. She was skinny. It looked like she was in a prisoner of war camp. She was so skinny. And when he gave me this death sentence, I thought, well, why don't we try to feed her and see what happens? So
didn't he ask you about surgery?
Yes. And so while Mom was cognizant, she was in there. And
so she had her faculties.
Yeah. And he walked in and he said, I omitted that they did many, many scans, brain scan, lung function tests, MRIs, all these scans that are harmful in that amount, all the radiation, CT scans. And so they did find that she had thickening of the gallbladder. And he said to my mom, would you like us to take that out? And she said, I don't think so. Like, why would you take out a gallbladder?
They were searching for
why she was in such poor health. And so then
they were searching, which seems like good, but what was with the gallbladder? Or
well, there was some thickening. Yeah. And I don't even know that would make her situation better. Her final diagnosis was pancreatitis and heart failure. And neither of those, I was told, has a cure or she cannot be maintained. So I went away with my mom.
And she was 90. She was 90?
Mm-hmm.
And the doctor had suggested
taking your gallbladder out. Well, and I don't know what the reasoning behind that was, why they would take that out.
And what was the response when the doctor
just said, okay, like he said, I don't want you to take my gallbladder out. And he said, well, that's okay. And he walked away. And then I said to him, she would die from the anesthetic. Like, I don't know what they're thinking, is this all we can do is scan and do these surgeries? Where 0 is given to the immune system. Like, how can we support the immune system? How can we get her heart working better? And that was my goal when she came home, was how to raise her ATP. How do we make her,
when she came home and they said, how long does she have to live? That I think it's really important that everyone understands what they had, what was what was the parting words when you took your mom out from the hospital the last time in
Well,
2019.
I have to do it in the dialect. She was a woman with a British accent. She actually said it on the phone. She said, "Oh dear, I've seen this hundreds and hundreds of times. Your mom has 3 days to a week to live. I'm so sorry." And inside I was thinking, no way. There's because we haven't tried. We haven't tried hard enough. So she came home. I was scared, as you would be. There she is, skinny. To her benefit, I worked in healthcare. Like, I took care of people in wheelchairs. I know how to move people in beds. I know how to, toilet them. I can do all that stuff.
What
And
was
I
your
can-
experience? What was your background then?
So I'm a theater director and teacher, but in addition to that, in my past, I have worked in group homes. And right now I have 2 people with disabilities who live in my house. And so I don't know, while I was at university for many years, I worked with people that were dependently handicapped, so people in wheelchairs. So I was not foreign to the notion of what it means to take care of somebody who's bedridden. And not everyone can do what I did. I have the big house. I have the knowledge. I have a sister who's a nurse. I have support. So I knew what to do. And I also had my mom, who was open to trying alternative ways.
And so she's being sent home. She's being sent home to say, okay, you have now 3 days to live.
Mhm.
She's aware that this is what they're saying to her. She's emancipated.
Mhm.
And
Emaciated.
so, oh, pardon me, emaciated.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Uh-huh.
And
But she wasn't totally cognizant at that time either. She was kind of in and out. So I have to say that this whole journey, it's not like she came home and ta-da, everything was perfect. But she certainly had lots of cognition at different times. My goal was to feed her. And so these beds were great. You could sit them up, I could make pureed food. Sometimes her eyes were closed, sometimes they were open. She was very weak. I gave her liquid vitamins, I gave her Ensure, I gave her a pureed diet. And she started to come back. And she started.
was she still on the medication that she had been on before in the hospital?
That is, I don't want to say the cool thing, but that is the interesting thing, that she was taken off 15 medications. So these medications, I think it was 10 medications, 15 pills. That's what she was on. The doctor who I talked to said, because she's coming home to die, maybe we don't need to give her these drugs. And I said, yeah, I agree. But I said, can you give me the nitro patch? So the nitro patch is a vasodilator, and she used it for her blood pressure. And so I wanted to have the power to help her. So when her blood pressure goes through the roof, I could slap on that nitro patch and I could reduce blood pressure. I need to have a tool, and that is a great tool. And it's not used enough. It was her greatest thing. When you take drugs, it takes a while for the drug to come up and go down and the timing, but you put that on, you're good to go. So that's what I got. And then on my journey, I learned that a nitro patch is a vasodilator given with vitamins, ups the vitamins. And this is through testing with oximeter, blood pressure machines, stuff. So
so you got oxygen for her as well, I believe?
I asked for oxygen because she had been on oxygen. Initially, her doctor didn't think it was a good idea, but eventually I did get the oxygen. And that is another story. So a fellow came to deliver the oxygen. We'll call him the oxygen guy. And we talked. And he said,
yeah.
He said, oxygen makes everything better. If you take oxygen, or if your oxygen is low, you can't digest your food, your heart doesn't work as well, the blood doesn't move. But you take oxygen, And it's this big support. So I was given this oxygen. They wanted me to put it at a higher dose, at 2 to 4 liters per minute. My sister is a nurse in New Zealand, and she said, if you give too much oxygen, it can be bad because the body cannot receive it and you can have toxicity. So we did 1 liter per minute. I should have brought my oximeter. You put the oximeter on the finger, and
Yeah, I used to have one for my mom. She actually really enjoyed it because she
yeah.
could actually put it on her finger, and if
Mhm.
she breathed, like she could actually make her oxygen
You can
saturation
change it.
increase. Like
Yeah.
she played with it, right? It was a, you know,
Mhm. So using oxygen and using the oximeter. And so what it was, I still had the challenge of reducing her blood pressure and taking away her trigeminal pain. And I had no drugs. And that's all we knew was the drugs. And so I had to find methods to make her comfortable. And that's when I referred to my little library in my closet and I looked in books. And so I just want to say, Dr. Abram Hoffer, who's the father of orthomolecular medicine, he is a psychiatrist, medical doctor, and a biochemist, first biochemist. So he knows biology. And so he has books that you could reference. So I looked in my niacin book, which is my Bible, and I looked at the back trigeminal neuralgia, and there were these vitamins. Take niacin, vitamin C, B complex, vitamin E, B12, and folic acid. Now, to the average Joe, you might go, yeah, a bunch of vitamins. Well, she never had pain again, as long as she took those vitamins. So this is
so when she came home and she had 3 days to live,
you still had to keep her comfortable, right? She still had high blood pressure. So I learned with the oxygen that helped. And then the nitro patch, and then we learned about metabolic cardiology, and we learned how to reduce blood pressure using vitamins by cardiologists that I studied. So it was a journey, but it was also my passion. So I watched a lot of videos while I'm in the kitchen cooking. I'm always watching, to learn. And everything that we did, it kind of worked. If you did it like, it's not just go take a multivitamin. It's not like that at all. You have to take L-carnitine, D-ribose, magnesium, CoQ10. That is metabolic cardiology. That will increase the ATP within the cell. And you also have to have a patient or your mom who's willing to take it. So I said, Mom, do you want to try this? She goes, yeah, bring it on. We shouldn't say bring it on, but she said yes.
She had this spirit. She
yeah
built a log cabin.
Yes,
in the
she
70s,
did.
right?
Yeah.
She was that woman.
Her in her orange station wagon. She was a woman. She had all the stuff in the car, she had the extra blanket and the bag of goodies, and she loved life. And she would say to people when they came to see her and she was still living, she'd say, I'm part of an experiment. And she said it proudly because she was. This was a test to see if she could live on vitamins alone. And not just vitamins, but we had other strategies, right? We had TENS machines and oxygen, and we had a stepper. We had people that, she would step, she would move. Now, the TENS machine, I just want to say, is really important because
what's that? Can you?
I should have it. So yeah,
describe what it is. I don't know. Yeah.
People know Dr. Ho. Like, Dr. Ho is it's a little box, and you have electrodes, and you put it on your back. Wherever you have pain, and it kind of goes, it moves the muscle. So you can have EMS, which is electrical muscular stimulation, and that is just that. Now the TENS machine goes, and it's working on the pathway to the brain. So we use both. And the thing that was cool was that because she was bedridden, she could be in her bed, the choices, in her bed, lying down, sitting up, or coming out to her living room and going in her Easy Boy chair. So she wasn't getting exercise, but with the TENS machine, she had a good body. Like her muscles in her legs were strong, and she was all the moving in bed. I said, Mom, this is the body you've always wanted. She always felt like she was overweight, and now she was slim and kind of strong. And it was these little things that you do consistently. Like you
So
can't just do it.
You said that she ended up being able to transfer herself, right, on her own.
So for the first year, she was
Yeah.
doing standing
The
transfers.
first year, this is after 3 days, go home and sorry, your mom is passing away. With okay, wow.
But
Wow.
it was that when I developed my own team, so in the first year we had home care, in the last 2 years we had something called the Cecil program, where we ran a business. I hired people, they came in to work, and it was at that time that I believe we got the Hoyer lift. So the Hoyer lift is a lift that will transport her, and that was for the safety of everyone. I wanted to take that back. We did it after 6 months because we got a bathtub. That was part of it. So she hadn't had a bath in 6 months. It was awful. Like, water is therapy. And so I bought a freestanding bathtub, big free. It was beautiful. And we put it in, and one of the girls said, you can get a pump, because we didn't have plumbing. So we filled it with a hose from the sink, and then we take the Hoyer lift, she'd go into the bathtub, have her bath, and then we would empty it with a pump out the window. But you know what? It was so great, because when
She
you
must have just loved it.
Yeah.
She must have loved it.
You have to imagine, you have Frank Sinatra in the background, Mom's having a bubble bath, and there she is, supposed to be in a state of dying. This is just funny, because sometimes she did have like moments of dementia. She'd be going, I'm dying. Can you see I'm dying? I said, Mom, you don't look like you're dying. So we had fun with it. It wasn't a big, heavy thing. It was heavy in the beginning, try to figure it out, try to sustain her. That was the scary part,
So you got organized with your team. I think that's that was an interesting thing that you had mentioned.
That was really key. I would say 2 to 3 workers that were amazing women who all had experience working in the field. Karen was the first one, and she's a small little woman, and she says that my mom loved her more than me, but I don't know. They had a connection. And we had Raquel and we had Kelly. So Raquel, they were all awesome. They all brought something to the table. Interesting enough, well, Raquel for sure, were all interested in natural health products. So when we went on this journey together, we had this big shelf full of vitamins, our liquid tinctures, our frankincense, and we developed strategies using all this stuff. And we had team meetings, and we said, okay, how can we make this better? What is our deal? So I think one of the problems, home care are all nice people. They're all there to come in and help out. But you can never do anything. You can never grow, because they're all different all the time. And they're only there to do that job. But what we did was we went on the health adventure of how to make Betty have a better experience, And then we all learned, because someone would come in, hey, I just learned colloidal silver does, hey, let's try it, and it really worked. So for her cancer, if I'm even allowed to say this, her cancer, when we treat it with colloidal silver and coconut oil and this broccoli cream from the health food store, that cancer just fell off, and it was gone. And so if they came back, we'd treat it. We would use hot compresses, then oils, and then we would use these preparations. And I had a really good relationship with the woman who owns the health food store. So I would go in, I say, Claire, okay, this is the problem. What can we do? And she'd go, try this. And she got me onto the colloidal silver. So these things are curative, and you hate to ever use that word, But if all your symptoms are gone, something's going right, you know? So yeah, it was with the help of everybody.
So she's 3 days. Sorry, ma'am, your mom is passing away, and she has 3 days to a week to live. And then she's listening to, like, you know, Frank Sinatra having a bubble bath.
Yeah.
I mean, it
But you have
sounds
to know
like
that bubble bath didn't come for 6 months. And so I'm a big water person. And in the beginning, it was all touch and go. It was home care coming in all hours of the day and night, and me as the glue in between everybody. You know, this is my mom. This is where this stuff is. And it was hard. And it was hard. I was scared for her. But my mom said that I have the problem because I have a problem with death. Like she said, look, you're trying too hard, you know? But I try to keep cats alive. I try, you know, we all do have to die. But the cool thing about my mom is that she was able to be in a loving, happy, boisterous environment as she died. And she wasn't dying the whole time. She died at the end. So what is the real time? What is our real time to die? Is our time to die in the hospital when we're being withheld food or people are not having the support that they could? And maybe I question my own motives to keep my mom alive. Like, did I try too hard? But I kept asking her, you know, how much longer do you want to live? Like, do you want us to keep doing all this stuff?
what was her response?
And she said, one more year. I'd like one more year, you know? And then that just kept going on, right?
So how long, I mean, what a gift. I mean, how long did she live?
So she lived till she was 93. She died in January. I think the Christmas was hard. I was on my own a lot, but whatever. I mean, mom was in a state of dying. And when she came to die, it did happen in a very predictable way. You know, she couldn't eat anymore. And you could see it was the time her doctor came in. Mom could hardly talk at that moment, but her doctor talked to her, and mom responded just with like she was vocalizing but not saying words. But I could see that she was still cognizant. She just didn't have the ability to talk anymore. And when she died, it seemed like the right time. Maybe that's why it felt right. You know, when you go to the hospital, I'm not saying that they're not well-meaning people. They're doing their job. But my question is, do we age well? Is there another way to do this? Because when you're on all these drugs and you're comatose, or you are not who you are because you're paralyzed in the brain or whatever, you know, the drugs have side effects. Is there another way to age? And what we learned was that these vitamins are crucial. They're not some little extra supplement. They are the stuff. You know, they are the thing that supports your metabolism. Medicine is not looking at our immune system, the power of what God gave us. God gave, like, we've got it in us, given the right nutrition and the right support. And we need more support now than ever before. Our food supplies are being tainted, and, you know, we need organic. It's hard, but I know that with her, the vitamins changed her life. Like, she would not be alive without the vitamins, minerals, amino acids, CBD oil, all the things that we explored.
You must have had some pretty interesting conversations with her when you finally got her home.
Yes, I mean, we have the book of lines. So every time she says something really cool, I go write it down, because she was always like a teacher, right?
I did the same thing with my mom. I did the exact same thing. I have like her sayings on like a Safeway receipt or something. Like, I mean, I would grab whatever, just the words.
Yes, because It's coming from the heart, and it's so true. And I hate to talk about the dementia times, but there was times when the room was full of spirits for her. So she would see the entire room. There was a party. In fact, that's the whole story. I hear this laughing, right? And I walk in, she's laughing and talking. I said, Mom, what is going on? She said, we're having a party. Don't you see everybody? And I said, no. And she said, I said, what are they dressed like? And she said, they're dressed in clothes from the old days. And I said, do you fear death anymore? Are you afraid of dying? And she said, no, absolutely not. Because she had been afraid. When she came home, she said to me, what if this is it? What if this is all there is? And I said, Mom, you always taught me that you talked about the river, and when you die, you go down the river to be, with everybody. She was the philosopher. She was at one with nature. And at the end of her life, I said, you're fearing death now? Like, what the heck? You've always, really had a big sense of where you were going. But after all her visitations that she had over those 3 years at different times, and there was a lot of cool ones, where we felt that my dad was there for her. And she'd go, Henry, you're here again? I just loved it, because when I studied life after death and I studied nurses that worked in the hospital, they all had that same thing happen, where the patients were seeing people above them. And they all had a similar experience. And I thought, wow, maybe I got to be part of that, because that is another part of your mom's life, right? It's not just about you as a child, you as an adult, but this is another time. And how many people get that? I do have gratitude for being there. My sister, I have family all over the world. They're not here. They never got to be a part of it, So, yeah, we had fun.
What a gift. And I can't help but think that your mom spent time in her life helping. And what a blessing it was that she actually had you to then stand in the gap for her. That's her gift to you.
I know it is.
That's her gift to you.
We have in our family, we don't hug in our family that much. And so we don't touch that much. But because she was bedridden, I touched her a lot. Like, I washed her hair in bed, I massaged her, I did her feet. And what a thing to have that opportunity to touch your mom, to have this physical connection. I'd say, Mom, this is so strange. You're my patient. But it was a cool thing, because there was a transition when we went from her being my mom to I being her physical caregiver. And that wasn't totally easy, because she used to be so independent, and all of a sudden I'm calling the shots, even though I tried to be liberal or whatever. But yeah, this whole thing of touch, right? In our society, we don't do that much, So for me to massage her feet with oil, or, to give her a back rub, it was kind of cool. It was another connection to her. And everybody, that was part of her healing in these final years, was part of our routine. She had the bath, she got the massage. It was so civilized, as she would say. And it was, because that's how it should be, right?
So the 3 days was 3 years.
3 years. And there was times so for that first year, I'm having meetings. Everyone's feeling so sad for me, because my mom is dying. And I don't ever accept that she's dying, right? So they want me to get counseling, which is very nice of them to do that. They treated her as this palliative patient for a year. And then at the end of the year, they said, well, I guess she's stable now. And so for those next 2 years, we lost a lot of resources. But that, you know, it was okay. And her doctor said, well, she's stable. And her doctor sort of was really nice in leaving us alone. Like she trusted what we had going on. We had all our vitamins. We were kind of on our own journey. And she never said, no, she's got to be on the drugs again. Or, you know, she just let us.
So aside from the
Hands
patch,
off.
she was never on the drugs again.
No. And
What, mhm.
that is the amazing story. How can you be on 15 medications for years, like 35 years, and all of a sudden nothing? And it really makes me question our use of medication. During that time, my mom had one leg that was twice the size of the other one. And when she came off all the drugs, that leg normalized to be normal. And they always said, oh, the leg is big because it's heart failure. They had all these reasons, but it wasn't. It was the medication that did that. So the vitamins, that is my message, that vitamins are powerful. For her to serve, and it was the vitamins, you know, everything together. But that's what allowed her to live for 3 years. I can bar none say, without the vitamins, the TENS machines, all the stuff we did, she wouldn't have survived. You can't, some people age and they just have good food, whatever. But for her, who had physical ailments, like she actually had a heart condition and she had high blood pressure and she had cancer, you know, and this pain was wicked, you know.
So if we were to kind of sum up before my last question, what do you think she's thinking right now about what you did for her in those last 3 years?
I think that through this thing that we had together, we were both healed. Like it was a healing thing, because we have had kind of a rough life. Like we've had these different traumas, and I think it was a real healing experience for both of us, because we're both tough broads, right? So I think it allowed us to let go of our ectoplasm, our shell, and be mushy together, you know, and to love each other and to feel, you know, it's so nice when someone dies on cue and doesn't die premature. I lost 2 sisters prematurely, and that was awful. But for her to die on cue, it was okay, because we know where she's going. And it was such a beautiful journey for the women that were here as well, because we were all good friends. It was a big laugh fest down there. And they were so generous with buying into this treatment that we gave. And they actually enjoyed it, as I did too. So it wasn't standard of care. Let's get away from standard of care. Let's, you know, bring in the cat and put it on your lap and have the fire going in the corner, you know, which is what she had. We put in a little stove, she had her fire, her John Wayne, her cat. This is living. This is what living is. It's tactile, right? We had the aromatherapy. We had all the smells.
You had Frank Sinatra.
Yeah, exactly, right? Yes, and we did have lots of music. And when she came to the end, when she, you know, she had her arm wasn't moving. She goes, isn't that interesting? You know, she's looking at my arm doesn't move. And I said, you know, again, is this too much? She said, I still have music. And we did have music. we had Danny Wright, beautiful piano. And she was a piano player, and I grew up with Somewhere Over the Rainbow, and we had Somewhere Over the Rainbow, and it's so beautiful, it's just magic. So that if somebody is in a state of dying, music is powerful because it's touches your soul, so that was when she said, she couldn't move, but she still had music, it was neat.
Judy, as you know, we're marching the charter across Canada, and you're sharing your story in the world's greatest health show, and you're really standing in the gap for Betty. You're sharing Betty's story. What would be Betty's message? What would be Betty's message to Ottawa?
That we all have the capacity to give to each other and love each other. I think she would say that we have to change what we think is important at each moment in our life. There's always, I would rather be doing this, I'd rather be doing that. But when you have this moment, you have to recognize it's very special and to engage and embrace it, because it's why we're here. It's this moment. And Mom said, whenever you have an opportunity to help somebody, that is a gift. And she's teaching me all this stupid stuff. And it's true. And I say that it is a gift. Somebody gives you an opportunity to rise up and to help them. So it is, if people could change their next trip to Mexico or their next thing that they're doing to help some aging person, or somebody in need, it's that can be as fulfilling as your next tennis game. Or maybe you can do it all. Try to do it all. Like help somebody, go do a fun thing. But I think that's what I learned. I learned that you got to grab these moments, because then they're gone.
Thank you so much, Judy.
You're
on
welcome.
On behalf of the world's greatest health show, I want to thank you for sharing Betty's story.
You're welcome, and good luck on your journey, because I totally believe in what you're doing. It's fantastic.
Hello, my name is Teresa Buckley, and welcome to the world's greatest health show. Today, I am really happy to have on Jacqueline Noosh. Welcome, Jacqueline.
Thank you so much for having me and your organization for putting this together. It is so, so vitally important to all of us Canadians, and I don't know what we would do without you guys, so thank you.
Well, thank you for being so brave to come forward. We had a nice conversation earlier on today, and I just thought it'd be nice to hear your story. So tell us a little bit about you.
Well, I guess like most people who might have grown up in Saskatchewan, Manitoba, or Alberta, I'm a prairie girl, and I was born and raised on a small farm in a small town, in a farming community, Catholic, and my parents were both teachers. So we weren't really exposed to health food stores, or I mean, and honest, probably one of the most, healthy livings you could have. But the idea of going into a health food store and purchasing something, or going to someone for an acupuncture or Reiki treatment, or, having an appointment with a nutritionist, that wasn't part of my upbringing.
Right. And so now you were really active when you were younger. Tell us about that, like when you were like a wee girl.
Yeah. So right from a very young age, we did competitive gymnastics, my sisters and I. And then following that, moved into competitive track and field and volleyball. And it was just a really active lifestyle. But all of the knowledge that I had at that point was sort of what you would find in mainstream health and nutrition books. We counted calories. We were worried about our fat content. We believed that if you ate from the bottom of the food pyramid with a lot of carbs, then you were doing okay. But I got mono, or Epstein-Barr virus, actually in grade 12, and that totally transformed and changed my life. And it's probably the number one thing, other than mental health issues, that started me on this healing journey and the quest to find solutions for natural health.
So tell me about what happened with you getting that. You were in grade 12 or
Yeah, it was in fall of grade 12, and I just finished a volleyball tournament, and I got home to my grandma's house, and I collapsed the volleyball tournament was in my grandma's town, and I collapsed at the bottom of the stairs, and I slept there until we left at 10 or 11 at night, didn't eat supper, spent the entire weekend in bed. Woke up in the morning and I had all of the white, sores that you typically have with mono. I'm pretty sure I would have got it from, water bottles or something like that at the time. And my mother had actually taught another girl a couple of years ago that had been out of school for somewhere between 3 to 6 months with mono. So we were a little bit familiar with that in our family. So we did recognize and know what it was at that point. But my energy totally changed. I didn't have the ability to work out the same anymore. It was kind of like there was a mental fog, and it was like my body stopped absorbing nutrients. And anytime something happened, I would just be really, really sick. My autoimmune system, I think, was totally destroyed.
and so how did you when you were younger, like even before you got sick, you said that you were very uh in our interview, you said you were very highly driven with sports.
Yes.
How did you handle that change, and how long were the symptoms with you?
So before I answer that, because actually when you brought that up, something I would love to share, if I would have known now what I knew in athletics back then, I think I probably would have been, a professional athlete, right? Fair phos and iron absorption. I suffered from nosebleeds that would last an hour to 2 hours. They were so bad they would bleed out of my tear ducts, actually. And so
Oh
when you
wow.
think about, the ability to perform when you're losing that much blood on a regular basis, like that would affect energy. Yeah, so there's just all these different things, but like I said, when you go from getting up in the morning and working out, going to school, taking 2 or 3 extra credit courses, doing volunteer work, having a part-time job, working out again, and going to bed, and that's your life, and all of a sudden you can barely pull yourself out of bed to get to your university class. It's totally changes your life and everything that you thought would be in your life going forward. And I actually, mental health issues run in my family, and I had been on antidepressants in high school, and I had been on them again. I started going on them again in university. And luckily, I met a woman who practiced traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture, and Barbara Hagee, and she started treating me. And within a few months, I was able to go off. And typically, when you go on antidepressants, I believe that you're on them for like 1, 2, 3, years, if not decades or longer. And certainly that's what I'd seen in my family. And I saw something that worked. She helped me with restless legs with acupuncture. And
Oh, how did that work? What was that like?
it was incredible. She wheeled by me on her wheelchair, and she says, "Ooh," she goes, "you're losing all of your energy out your back hip." She says, "You must be exhausted and you need to come to me for acupuncture." And the first treatment, and I could sleep through the night, it was 70 to 80% better. 2 more, and it was gone for the next 2 decades. And that's what really like blew my mind and said, there's something to this. It's real. And you need to find out as much as you can about natural health. And while I was doing a degree in business and marketing,
Yes.
my other degree was in natural health and learning as much as I could whenever I could.
So you mentioned that she had a lot of books.
Yes.
So tell
So
me about some of the books and tell me about your relationship with books and self-teaching.
yes. So as I said, my parents were both teachers. And one thing that they prolifically stated again and again is that we're not here to teach you the material. We're here to teach you how to learn. And if we can teach you how to learn, then you're set for life, because anything you want and need to know, you can learn. And I grew up in a small town, Borden, and read out the high school library. And so when the new books would come in before they hit the shelves, the librarian would give them to me to take home. I was just a prolific reader. And when I met Barb, both sides of her office, which treatment room, was lined floor to ceiling with books. And every
And Barb
single
was she was the lady that did the acupuncture,
yes, and she
right?
studied every natural discipline basically out there. And every time I go to her for a treatment, she would send me home with books from her collection to read.
And you just now, how did you kind of stumble across her? Because if you grow up thinking like did you know that that was even an option before you met her? Like
No,
natural health products?
no idea. I didn't even know that, natural health products or stores. I probably had some kind of fruit gummy, when I was 3 or 4, but that would be the extent of my exposure to it growing up.
Right.
Um, but I met a woman. I was living in residence, and she was walking with braces and like sort of canes attached and braces on her legs. And I had a conversation with her about it one day. And she says, you should have seen what I was like before. I started
Oh.
taking, this dance class at the Williams building through Pat Prokopchuk. And she says, my range of motion and my ability to walk since taking these belly dancing classes is incredible. So that's where I went, and that's where I met Barb. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting how like sometimes like I grew up very similar to you, where I would not have even known that there was a natural health product. It's like I think once you discover it, it's like you discover a new food group almost, like that you like you don't even know it's there. So share with us a little bit more about the sadder time. You were in university and you said you were depressed. When
Yeah.
you work through that, like how did the natural health products help you with that in addition to the restless leg syndrome?
So one thing I'd have to say is just severely, severely nutrient deficient. If a person is suicidal and you can get some butter or some omega-3s or fish oil into them, it can change them in a matter of hours or days and take them out of a suicidal state. So that would be, I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that. How horrible is that? People can be literally, in a suicidal state, and you do not know if you are allowed to say you need to take some omega-3s on camera. Isn't that horrible? Anyways,
Yeah,
so
it is that you have to question it.
yeah. And especially because what can possibly go wrong if you take an omega-3? I think that's the thing we're really missing. The fact that you can go into so many different stores, and I won't say what, and buy products that are not necessarily, the best for your health. And you could just buy them. And the fact that we're questioning things like citronella or, different vitamins and minerals that have been used for 5,000 years is just absolutely ludicrous. And so this was one of the books on my journey early on in university.
Okay.
Healing depression and bipolar disorder with drugs. I didn't even know that was possible. And this book is one of the books that transformed that for me. I bought this book, and so I think I said, maybe it was your husband, when I buy books I buy multiple copies because I like to pass them out to people. And some of these books can be kind of hard to come by. This book, What Your Doctor Doesn't Know About Nutritional Medicine That May Be Killing You. This was written by a medical doctor. And he got sick of people coming in over and over and over and not being able to do anything to treat them. So he started listening to his patients that were using natural medicine. And that's what brought about this book. And I bought this book. Get this. I bought this book at the University of Saskatchewan bookstore. And it was phenomenal. And years go by and I need another copy. So I go back to the university bookstore and I'm asking for this book, but they've sort of removed all the books and I have to now like ask for it in a different way. And so I said, and they're telling me they can't find this book. And I said, well, surely if you just go through the nutrition courses or the medical school courses, you'll find out which one it's a textbook for. And, you know, I can get it that way. And they told me that it's not part of the university curriculum. And I said, but it's in your university bookstore. And they said, yes, but we actually, a doctor doesn't have to take a single course on nutrition to graduate as a medical doctor. So like, can I repeat that? You can become a medical doctor and probably, well, this might be stretching it, but I would wager a guess that most people are becoming medical doctors without nutritional training. So in traditional Chinese medicine, they believe that 80% of all illness is related to diet and nutrition. So why, you know, why are we doing medicine that doesn't incorporate that into it? Anyway, there's one of my little rants.
Well, it's a good question. It's a great question. I mean, I just find it so interesting that it was kind of through these happenstances that you ran across the lady at the belly dancing place to bring you forward to a point that actually showed you that there's perhaps other things that can help you. So how are you now? Like how and where is this taking you now? Are you on chemical
No,
drugs or like how
27
how's that?
plus years, not on medication. And it's certainly nothing for mood disorder. And I would say that more balanced, happy, healthy than, you know, someone said to me once, they said, my doctors had me on the same medication, thyroid medication for 30 years. Is this normal? And the thought I had to myself is, I don't know anyone on any medication, you know, let alone something for 30 years. And like, where do I have here? You know, healing the thyroid with Ayurvedic medicine. Like this is what's healing me. I just, to me, that's what is not normal. The fact that there's so many good books. I mean, this one, I bought it and I gave it to actually a woman, a doctor who deals with this kind of stuff, and asked her to read it because I just felt that, you know, her clients in her practice would benefit from it, because nowadays this would be the number one thing I would recommend for anyone with mood disorder. And this was my husband's best friend's mom growing up. She had a seed company and she studied the body in really different ways. And as an adult, when I was an adult, she gave me this book. And I mean, knowledge can transform your life. And the minute that we take knowledge and the ability to purchase the products that are tied to this knowledge away from the individual, I think we're really doing a criminal injustice actually to people. Oh my goodness, this book, I call this my Bible. It's not my Bible, but this is one of my favorite books. I have a sister in pharmacy. I have another sister in nursing, and they bought me this book for Christmas one year. And I think they were thinking if Jacqueline would just get on the boat, you know, and start using natural medicine. But this is like my go-to book for alternative healthcare and treatments. It covers everything from tissue.
Can you show that again? I want to make. Okay. Well, that looks pretty good. Okay.
And again, 2 copies because one isn't enough when books are this good. So yeah, every condition is in here, and everything from essential oils to tissue salts to vitamins and minerals to reflexology points to, I mean, you name it. I just did a post on this, and the fact that organic fruits and vegetables have on average 50 to 100% more vitamins and minerals in them than non-organically grown produce. and so if you're going to make yourself eat all those fruits and veggies, don't you want to be getting the absolute most nutritional benefit from your food?
Yeah, I mean, I fought my sister for years because she was always saying you should go with organic, and I'm just more of like, I guess, the miser, and I'm like, well, but it costs more. And I mean, and that's also an interesting question. It's like, why does it have to cost more? Right? Why does it cost more to be healthy?
And I think if you get right down to the healthiness, and if you're eating whole foods and stuff like that, there's a dirty dozen they talk about with certain produce that has way more chemicals. These days, honestly, we go to the grocery store. We're like, do we go to the grocery store that's open till 9 or 10 o'clock at night because we work a lot? Do we buy the produce that's in a plastic bag and organic versus the non-organic produce that doesn't have the extra packaging? Do we buy the produce that comes from Canada instead of other parts of the world? So it's a little bit every time we go to the grocery store, we sort of make new choices depending on what we feel is important in the moment. But the guy that works for my husband was into biodynamic farming, which is where you grow different plants together to sort of benefit the nutrition in the soil, and it enables you to not use the pesticides and things like this. And yeah, it just, I don't know where I was going with that actually, but yeah, the way that we grow stuff, and it's so beautiful when you see people who just have an art and a skill and a gift, and they have the knowledge and learning and experience to put that into practice so that we can benefit from it.
Wow. So tell me, overall today, if you look back at when you were having a hard season in your life, and I think we all have those hard seasons. Where would you be today if you hadn't met Barb, if you hadn't gone the route that you did? Where do you
I would
think you would be today?
100 billion%, I would not be alive today without it. It saved my life, but it's not just my life. I mean, the amount of people whose lives I have saved because of the knowledge that I have is unimaginable. But it's not just the saving of life, it's the quality of life that people have. And if you can live life and sleep through the night, if you cannot have the same kind of aches and pains, if you cannot blow up at your kids 10,000 times a day because you can't handle, your mood, if your arthritis, if, I had clients, they couldn't go to their home country because they couldn't get insurance, and they couldn't get on a plane because of blood pressure. If you can fix those issues so that your quality of life, and don't even get me started about, senior centers. I've been going in there and seeing the amount of substances and pharmaceuticals that these people are on. And again, someone with restless legs for 45 years, and they're discontinuing making that medication now because I think they have problems with it. So I took them restless legs, which now I know that there's tissue salts and homeopathics for that as well. And I think it's not about one way or the other. It's about every single person on the planet can benefit from natural health. And we need to figure out, it's basically the only thing that's going to solve this health crisis, because it is the cheapest, easiest, safest, most affordable form of healing and health on the entire planet. And not until we get it into the hands of every single person will we be able to deal with all these health issues we're facing.
Wow. That's a really good message. So, as you know, we're in the process of going across Canada, and we're taking the Charter of Health Freedoms with us. The petition has over 150,000 handwritten signatures, and the goal is to take it to Ottawa, to Parliament Hill, and you're now part of that. You're now part of that. I want to know, Jacqueline, what is your message that you want to take to Ottawa? What would be what's your message for Ottawa?
So as you're talking, I'm clairaudient, and I just keep wanting to ask you about your message, because you're the one putting this together. You're the one volunteering your time. Obviously, this is so important to you as well. And I'm wondering if you've even had a chance to share your message or your story or what you want to be said. You know, it just talking to you has been so inspirational in different things about, you know, young women and having the resources and the things accessible to them on their journey. One of my favorite quotes is something about you become the woman you wish you had when you were your age. And so that's, you know, something to me, but I would love to hear from you, Teresa, and know what you would
Well,
like to say.
I mean, well, that's what we were just talking about before. And it's like, I mean, because it's like, well, what, you know, what do you say? Like, I'm not political. I'm not wired that way. I don't know how, like how, what, what would be the words? But what really came to me when we were sharing, um, was that, you know, you struggled and I struggled and we all have struggles and no one said it was going to be easy. But you know, something happened when you were, you know, 17, and then another thing happened when you were 24-ish, when you were able to meet Barb, and that kind of set your path. Um, we want to make sure that the next the next Jacqueline, who's now 17, that's now struggling, still has access to what you had in order to get yourself better. Like, you deserve that choice of freedom. And the 17-year-old girl who has her future in front of her, she should know that there's a pathway forward for her to at least explore, if that's what she wants to do, because it's really just about the freedom of being able to make the decision, because it's your body, it's your life, right? I mean, I think you're fabulous, and I think you're a real inspiration, and I think you're actually just getting started.
Well, actually, that makes me really smile because I feel like I have so much left I want to do. But, you know, one thing to touch on, just my husband's a contractor and they have grandfathering in clauses, you know, with antique places and places where things weren't kosher. And I don't know why when a plant has been around since the dawn of time or 5,000 years in Chinese medicine, why we can't have grandfathering in clauses. Like, you know, to me, that's the most basic thing. If it's been used for 5,000 years, I think we can keep using it for another 5,000 years. And like you said, have those pathways open to young people because it is the number one most important thing in my entire life. And if I did not have access to it, I wouldn't be here today.
True words of wisdom from Jacqueline. On behalf of the world's greatest health show, thank you so much for sharing your story. This
Thank you.
will really, it's going to go forward. I know it will, just like you. Thanks.
Thanks.
Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Shawn Buckley. I'm with the Natural Health Products Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have as my guest Christine Williams. Christine, welcome to the health show.
Thanks, Shawn, and thanks for all you're doing. And it's a privilege to be here.
Well, there's a whole team busily working behind this, and we're excited about getting people's stories out in the public because of all the censorship. People that tend to know about, you know, lives changed can't talk about it, and I'm particularly pleased to have you here because not only are you going to be telling a personal story about a family member, but it's kind of connected to something like your work showed the importance of part of your journey. So you worked for 28 years as a dietitian at Children's Hospital in Calgary. And as part of that, you actually were the primary developer of what's called a ketogenic diet program for children with epilepsy. And I'm wondering if you can kind of share about that program, the results that were seen, and kind of the importance for, you know, diet on here. It's a neurological disease or condition, epilepsy, and also the need for supplements when you're on that type of diet, just so that people viewing can understand a connection with, you know, diet and some neurological issues.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so the ketogenic diet is a high-fat, low-carb diet, originally developed in about the 1920s for children with epilepsy, because it was known, and there's actually a biblical reference where somebody's asking Jesus about what to do with somebody who was having seizures, and Jesus said, this is helped by prayer and fasting. So that's kind of the first reference to fasting helping. And in the early 1900s, there were doctors who were aware that when people with epilepsy, say they got sick with, say, a gastro illness and they weren't eating for a few days, their seizures would often get better. But then when the illness resolved and they started eating again, the seizures would come back. So at one point, they would admit people to the hospital for serial fasting, like fast them with only water for as long as they could take it, and then discharge them and wait a while and bring them back and fast some more. And at some point, somebody developed a diet, which was a high-fat, low-carb diet to mimic the metabolic state that someone would be in when they were fasting.
Oh, so, hence the name ketogenic, because after about 48 hours of fasting, you go into a ketogenic state. Okay.
That's right. Yeah. So the high fats get converted into ketones, and that serves as an alternate energy source for the brain. And it changes brain chemistry in quite a few ways that all, you know, it's affecting neurotransmitters, it's affecting DHA levels in the brain. There's quite a few things going on. It's affecting how channels that let ions in and out are operating. So it works on multiple levels. And so that's how the ketogenic diet came into being. And it sort of fell out of favor in around the 1940s when pharmaceutical agents were made available for seizures. And it was in the 90s that a man named the boy was Charlie Abrams. I'm drawing a blank on his dad's name, but his father did some research at UCLA when he found out his son had epilepsy and came across the ketogenic diet in these medical books. And by this time, his son had failed multiple anti-epileptic drugs. And he went to the doctor. He's like, what? There's a dietary treatment? Nobody told me about it. And the doctor's, oh yeah, it's really hard. Nobody does it. And he found at the Mayo Clinic, they were still offering the ketogenic diet. So he flies his son there, and his son is seizure-free his first week on the diet. And he's like, oh my gosh, here's kids having all these medications that have side effects, and nobody even offered us this dietary treatment. So he started the Charlie Foundation and started promoting the ketogenic diet. And it was right around that time that I started my career.
I hadn't heard of it until, you and I started talking. And it's quite something that Children's Hospital is offering this for, children with epilepsy. What types of results did you see? Because
So the typical, documented results are about a third of the children who try the diet will stop the diet just because it's so hard it's a really challenging diet. And about a third will have improvement, and about a third won't have improvement. And of the third of the children that have improvement, about 10% will have their seizure. Well, about a third will have seizures reduced by 50% or more. And about 10% of the kids who start the diet will be 5 to 10%, I guess, will become seizure free. And some of those get off medications. So after being on the diet for a period of time, they're gradually weaned off the diet and can maintain those same seizure control results after they're off the diet.
that's quite interesting. So this was part of your professional life, and then something happened in your family that basically you ended up having to use diet as part of the treatment also. Can you share with us that journey?
Yeah, and before I do, I'd just like to say that kids who are on the ketogenic diet, because it's so restrictive, they have to have supplements. So they need multivitamin supplements, they need multi-mineral supplements, they need carnitine, they usually need extra selenium just to support the changes in the diet. So it's like really important for that group of children to have access to affordable supplements, or they cannot safely do the diet. So back to my journey. My first child, who I'll call Danielle, and I'm going to use a pseudonym just to protect the privacy of my child. Danielle had original normal development, and actually kind of precocious development, reaching language milestones way above normal, and physical milestones like walking and all that at a typical age, and had good social interaction, just a beautiful, brilliant child who, after the age of 2, I started to see some differences. And it started with some gut dysfunction and kind of progressed gradually, so that by the time Danielle was 5 years old, she had gone from at the age of 18 months, speaking in 12 to 18 word sentences, to being 5 years old, and the language processing taking so long that it was difficult to get a sentence out. So I think language was still there.
Well, you just shared with me actually an amazing sentence that she used when she was 3, the authorized personnel sentence. And I'd like you to share that, just so that people have an appreciation that Danielle was very sophisticated, actually advanced in her language. So when you said precocious, I mean, you're meaning she was ahead of, her peers in language development before the change.
So Danielle said her first 3-word sentence at the age of 14 months, "Daddy, go work," which was pretty amazing because, at that age, children are usually not saying many words at all, but not sentences. And by the time she was 18 months old, she was speaking in 12 to 18 word sentences with proper grammar and syntax. So instead of saying, "Daddy, go work," she'd say, "Oh, Daddy's at work." She wasn't using pronouns improperly. And one time when she was 3, we were at the Children's Hospital where I worked, and we walked past this area, and Danielle said, "Mommy, look at the bright red electrical outlets." And I said, "Oh yeah, they make them red so they're easy to find when they're in a hurry to plug in emergency equipment." And then we passed by all these IV stick poles, And Danielle said, I want to plug one of those in. And I said, oh, we're not allowed to because we don't work there. And she went, we're not authorized personnel. And I said, yeah, you're right, we're not. But I'm thinking, how do you even know that term? And I racked my brains and I remembered 6 months earlier, so she was 2.5 years old, and she was riding in the shopping cart, and we were at the back of the store, at the grocery store. And she said, Mommy, look at those big gray doors. I want to go back there and see what's behind the doors. And at that time I had said, oh, we're not allowed to. Do you see that sign? It says authorized personnel only. And that means only people that work here can go back there. So this 2.5-year-old remembers that for 6 months and then uses it appropriately.
Yeah, so basically you have this child who's developing physically and mentally is great, is social, makes eye contact, is advanced in her speech. And so you're actually thinking, I've got this child that's ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
And then something happens.
Well, we just began seeing gradual regression where things were lost and the social skills fell by the wayside. Instead of playing with toys in like an intentional way, like kids do, Danielle would just like line up the toys in a certain order and leave them. So she wasn't like having imaginative play anymore. She started having lots of sensitivity to noise and light, and would have tantrums if noises were too loud. If she went outside and didn't have her sunglasses, she would scream because the light was too bright. Lost social skills, so wasn't playing with her brother anymore like she used to. Wasn't making eye contact. If you're taking pictures, we have a whole kind of time frame where we couldn't take pictures because if the flash went off, she would scream and she wouldn't look at the camera anyways. So she just wasn't interacting with the world. And then started, because of all this, honestly, the world became a place where there was too much overstimulation. So she started having like 5 45-minute tantrums a day. In between tantrums, just to calm her nervous system, she would flap her hands and spin and spin. And there was one song that she liked to hear, so she wanted to hear it over and over again. And if it stopped playing, she would start screaming. So we actually recorded it on a loop and play the whole time. And she would just spin around and flap her hands listening to this song for hours at a time.
Can I just slow us down so people really understand what you're saying? So when you're talking about spinning and flapping her hands, I mean, this isn't a positive activity.
No, that's stimming.
And it's spinning, like literally it's showing that there's something wrong happening in her mind at the time, right?
Yeah.
And am I correct? This would go on for hours a day, like every day.
Yeah.
She'd basically be locked in this loop where she's spinning and flapping.
Yeah, typical characteristics of a child on the autism spectrum.
Okay. And when you're talking about these tantrums, like you said, 5 45-minute tantrums.
Yeah.
Like, isn't that 4 hours and 15 minutes a day?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you mean temper tantrums, right?
Screaming, kicking, crying, like yelling. Yeah. Full on tantrums because the light is too bright. There was a noise that scared her. She wasn't expecting. We're walking down the street. She sees a dog half a block away, starts screaming out of fear.
And just couldn't be calmed down.
Yeah.
Right.
Couldn't find a toy, frustration, the toys aren't lined up right. Anything could set off a tantrum.
No, we had emphasized her ability to have sophisticated speech. Can you describe, you had started saying, and I'm sorry I interrupted you, that basically her speech slowed down to where she wouldn't even finish sentences. Can you describe what the speech became like?
Yeah, so if she was sitting on a chair, like she wouldn't even be sitting upright anymore. She'd be kind of slumped over, and it would be like, I would like, and sometimes it would take so long to get to that point that she would forget what it was she was trying to ask for. Like I think the language was still there, but the processing time was so long that she would often just lose track of her sentence after a few words.
And she would actually be leaned over, like, so her posture, her body posture changed completely.
Yeah, one of the things that happened is it was like she didn't know where her body was in space. So sometimes she'd start leaning and then lean some more, and sometimes she'd just fall on the floor and be mad, like, who pushed me? And it was really that as she's shifting, her vestibular apparatus isn't speaking to her nervous system properly. She doesn't know she's shifting. The next thing she knows she's falling off the chair and doesn't know why. So she didn't really know where her body was in space either.
Right. And so probably like activities that she had been involved with before and friendships before, it all ended.
Yep. Yeah.
As a mother, like I can't imagine like how grieved you would be, because you have this normal child that now, and I'm not trying to be I'm harsh or anything, but literally totally disabled.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like incrementally, I watch my child disappearing into some kind of world that is totally disconnected from what's going on. So when
Right,
she's,
like 'cause before she would make eye contact with you, she'd have conversations. I imagine lots of hugs and cuddles and
yeah,
interaction and fun activities. And you saw that just be taken away from not just her, but from you.
yeah, yeah, it was heartbreaking.
So, so what do you do? Like, how does the family cope? Because I can't imagine, even like 3 hours and 15 minutes of screaming a day, let alone this flapping and skinning, uh, or spinning, and let alone a child not being able to communicate and interact with me. Like I can't imagine that stress. What's the family going through?
But boy, it was tough. So by this time, like I was working part-time, and we had a kind of a disastrous event happen with a babysitter, and it just wasn't feasible to have me working during the day and have a babysitter. So at the time, I had just fabulous managers, and my husband and I came up with an idea that because what I did was mostly over the phone and by computer, and for parents who also had children with a disability, it actually worked well if I could work in the evenings, because I could talk to them when their kids were in bed and things were quiet, and so I talked to my managers, and I was able to start working in the evenings. I had to give up part of my job. I used to work in diabetes as well as the ketogenic diet program, so I gave up the diabetes portion, and I just continued with the ketogenic diet. So my husband would go to work in the day, and then he would come home and we would have supper together, and then I would go to work in the evenings 3 days a week. And the job that I had, there wasn't really enough time allotted to it for how it was growing. Over time, we were able to get more funding for that program. But I just used to stay and do the job until it was done. So it was nothing for me to be there at still 1 or 2 in the morning. And then I would come home, and not that I got paid for all that overtime, but I would come home and then I would go to bed and get up at 6 in the morning and start getting ready for the day. So my husband and I were kind of like two ships passing in the night on the days that I worked. And the days that I wasn't working, I was researching, like, what am I going to do about this? Because when we had the assessment done, there was agreement that she met the DSM-4, that was the diagnostic criteria manual that was used at that time. She met the DSM-4 criteria for both autism and Asperger's, but they had seen sometimes when she had a bit more focus and talked a little bit better, so they didn't want to give a diagnosis. And so I said, okay, well, she meets this criteria, like, what do we do about it? And they're like, oh, we're an assessment only service, so there is no treatment. And I had even asked, like, is there anyone to help with the managing the tantrums? And they're like, yeah, no, we don't have any resources for that, so you're on your own, which was kind of devastating at the time, because, like, I had also worked in the oncology department, and I knew that there were 2.5 psychologists in the oncology department. And then for this neurodevelopmental program, there was nothing. Like, and that's where you have all the behavioral issues is with autism. It just wasn't funded the same way. So it was kind of a double-edged sword, because on the one hand, it was like, oh, okay, I guess I'm on my own to manage this. But on the other hand, it forced me to do a lot of research, and I prayed. So it was when I prayed, sorry, I'm going to tear up a bit here, but it was when I prayed I started getting answers. And people would send me things out of the blue. The first thing was somebody had sent me a link to a conference that was happening in Calgary about kids with autism. And it was like 2 days after I'd said this prayer, like, what, God, what am I going to do? So I went to this conference and found out there were things that people were doing that were helping. So we started with a gluten-free, casein-free diet, because I was a dietitian. That was easy for me to do. And I figured out recipes. I made, back in the day, you couldn't get gluten-free flours. So I made my own gluten-free flours by grinding up nuts and gluten-free oats and millet, and mixed my own stuff. We ordered coconut flour from the US at that time, because you couldn't get it in Canada. So we started with a ketogenic or a gluten-free diet. When we pulled the gluten out, we did that over the Christmas holidays, because the theory is that the proteins in the gluten and the casein turn into morphine-like compounds, which cross the blood-brain barrier, and the children are kind of like stoned, and they're addicted to the gluten and the casein. So we decided to do the gluten over the Christmas holidays, just to, you know, if you take drugs away from someone who's addicted, they can have like bad reactions to it. And so we wanted, if there was going to be a bad, like a withdrawal type reaction from these gluteomorphines, that it would happen at home and not at school. And we actually did see an improvement in focus and attention. So we did that over the Christmas holidays, and then we waited for the Easter holidays, and we took out the casein, and we saw another development, like another level up in development. So before
I just want to slow you down, Christine, because some people might not have ever heard before of actually, you know, behavioral issues being helped. I mean, not solved, but you're seeing, it's a lot of work for you guys to do that diet. And if you weren't seeing benefits, you wouldn't have kept up with it.
No.
So you do a dietary change with a child that is suffering terribly with autism, and you're not out of the woods, but it's better.
It's better.
It's a step forward, right?
Yeah.
And then in April, you change the diet again, and you see a step forward. I mean, you still have behavioral, but you've seen a change. And I think it's important. Some people watching this might have never heard of, you know, a positive change, a step forward because of a dietary change. And I know, because the diets are so hard, that a parent's not going to stick with it unless they see a benefit.
Yeah, that's true. So we did see some improvement. But one thing, you know, the brochures that they'll give parents, like how to tell signs if your child is using drugs. One of the signs is dilated pupils. And Danielle had really dilated pupils, like so dilated that you couldn't see her irises. It was just one big black pupil. And I remember speaking to a neurologist that I worked with who did an assessment. And I said, you know, she couldn't use the light to check reflexes in her eyes because it was just like blinding for someone with fully dilated pupils. And I said to the neurologist, like, what do you think that is? She goes, I have no idea. So the dilated pupils got a little bit better when we pulled out the gluten and the casein. But later I found out that soy protein also has a similar morphine-like compound that does the same as the gluten and the casein. And when we pulled that out, it took a couple months, but her pupils normalized. So the dilation was like her being stoned from these morphine-like compounds in the food that were crossing the blood-brain barrier and binding to morphine receptors in the brain.
So she had had these dilated pupils, literally, I expect by then, for a year or more.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And so after years of having dilated pupils, another diet change and her pupils become normal, which
Yeah,
probably helped with the light sensitivity.
it absolutely did. That's right.
So what else did you do? And I know in advance that there's more, but do you want to tell those watching kind of what other steps you took on your journey?
So kids on the autism spectrum are notoriously picky eaters. They're very selective, and it's probably because they experience their senses function quite differently, and they experience food a lot differently. And foods would make Danielle gag. So she was only eating gluten and casein because those were foods that were comforting, kind of making her a little bit stoned and able to cope with the world. But other foods like fruits and vegetables that she eagerly ate when she was younger, she wouldn't eat anymore because they didn't taste very well. And so when I pulled out the gluten and the casein, I'm doing my best to make sure, you know, her dietary needs were met. And that included using vitamin and mineral supplements. So pulling out the casein, which comes from dairy, meant that she needed calcium supplements. So we were using calcium, magnesium supplements and vitamin D, and just a multivitamin because she wasn't eating any kind of vegetables. She wasn't eating fruit. She was just a very selective eater. So we relied on vitamin and mineral supplements to ensure that she was meeting her nutritional requirements. And that in itself is helpful for brain function for someone who's like a really picky eater. Like I think you're familiar with the work of Dr. Bonnie Kaplan. She's done work with supplements and brain function. She worked at the Children's Hospital where I worked, so I knew her. And she's done a lot of research on various mental health issues and nutrition supplements. So for sure, with a child with very selective eating patterns, they're going to have nutritional deficiencies. So we definitely relied on that. And I had alluded earlier to this gut dysfunction. So I believe my child had a type of gut dysbiosis that was causing severe, severe constipation. And so I introduced probiotics, and I wouldn't say I saw any like immediate improvements with that, but there's such a huge connection between the gut and brain function that I know it actually helped, and it did actually help with the constipation as well. So we used that. We used cod liver oil for essential fatty acids, but we also gave DHA and EPA supplements. Those are essential fatty acids to help with brain function. And then I think one of the most powerful things we did was homeopathy. So I prayed a lot through this journey, and people would phone me up out of the blue.
And can you actually expand on this? Because between you and me, Christine, I think that often, you know, when somebody is suffering or their child is suffering, and we pray about it, we're actually given very specific directions. And when you were sharing with me earlier, I just thought, okay, God's giving Christine some confirmation here. So can you not gloss over this part, just because I actually think it's important for people to hear that part of your journey?
Okay. So when I started praying, like, God, how are we going to deal with this? I got an email from one of my colleagues, and it was this conference where I found out about the gluten-free, casein-free diet. And I went home and I was feeling a little defeated, like, oh my gosh, that's all my kid eats is like bread and cheese and milk. Like, how am I going to pull this out when that's all my child eats? So I was in the shower and I was praying about it. And God, can you please show me if there really is a connection between my child's gut and the brain and what's going on with this autism diagnosis? Please confirm that for me and show me what I can do about it. And I got out of the shower and we had advertised something on Kijiji for sale. And this woman showed up to buy this patio set that we were selling. And she noticed that my child had some sort of neurodevelopmental issue. And she said, you know, by the way, I'm a homeopath. So I noticed there's something going on with your child, and I just wanted to give you this coupon for a free initial assessment. And I said, oh, okay, well, tell me more about this. And she said, well, you know, I start looking at the gut because I find there's such a connection between the gut and how the brain functions. And I'm like, oh my gosh, were you in the shower with me? Because she almost said identically what I had prayed. And so we started using that homeopath, and she gave us a remedy, which was, I believe it was belladonna. She said, we're going to start with this severe constipation. And so we started with this remedy, and literally the stools that, there's kids when they have really severe constipation, they sometimes look like they're trying to have a bowel movement, but they have such a big stool. Like, imagine a 3-year-old or a 2-year-old having a stool that's like 3 inches in diameter. It hurts to pass that stool. And kids might look like they're straining to pass a stool, but they're actually doing their hardest to keep it in because they know it's going to hurt so much when they pass it because it's so huge. So that's what we were experiencing. And we started with this belladonna, and Danielle got this first remedy, and all of a sudden she's having normal bowel movements without them being so huge she doesn't want to go to the bathroom. So that's when I went, wow, this really works. But on the other hand, I wasn't sure, like, how can this work? Because I'm kind of looking into it, and, you know, I'm trained in the medical system. Like, homeopathy is so diluted that there's no original molecules from the like from what you're made it from. So how can that possibly work? So I said a prayer again, and I said, God, if homeopathy really works, can you show me that and confirm that for me? So a couple days later, I'm driving home from work because I'm working evenings by now in CBC, which I won't say anything about CBC, but I used to listen to the CBC regularly. And there was this program called Ideas, and they would interview really interesting people. And, you know, 2 days after I pray about, does homeopathy work? They're interviewing a quantum physicist who's talking about how homeopathy, he believes, works because the water becomes entangled with the compounds that you make the remedies out of. So it works through quantum entanglement. And I'm like, okay, that sounds kind of scientific to me. And I prayed about it, and I had a homeopath, so I'm going to go with the homeopath. And then I saw the results with the severe constipation. So that was very encouraging. And then I came to realize that she was coming up with her remedies by using kind of like a wheel and a pendulum over top. And because
Right.
I'm a
So
Christian,
you didn't like that. So
I didn't. I thought that was divination. And so I don't know. I leave that to God, but I wasn't sure if that was divination. So I prayed. I think homeopathy works, but I need a different homeopath. And then a couple days later, I kid you not, I get a call from a woman I haven't spoken to for probably 6 years. And her child had been on the ketogenic diet years before, and he was off the ketogenic diet. And she phones me up and she said, you know, Christine, I don't really know why I'm phoning you, but I wanted to phone you and tell you about this homeopath. And so she tells me about this homeopath, and I went to this homeopath, and we switched to her instead. So literally, every time I prayed for a specific question, people would phone me up out of the blue. And 3 people for sure, when they phoned me, said, I don't really know why I'm calling you, but I wanted to tell you this. And it would be an answer to my prayers.
It almost became a code word. So you would know it. I don't know why I'm calling, but it's just, can I share? It's just funny. Like, I was interviewing a medical doctor for the health show, who is a medical doctor for 45 years. But for the last 25 years of his medical practice, also was using homeopathic medicine.
Is that
And,
Dr. Malthouse?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I was so, people watching this, you want to watch this, you want to watch Stephen Malthouse, what he has to say. But what I found interesting is I raised the issue, like, because conceptually, the logical part of my mind, like, and I fully believe homeopathic medicine works. And you're going to share another example, but I just had him explain, like, because it's diluted and diluted and diluted. So there's something else going on. But what he said is he said, but I see it work, and I see it work, and I see it work. And one of the questions I asked was, okay, so for the last 25 years of your practice, you're using both the pharmaceutical chemical drugs, and you're using homeopathic remedies. And he's saying, like, my patients get a choice. Like, some people come in and they just want the chemical pharmaceutical drugs. In fact, they have that expectation, right? So, but some are using the homeopathic remedies, and he would see way better results. And there've just been conditions that there's no answer for in the chemical drug model, but homeopathic medicine has an answer for. So it's just interesting that you were kind of raising, you yourself, you weren't, how can this work? But you get clear direction, press ahead. And so what did you experience with, you've already shared this constipation, which I assume was a problem for years.
Yeah.
Right? And the medical doctors have no answer for it.
Well, mineral oil, which isn't good.
But it didn't work.
Not great. No.
And then you take a homeopathic remedy and it works.
Yeah.
Solve the problem.
Yeah. So our original homeopath, like not the one that used the pendulum, but the other one, she was really expensive. We had multiple medications, and they all had to be given 20 minutes apart. So before Danielle started grade 1, we could do that because she was only at kindergarten for a few hours a day. And then, I had all the rest of the day, and it had to be at least half an hour before meals or an hour after. And then every 20 minutes, I'm giving another set of remedies. And at that point, I decided to read Samuel Hahnemann's book because he was the developer of homeopathy, and he wrote a book called Organon of Medicine. And so I read that, and I learned in that book that he viewed illness, like healing, as like peeling back the layers of an onion. So you start on the outside, the most recent illness or trauma or insult, whatever you're dealing with. And then you deal with that, and then you go down gradually deeper and deeper layers. And the homeopath we were using wasn't doing that. But also when Danielle was going to go to grade 1, we weren't going to be able to like keep on the clock and be administering something every 20 minutes. So I prayed again, like, God, I can't keep doing this. And so if homeopathy really is going to help heal my child, please help us find a new homeopath. And then I was at a lecture, And I ran into someone who I knew from the homeopath I was going to. And I said hi to her at the lecture. And I said, like, your son's going into grade 1. She goes, yeah. And I said, so are you going to still do all these Medicaid? Like, how are you going to do the homeopathy? And she goes, I found a new homeopath. I want to tell you about it. So she tells me about this new homeopath. And I contacted her. She was in Ontario. We only worked over the phone and by internet. She never met my kids, so she just went on my reports. And she did use it was Heilkunst homeopathy, and she did use the method where they start with the most recent thing. I had to do a big timeline of every illness, every bump on the head, everything I could think of, and any kind of medications, and she did the timeline. And when we got to the, like, my kids both had chicken pox. And when we got on the timeline to the time when they had chicken pox, we got the remedy for chicken pox. And I gave the kids the remedy for chicken pox, and they each got like one chicken pox on their body. It's been years since they'd had chicken pox, but they each got a chicken pox on their body, and they had a fever overnight. And Danielle actually threw up. So it was like a healing reaction. And then in the morning, the chicken pox was gone. And it was like we were taken to a new level of healing or development, because she looked at me in the eyes for the first time in years.
So this is another step forward. So this specific remedy, which was just to address, a previous sickness and make sure the body was, had fully healed and got through that, actually was a marker. She made eye contact for the first time in years.
Yeah. And that homeopath that I dealt with, when I told her that, she said, one of the things about childhood illnesses is, pediatricians used to say, before we had vaccines to prevent them, that after a child had like chicken pox or what we think of as childhood illnesses, that there would often be a developmental leap after they recovered from that illness. So that was my homeopath's explanation for that, that it helped her to get to that next level that maybe the chicken pox would have. I'm not sure, but honestly, that's when I was at that point, I was really starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
And what was the next thing? It involved a friend at school, right?
Oh yeah. So when Danielle was in kindergarten, because she just couldn't cope with all that stimulation going on, she would find a corner at the back of the room and sit facing the corner and not interact at all. If she was like forced to transition, she might have a temper tantrum. She just didn't engage socially at all. She couldn't make eye contact with the kids. Like, she just didn't interact at all. She didn't even interact with her own toys. There was no imaginative play. So she didn't have any friends. And, when she was at school and having tantrums, the other kids are probably kind of scared. Like, I don't understand that child. I don't want to be near them. So she was pretty socially isolated. And she was in grade 4. So by this time, we've gone through all these homeopathic treatments. We've gone right through time to her birth, which was a pretty traumatic birth. And then the homeopath started working on what she called miasms, which I understand is kind of genetic inheritance to disease and that sort of thing. So we were at that phase. And Danielle had an appointment at the hospital, and she didn't want to go because there was a field trip and she wanted to go on the field trip. And I said, well, I'll take you right to the field trip after. And she said that her friend was going to be waiting for her. And I'm thinking, well, it's probably one of those really sweet, nice kids that's just nice to Danielle because, she can see that Danielle needs someone to be nice to her. So
you're not thinking it can be a real friendship because for your years, your daughter had been unable to be in a position to have a real friendship.
That's right.
Okay.
So we get to the location where the field trip is at, And we pull up in the parking lot, and there's this little girl standing on the edge of the group. And she keeps looking at the parking lot, and we pull up, and Danielle gets out of the car, and this little girl comes running with her arms outstretched, and she's like, Danielle, you're finally here. I'm so glad. And the two embrace each other, and then they hold hands and they skip off and go and join the crowd.
Boy, that must have just made your heart skip.
There's no words. I was just so full of gratitude. So from there, they were like best friends for a few years. And by the time Danielle was in grade 8, she had a whole circle of friends that, you know, when she was, you know, in grade 1 and 2 and never got invited to birthday parties, never had friends, was all alone in the playground. I prayed for that. And then when it actually happened, I was just so full of gratitude.
No,
Sorry, I'm pretty emotional.
No, don't you dare be sorry about expressing human joy and love. So, like, I know they're tears, but they're tears because your heart's joyful about what happened.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm holding it back too. So you can't not hear a story and feel that way. So it gets better and better, doesn't it? The story.
Oh, well, yeah, it does. So when Danielle first had the assessment at the Children's Hospital, where, you know, they looked at cognitive stuff and social stuff and motor skills, we were told that her motor skills were so delayed, she would never even be able to hold a pen or pencil. Like, just get her on a keyboard and hopefully she can type, and don't even try and get her writing using her hands. And I thought, well, that seems ridiculous. I'm not going to do that. I went out and I bought all kinds of like fancy hole punches and construction paper and staples and glitter, like glue on rhinestones and all kinds of craft materials. And Danielle used to use them all. So getting all, like, using the fancy scissors and hole punches and staplers and everything. Like, don't give up on a kid's motor skills. Do things that will engage them. And because the brain is very plastic, and I think sometimes some practitioners don't think that way. So instead of giving up on a child's motor skills, try and find ways to engage them so that they'll develop those motor skills. So the child who, when assessed at the age of 5, was never going to be able to hold a pen or pencil, actually graduated from the Alberta University of the Arts with a fine arts degree with honors. A brilliant artist. So.
And she's living a normal life today.
Yeah. Lives in California. Always said, I hate winter. When I grow up, I'm going to move someplace warm. So living in Hawaii, and is married now.
And working, right? She's a care aide and she's an artist.
A care aide and does art on the side. Yeah.
And when she, had regressed and basically the medical system gave up on her, you must have thought she's going to be disabled her whole life and actually require the resources of care for her whole life.
I did think that, especially because at the age of 5, I was still seeing more regression. Like, it wasn't like, okay, we're stable now and we're getting better. Like, it was continued regression from, for sure, age 3 to 5, where, it started with some behavioral stuff, and then gradually the language and the tantrums. And yeah, I did not think that my child was going to be able to function in the world at times.
Let alone graduate from university with an honors degree.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, but a couple of people had different ideas.
Yeah. Yeah.
So one of them being God.
I give a lot of glory to God, because when I answered prayers, I just had amazing results. That I would ask a question and I would encounter someone who had the answer or who would point me in the right direction. So for sure, all the natural health products were keys in healing, but it was all divinely guided.
And I actually imagine just the strength for the family to go on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Christine, I'm certainly appreciating you sharing with us. Do you think it's possible that, you know, Danielle would have been able to get through this? And I appreciate God could just heal, but he chose a specific path for you and your family that involved natural health products and involved homeopathic remedies. Do you think she would be in the same place today without having access to those?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. For sure, the vitamin and mineral supplements, everybody needs that kind of nutrition for their brain to operate properly. And when you have a child who's like super picky, which is so common with kids on the autism spectrum and kids with other neurodevelopmental disorders, any kind of sensory processing disorders as well. Supplements are needed for children who can't get the nutrition from their food. And because you know Dr. Kaplan, you know that she's got research showing that the way our modern agricultural farming operates, we're depleting our soils. So the soils don't have the nutrients to fully support the plants to uptake those nutrients and then make the vitamins and the vitamins that we get from the plants, as well as the minerals that they took up from the soil. So our food isn't as nutritious as it used to be either. So just from that perspective, access to multivitamin supplements or individual vitamin supplements and minerals is, I think, crucial, especially like anybody with a mental health issue, depression, anxiety, all kinds of those issues. I think there's good evidence to show that supplements can be helpful for that. So then in addition to that, what happens to a child who's developing brilliantly and then starts regressing? Obviously, there's some kind of an environmental factor, like whether it's the toxins that are just, we're all exposed to toxins in our environment. Pesticides on food, even if you're going organic, like in the US, I don't know if they do it in Canada, but in the US, they can water organic crops with used frack water. So what's in that? Like cesium, like heavy metals, all kinds of stuff. So even people who are trying to avoid environmental toxins are still getting exposed. So we have that going on. And one of the things we did homeopathically was homeopathic chelation. I used to have 13 mercury amalgam fillings in my mouth while I was pregnant. So, I think my children were exposed to mercury in the womb. That can't be helpful. So one of the things we did was homeopathic chelation. And I believe that was also one of the things that really helped recover. And then, however homeopathy works, doing that process with the timeline and all those illnesses and traumas and everything going back to before birth, and then doing what they call the miasms and clearing that out of, my homeopath referred to it as genetic baggage. All of that made a huge difference. And I'll just share one other anecdote. Because things were starting to get better, we were kind of slacking off the homeopathy, even though we hadn't completed all the miasms. So we'd we did one round of miasms, and then the homeopath would go in and do it at a higher potency. And we kind of slacked off. And then Danielle started having this emotional stuff going on, and she would write a suicide note and then go hide in her closet or under her bed. So, you know, I'm seeing this note and I'm thinking, oh my goodness, like hit me like a ton of bricks. And I contacted the homeopath and she said, well, you guys haven't done any of the miasms for a long time. Let me just see where we're at. And she said, oh, you're ready to do this next one. And she said, it's associated with suicide, suicidal ideology, depression, all this stuff. She said, let's continue. So we gave the remedy for what was next on this miasm list. And Danielle had a healing reaction, a high fever and vomiting. And then the next morning she was fine. And we never saw that behavior again. So even like on a spiritual, emotional level, homeopathy, in my opinion, is very healing.
It's interesting because some people, you know, watching this might go, well, that makes no sense at all. That you know, homeopathic remedy might help with really what's an emotional issue. You need to watch the interview of Dr. Stephen Malthouse, you know, medical doctor who also used homeopathic remedies for the last 25 of his 45 years of medical practice. And it involved things like that. And he would see result after result. So it's opening my eyes, Christine, I have to say, actually doing these interviews. I'm just learning so much. And I have to say, it's just been an honor to, you know, interview you beforehand so that, you know, I could make this meaningful on the video, you know, help you along with that. And just hearing the story, I feel changed, and I really appreciate you sharing the story. So I do have a final question I asked everyone, and that's just, you were marching this Charter of Health Freedom petition to Ottawa to try and get a better regulatory environment where our access to things that your daughter used are protected. Do you have a message for Ottawa as we, you know, march across to, you know, deliver these petitions in Ottawa?
I actually do. From my experience, both professionally as a clinical dietitian, working for 28 years with children with neurodevelopmental disorders and epilepsy, I absolutely know that children need access to these supplements. Children cannot be safely on a ketogenic diet unless we have supplements, and they have to be affordable because families who are impacted by children with disabilities, often one parent has to stay home to look after the child. So if it was a 2-income family, they're down to 1 income, and they have a lot of expenses looking after a child with disabilities. So if the ketogenic diet can help heal kids, and there's a brilliant story of a young man that I worked with. He was a 3-year-old at the time with a seizure disorder called Lennox-Gastaut syndrome, which at one time, if you Googled that because you got that diagnosis, it would say a catastrophic epilepsy. And so he went on the ketogenic diet. He was able to get off all of his medications. He stayed on the diet and gradually weaned it. And then he came off the diet. He's on a normal diet. He eats junk food even sometimes, and he does not have any seizures. And, you know, most children with a diagnosis of Lennox-Gastaut are going to have quite profound developmental delays. He's going to university. He's in his 3rd year of university. He's a brilliant kid. So he wouldn't have been able to do that without the ketogenic diet. And my child, without access to the vitamin and mineral supplements, the probiotics, and the homeopathy, I think would not be a functioning member of society. So that would be, and it's societal impacts, like who looks after those people when they become adults? What is the financial impact on society if you have people that have disabilities when they're adults. And personally, what is the cost to that family? What is the cost to that child? Children on the autism spectrum know that they're different. They might have problems communicating, but they know that they're different. They long for social contact. They just don't know how to do it. And so it's like a real heartbreak for families as well. So because I had the resources that I could do the dietary and natural health product treatments, I have a child who recovered from autism. And I'm profoundly grateful for that. But there's no evidence that these natural health products are causing harm to people. There's other products like pharmaceuticals that we accept side effects for, and the government's happy to give access to that, and yet they seem to be cracking down on harmless natural health products that can bring healing where the medical system has no answers. So we need access, and it's a benefit to society, both society at large economically, but to society at the family level as well. That's my message.
Well, Christine, that is an amazing message. Thank you for sharing that. And we, we've alerted MPs to this event, and we're continuing to contact them to be watching, presentations like yours so that they come to understand how important this is. And so thank you on behalf of the health show for sharing your story. It's touching and it's changed me. So I thank you so very much.
Thank you so much. And thank you to you and your team for everything you're doing. I really appreciate you spearheading this fight.
Thanks, Christine. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name's Shawn Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with me Justin Victor. Justin, welcome to the health show.
Thank you, Shawn. Very grateful to be here.
Now, Justin, you have an interesting health journey, and I'm wondering if you can share that with us, kind of, what the issue was, and how long it went on, and how you, well, I guess just start telling us what it was and what you tried to do to solve it.
Yeah, it was about 4 years ago when I noticed a lot of superficial skin eruptions, so acne. And it wasn't just face, it was shoulders, back, it was nowhere near localized. And at the time, the only thing that was offered to me was steroids, essentially to suppress what was going on. And I knew because with something like that, if anyone's ever had that, it kind of wrecks your sense of self-worth, which impacts how you relate to everyone and everything that you're experiencing in the world. So I knew already at that point, I just had a feeling that that was not a solution. I didn't even count it as something that would be useful. And so I probably struggled with about 2 to 3 years, just trying to go through it, trying different topicals, things touted as natural, essentially cosmetic things. And so at that time, I had actually recently graduated from the University of Alberta with geology. And it was my intention to be employed in that field, which, I was excited about, looking forward to. But I knew that with the skin issue that was going on, that sense of self-worth that was really just depreciated so extensively, I would carry that with me no matter what I did. It was also in that time that I was struggling with a lot of pain from years of bodybuilding and overtraining. And so, without having any solutions with that from different professionals I consulted,
Can
specialists.
can I slow you down a little bit? So
Yeah.
we'll go back to the skin issue first. So you're talking acne, and I mean you're talking a really serious problem, not just in your face, but it would appear in other places.
Yeah, face, neck, shoulders, back. It was quite uncomfortable in a number of ways.
Okay, so I mean emotionally, you're already describing it. It affects your whole self-worth, and I mean, I know, like, I'm concerned about how people view me, and if I've got pimples all over my face, I'm just going to assume people think I'm not healthy, and then there's the attraction thing. So that's type of what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, yeah, because you really just feel like less than. I don't know how else to describe it, but less than anyone else you're interacting with. And it's very difficult to break out of that for anyone that's actually experienced it.
Right, right. And then this is going on for 2 or 3 years, and you are actually referred to a dermatologist, a specialist in
Hmm.
skin, but there's not really a solution other than, a steroid cream.
Yeah, suppressing what's there, and their job is done at that point, but that doesn't do anything for me.
Right. Now, back to the bodybuilding thing. So my understanding is you used to be like heavily involved in bodybuilding.
Yeah, quite so. I wouldn't say as healthy as I would like. Quite intense, overtraining maybe. So undernourishing, lots of that. And I did use a few supplements at that time, but it it was really just to kind of fit into that mentality of what a bodybuilder is supposed to do, pounding protein, that kind of thing. Sure.
Right, right. But you were left with joint and muscle pain because of the bodybuilding that you had done.
Yeah, it was lasting and it was chronic and inhibiting basic movements of life. So I had to lose that at some point because I couldn't continue.
Right, right. So this kind of prompts you to start looking elsewhere. Can you share with us kind of how your journey progressed?
Yeah, so after I finished my degree, I was somewhat open to continuing that, but I was almost little bit more than casually pursuing holistic options, just looking online, just searching. And I came across an energy healing modality, and I was desperate at that point. I wanted to just have relief from the pain because that was the biggest thing at that point, and just to see if I could have some other opportunity, some other option to try anything. Um, and that is what started me into my journey as a practitioner. So I actually changed vocations at that point, and I knew that I wanted to not only formulate a better sense of self for me, but for the people that I knew were probably struggling with something similar. And I don't know what that looked like other than just I couldn't be the person that I was being set up to be with the specialists and with the current quality and state of life I was in.
And again, I just want to slow us down a little bit. So you look into this one energy healing technique, but that's to get relief yourself from the pain that you're experiencing from the bodybuilding. Am I right about that?
Pretty much it. I wanted to have relief so I could go back to the same lifestyle that brought me that pain. Kind of backwards, but that's how I thought.
Right. But it actually did bring you relief, didn't it?
Yeah, it was actually, I don't know where along the line, a number of years of slowly inching into that type of work, it dissipated, and I had a large frame shift, mental shift that accompanied that as well. But the pain is gone at this point, so I have no inhibitions.
Right. So you find relief and that gets you thinking, I need to find out about this now. And that and so you proceed down this journey. My understanding is you're kind of looking in different areas, but you were talking about one thing that caught my attention, this neuroacoustics. Do you want to share with us what that's all about?
Yeah, so in essence, I use specific, very precise sounds and vibrations, certain frequencies to actually influence and modulate or change the nervous system activity. So people are familiar with the fight or flight, rest and digest. What neuroacoustics, or it's actually called biotuning, does is I can actually visualize the fight or flight, rest and digest in real time, see it on a screen. And then my goal is just to find a single frequency that balances the whole system, brings them to zero stress, if people can imagine what that might feel like.
Right, right. And it's you're having real success with helping people get better sleep so that their sleeping patterns and also with digestion, right?
Yeah, so the majority of people coming in, 90+%, have a long grocery list of things they want worked on, autoimmune, inflammation, anything, and stress is kind of the last thing they're thinking about. But the majority of the activity I'm seeing is just fight or flight activity. So there's no rest and digest or very little, and then there's no opportunity to actually heal or recover. And so that explains to me a little bit about why they're kind of stuck in this loop because they can't really absorb anything from their diet, therapy, supplementation. So, yeah, a lot of it is people just stuck in this chronic fight or flight and they don't even know it when I ask them how they feel.
What I'm finding interesting with this conversation is I've been interviewing people from different, treatment modalities, homeopathic doctors and naturopaths and the like. And a theme that keeps coming up is that the body can heal itself if you give it what it needs, but it's got to have that nutrition. And I'm getting the same feeling from you. It's just you're finding people are locked in the fight or flight mode, so their system is kind of locked in the stress mode where you can't digest your food properly and get the nutrition you need. And then so they're coming in with complaints that flow from not having the nutrition, not realizing that the problem can be solved by getting their nervous system to calm down.
Yeah, exactly. It's like having a car that runs properly. You got to have the combustion engine functioning right, so the digestive system optimize, so the nervous system working well, and it has to have that steady stream of fuel. And ideally, you'd have a really nutrient dense, minimally processed fuel. But yeah, basically, if they're in that fight or flight, they're getting maybe a fraction out of all that. And there's a lot of fantastic therapists and practitioners out there using supplements and remedies, and they deserve to continue to grow and be shared amongst their clients. But if their clients are getting the results because of that chronic stress, that's not fair to them. So I find myself indirectly supporting their efforts as well.
Right. So this acoustic or neuroacoustics is particularly good at getting the nervous system to settle down. And as I understand it, so we kind of have it's, I think they refer to it as the reptile part of our brain, fight or flight. So if we interpret that we're in danger, then we get all these stress hormones and we stop digesting, like, because we're now, you don't want to use energy doing that. You're to run away or to fight. And some of us get locked in that, where our brain
Hmm.
just will not settle down. And there can be different reasons, like repeated trauma and the like, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So everything that people come to me with, I say it's on the list. The body has two lists. One when you're born, and it's just to maintain day to day, to detox, digest, bring new cells into life. And then usually that list just gets longer over time. We add things to it because it's a never-ending to-do list. And so essentially the best way, like many therapists have probably mentioned, is for the body to work on it. And that is a huge source of relief for people, because once you know that you're in that zero stress place, when you have a balanced nervous system, you can actually see whether or not the body's able to heal. And that removes a lot of uncertainty for people, because they could be finding, or they could be experiencing a lot of great supplements and diets and therapies, but they're not getting the results because the system is not open to working with them, to processing them. So my main job is just to wake up the internal physician, internal healer, finding the specific frequency unique to each person. And then it starts working on that list better, and things just start to alleviate on their own.
Right. Now you've also been trained in something called visceral manipulation, which it just sounded to me when we had an earlier conversation, it's a real compliment to this digestive problems that you find are solved, with this neuroacoustics. Can you tell us what visceral manipulation is and some of the results that you get with that? And I appreciate that often you're using both techniques at the same time.
Yeah, so the viscera or abdominal organs are not fixed in place. They're attached with different connective tissues, and so they can move around a little bit. But if they move outside of a normal or standard area, then they can cause physiological symptoms that we notice. And so, what this modality does is it actually, I use muscle testing or muscle feedback to help show me where the organs are. And then I use massage based techniques to actually move them back into place. So with the biotuning, I'm supporting the digestive system from the neuroscience or nervous system side of things, and the physiological, the actual organs. So actually checking the position of the stomach, the colon, the reproductive organs all tied in together, finding where they are and then guiding them back. Again, the body knows what to do, but if we push it outside of this optimal range, artificially using, whatever it could be, stressors, toxins, what's not natural, now we have to almost intervene because we notice the symptoms, because people don't think about it. I mean, if the body's working optimally, you shouldn't have to be thinking about it. There'll be no symptoms that come to your attention, and then it just works as it should on its own.
Right. Now, let's kind of segue back for a second. So you were talking about your own health journey and how you had, this skin difficulty. That's putting it mildly, and the bodybuilding thing. How is it that you found relief for your issues?
Yeah, so a couple of different facets. The obvious ones were the attenuation or decreasing of the skin issues, the eruptions, that kind of thing, and the slow resolution in that realm, the superficial, just mirroring the inside. As I worked more within, then the without started to improve, and then over time, the pain started to dissipate, and it took some time, so it was hard to notice it. But I have no restrictions now. But one of the most profound transformations was the own internal investigation of that, my own self-worth, what I carry into my relationships with my clients and people that I meet wherever. So if I'm more established with myself and skin is clear, I can come up to people and they're not automatically judging me. What they may or may not be, but up here, that's what people will usually think. Then that allows me to settle into those experiences a lot better, and my whole quality of life just improves in every realm.
Right. Now, but you went and you saw you were actually taking a course from a traditional Chinese practitioner, and you found out this person did live blood analysis, and that actually led you to seeing the person, and that helped you on your healing journey. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so with the neuroacoustics or biotuning, I wanted to incorporate in muscle testing, specifically Touch for Health. And so that's initially why I sought this practitioner out. I wanted to do training in muscle testing to help in getting information from my clients' bodies to find out how I could best support them. And then when I went there at the time with these skin issues, he mentioned that he did live blood cell. Like, so essentially what that is you look at drops of blood underneath a microscope and you can see undigested proteins, fats, parasites, excess acids. You get a whole glimpse of the inside of the body. And it's from that modality primarily where I found out exactly how everything superficial wise was connected to my digestion.
Right. So my understanding is this TCM practitioner that after analyzing your blood and giving you a consult, basically gave you kind of a regime of natural products that helped you get well, literally.
Exactly. Yeah. So I didn't see him every week. I didn't even see him every month. I saw him probably every 3 to 4 months. And in that time, all I was doing was taking his supplements. That was it. I still worked on myself with my own biotuning with the neuroacoustics. But from the digestion side of things, it was primarily just the supplements, the natural health products that he gave me. And yeah, 3 to 4 months between appointments, that's all I did to maintain and eventually get resolution from the skin issues, one of the main things.
Right. And so what supplement do you recall what he put you on?
Yeah, so there were some changes, but a lot of it was digestive enzymes. So supporting what the liver should be doing. There were deworming protocols, so wormwood-based supplements, specific strains of probiotics, as well as B12. That was another big thing. And then at some point, when I did a lot of digestive work, at some point, I started actually working directly on the gallbladder, and that was food grade Epsom salts. And that has been huge. I've been doing these cleanses with these natural food grade Epsom salts for years, and it's been incredible to see the changes in my digestive system.
Right. So you slowly notice your skin problems resolve.
Yeah, yep. And it's hard to tell when you're with yourself every day, but I definitely do notice a huge difference now.
And my understanding is your energy went up and you didn't even realize that it was down.
Pretty much. So in my time with bodybuilding, I would just push through whatever the discomfort, the fatigue was, and that was just my normal. And I didn't realize I was debilitated in energy until it was restored when I had moved out of that. So it was really just a contrast, not like I felt like I was drained before because I was really horrible at listening to my body. But when it came back into balance, then I noticed what balance actually felt like with regard to energy.
Right. Right. So so it was the supplements that moved you along so that your skin problems cleared up and your muscle pain and joint pain went away. What type of a difference has that made in your life?
I can live my life. Basically, I don't even have to think about it. If the body's not working as it should, then now I have to think about, okay, well, what can I do today, or what can't I do? So I have to now limit myself to what can possibly happen. And so I could actually move freely again. I could exercise without pain. I could get the natural endorphins and the resistance training and the exercise, the stimulation my body needed because I wasn't inhibited. And not only, like I said, I wasn't just uninhibited, I didn't even have to think about it. I want to go move, I can do that. It's not like I need to schedule my life around my body's calls for me to attend to it. So it was freedom, really. That's freedom to actually live.
Oh, I like how you phrased that. So, okay, we'll bounce back to your practice. So you, as I understand it, like where you really are making a difference with people is in the area of sleep and digestion, but that resolves a whole bunch of other things. Like they come into you looking for something else, like they got a list of problems, but
Hmm.
you're finding that really the main culprits are, this nervous system upset, which is preventing both them sleeping right and digesting properly.
Yeah, pretty much. So, basic way to think about it is if the body is chronically high flight response, basically resisting anything and everything that comes at you, there's no way it's going to be willing to let go into a deep non-REM sleep at night. Because what could happen? You're going to become vulnerable. And if you're in that attentive state, they're just not compatible. And so essentially, that non-REM deep sleep is where all the tissue repair happens and the memory consolidation, and essentially just lets us to be who we are again the next day instead of being or feeling like less because we didn't get a good night's sleep, for example.
Okay. Now, my understanding is you don't sell supplements, so you don't sell natural health products, but you will recommend to people that they pick certain ones up, just based on your training. What is the importance? Like I get for you, it was absolutely necessary to get
Mhm.
healthy to have supplements. What's your thoughts, for the people that are coming to you for help, the importance for them to be able to access natural supplements?
It's often to make up the shortcomings in the diet, whether that is something that they have control over easily with their choices or are limited based upon poor soil quality and just lack of access to those resources. So my main goal is to bring people to that point of zero stress so the body can heal itself, but we need to put that nutrition in so it can decide what to do with that. It has its energy to pay for projects, and that energy comes from the foods and supplements that we consume. And so, no matter how balanced the nervous system might be, for example, no matter how much I do, if they don't have those resources, then it just doesn't work. So, it's really just having balanced stress response, balanced digestive system working well, and the proper intake of nutrients and supplements and diet. And if any one of those come out, then the system doesn't work properly. And then that's where or a lot of people end up being stuck in the allopathic system, like I was, and you have limited options until you find the right opportunity.
Right. And just for those who, may not know the term allopathic, you're referring to the mainstream medical system when you say
Yeah,
that, right?
yeah, yeah, quite useful, but limited and not always working cohesively.
Right. Do you think there's any danger if people were to lose access to their natural health products?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not something that's going to be readily apparent until the body, starts showing different symptoms. So there's been a lot of talk about different micronutrients and macronutrients and what exactly to put in, which really isn't too much of our business to try and figure out if we had a balanced diet with regard to the foods we're naturally growing. But we have to think about it at this point because, like I mentioned, if the soil quality is quite depleted from pesticide use and poor farming practices, then we have to have some way to make up that difference. And supplements are the only way you can do that, as far as I know. There's no other substitute for them.
Yeah, and just, some people watching might not understand what you're referring to, but basically, a long time ago, the plants we would eat, the fruits and the vegetables would be filled with vitamins and minerals that they've absorbed from the soil. But because of the way we farm, they only contain a fraction now of what they used to. So we're actually not getting, a lot of the time, we're not getting what we need from our foods. And that's why being able to supplement with nutritional supplements is important. Am I kind of interpreting that correctly?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. We have our own microbiome, our own colonies of good bacteria, and so does the planet. But if these farming practices aren't sustainable, then that becomes disturbed, and it ultimately comes down to us because we're consuming the foods that come from that environment.
Right. And then my final question for you, Justin, is what is your message to Ottawa? So,
Yeah, I just like to ask them who they're accountable to, who is their priority. Having that answer would tell us a lot about if these individuals are actually representing us. And if we are their priority, I'd like to actually see the data behind that. What is the data behind their actions showing us that this is actually for us? So I want them to answer that question, who they're accountable to, and I want the transparency behind that answer so that I actually know what or who is governing all of Canadians.
that's an interesting message. Thank you, Justin. So I really appreciate that you've come on to share your health journey and also, share with us a couple of treatment modalities that many of us would not be aware of. So on behalf of the world's greatest health show, Justin, thank you so much for coming and joining us today.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to be here and all of the work you guys are doing to keep them accountable and keep.
Let's talk about Section 8, and that's the section that deals with a presumption of safety. So natural health products and the traditional practices and the other low-risk treatment modalities that the Charter regulates are presumed by law to be safe, and the government is only to interfere with them if the government has evidence of harm. And this is just to reflect that these treatment modalities are such low risk that it would be inappropriate to start with the legal presumption that they're dangerous. Now, by way of comparison, the exact same products, so what we call natural health products, in the United States, their law, they deem them to be safe. So this is not something out of the ordinary or unusual. It's just when you look at the low risk profile, as Congress in the United States had done years ago, it's actually appropriate to start with that because there's also a danger to removing products that are effective that people are relying on. So we need to be very careful and have the proper presumptions, and that's what's happening in Section 8. Let's talk about Section 9, which creates the Ministry of Wellness. Because under this act, natural health products, traditional practices, low-risk healing modalities are all going to be regulated not by Health Canada, but by a new Ministry of Wellness. And Section 9 also sets out that this has to be separate from Health Canada. In fact, the Minister of Wellness cannot be the same person as the Minister of Health. And the purpose here is to create a cultural divide because Health Canada is regulating novel chemicals that have never been in our food supply, and there's a tremendous risk. And they have to approach that with extreme caution, almost paranoia, just to try and protect us. And the protocol and the rationale and the culture is not appropriate to actually protecting and promoting access to not only low risk, but treatment modalities that we actually want to encourage people to be taking. So the purpose of Section 9 is to create this new ministry, but also to create a divide with Health Canada so that they can have different cultures. So Section 10 is a section that protects against fraud. We've created this new Ministry of Wellness to actually protect and promote our access to natural health products and other treatment modalities. But for this to actually work, they have to have some powers. And one of the powers they have to have is to protect us against fraud. So this Section 10 makes it illegal to be fraudulent in manufacturing and promoting these products so that, we're protected against those that would want to deceive us and mislead us. So this is actually very important. It's one thing for us to have our access guaranteed, but we also need to have truthful representations, and that's what Section 10 is about. So now I want to talk about Section 11 and Section 12. They basically both do the same thing, and that is to protect against adulteration. So these sections actually act as a prohibition, as you cannot manufacture, produce, store things in a way where there would be adulteration or any other harm. And it's an offense to contravene that. And this is just to ensure that natural health products and these other treatment modalities are provided to us in a safe way. So this is now just ensuring with the Charter of Health Freedom that no one can act irresponsibly so that we can have confidence in the products that we've accessed. So now I want to talk about Section 13, and it's about protecting against significant health risks. So we all know that natural health products have a tremendously safe profile, but to effectively regulate them, when there is a significant health risk, the Ministry of Wellness has to have some tools to protect us. And Section 13 basically allows them to get a court involved to get any type of order that is necessary to protect us. Now, it deliberately involves a court because we've run into problems with Health Canada where they can take some products off of a market without involving any other impartial body. And when they do this without a reasoned risk analysis, they actually create harm. I can give you an example where a court found that they caused deaths by restricting access to a product. Well, that's when they were acting unilaterally. If a court was involved, a court is going to hear both sides and have a balanced risk analysis. And so Section 13 that we're discussing was specifically drafted to ensure that when you're taking a treatment away, that both sides of the risk equation are brought into focus. So it's a very strong section in giving any power that's necessary to protect us, but it also includes an impartial third party. Section 14 is codifying a principle in enforcement because the Charter of Health Freedom gives the Ministry of Wellness some very significant powers and gives courts very significant powers to basically make almost any order necessary to protect us. Well, this has to be reasoned. Remember, I have spoken previously, we need balanced risk analysis. Section 14 codifies that. So a court, in protecting us, is to make the least restrictive order necessary to protect us, and is not to take a treatment away if actually taking a treatment away will be more dangerous and cause more harm than leaving it on the market. Sometimes we should be mitigating risk in other ways. And so Section 14 is a big protection for us because a court is required to be doing a balanced risk analysis when deciding what is best for us to protect us. Because the goal here is the best health outcomes. And so we don't want to thwart that with going too far in enforcement. And that's what Section 14 is all about. So let's talk about Sections 15 and 16, which deal with examination and sampling of products. Because we've given the Ministry of Wellness the exclusive jurisdiction to regulate natural health products and these other safe treatment modalities, they have to have the ability to be checking. So they have to have the ability to go and take samples of your products, to test them, to see, your facilities, to see that you're following the regulations. And so these sections are the ones that set out what powers they have. And they're very similar to the sections that are in the Food and Drug Act that give Health Canada those powers. So we're not inventing anything new here, but realistically, to properly regulate and manage these treatment modalities, there has to be the ability to go in and get the information that the regulatory body needs, and that's what these sections are for. So let's talk about Section 17, which basically puts an onus on people being regulated to cooperate with the Ministry of Wellness when the Ministry of Wellness is trying to check and make sure that you're following the Act and regulations. So when they show up at your facility or your place of treatment, that you have to share your records with them and show them around and let them have access to things. And this is necessary in a regulatory environment, or else inspectors will never be able to determine if the Act and regulations are being followed. Now, it is a little different than a similar power that's found in the Food and Drug Act that Health Canada inspectors have. And the difference is this, is our courts have said that when any inspector, whether it's dealing with food and drugs or any other regulated activity, is if the inspectors form the opinion that you have committed an offense and now they're trying to get evidence to convict you, at that point, actually your constitutional rights kick in and you're no longer under an obligation to assist them. And we've set that out in Section 17 just so that the people being regulated actually understand that they have these rights. So it creates an obligation to cooperate, but for when it would be inappropriate, in light of our constitutional protections. Let's talk about Sections 18 and 19. Now, Section 18 gives the Minister of Wellness the power to make regulations. When you're regulating a whole bunch of treatment modalities under an act, you have to pass regulations for people to comply with and to deal with very specific issues. But Section 19, it's an interesting section because it puts a bit of a brake on this for our safety. So the regulations are not supposed to be so strict as to take a product away for non-compliance. And let me just give you an example. So back in 2004, when we came out with the natural health product regulations, all of a sudden, this regulatory burden is being imposed upon natural health products and good manufacturing practices are being imposed. I knew of a herbalist at that time whose products I actually used. And this herbalist would go out into the woods and actually handcraft herbs. Well, what if you had a regulation that specified, no, all herbs have to be grown in, a sterile greenhouse and we're washing it with this and that? Well, that regulation would drive those wild-crafted herbs off of the market. Now, as providing it's safe for us to access those herbs and that we know they're not complying with that regulation, then why should they be taken away? And so what Section 19 does is it just causes this break in this kind of more reasoned approach so that you basically can't be stifled with regulations that are unreasonable. So let's talk about Sections 20 to 22, which deal with offenses and punishment. And these sections set out basically that you can be fined and go to jail for violating the Act or regulations. Absolutely necessary to give the Act and regulations teeth to make sure that people comply. But at the same time, it's a little different than the penalty sections in the Food and Drug Act, because the purpose of the Charter of Health Freedom is basically to ensure positive health outcomes. So when a court is ordering somebody, for a violation, and well, should we send them to jail or should we do this? If the effect of the order would be to take away a treatment that people rely on, and that would not be an appropriate thing to do from a health perspective, then the court is to take that into consideration. So again, the Charter is always focused on ensuring that we have positive health outcomes, because one of the things that's happened in the past under the Food and Drug Act is because courts are obligated when sentencing basically to follow other sentences, the effect of a sentence can and has been to take access to treatments away, and that can have a negative impact. So we're basically just ensuring that even in enforcement, that the Act is respecting that the purpose here is to protect and promote our health freedom and our, have good health outcomes. So that's what these sections are about. Let's talk about Section 23 of the Act, which is a very unique section. This is different than in the Food and Drug Act. This section deals with, are the government employees liable? And it basically says they are liable, except in the narrow circumstance of where they're removing a product where they have evidence that the product will, poses a significant risk, and the risk of removing the product is less than leaving it on the market. This is really important because under the Food and Drug Act that we're currently regulated under, there have been instances of state employees causing significant harm and death, and they were warned in advance. There's one case that I'm aware of where, because I was involved in a court case, I speak about it publicly quite frequently, where doctors and psychiatrists and people were writing and phoning Health Canada and saying, we need access to this product or there will be harm or there will be death. I'm aware of a senior, public figure who was holding press conferences warning of deaths and then blaming Health Canada for deaths, and yet these employees continued taking the product away, and the court found that what Health Canada was doing was dangerous and actually acquitted, saying it was necessary, it was legally necessary for people to have access to this product. So what we're saying is it's not okay for government employees to think that they can harm us by taking products we rely on away, especially when they're being told. You or I would be criminally liable, we would be civilly liable, but they're not. This section says they are. In the area of health, anyone who is going to harm you and put your life at risk needs to know that they don't get a free pass just because they're a government employee. Let's talk about sections 24 to 47 of the Charter, which all deal with the Health Freedom Ombudsman. What these sections do is create a new position of a Health Freedom Ombudsman and then give that person the powers and procedures necessary to protect our health freedom rights. Now, this is crucial because I have been involved with case after case after case where Health Canada has been restricting access that either the person contacting me or a loved one requires, sometimes for their very life or for very serious health conditions, and they're basically ignored. And there's no mechanism. And if you have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars and can hire a lawyer, even then, getting into court, you're not going to get access quick enough. And so there has to be some mechanism. What do you do when you're being threatened by the actions of a government bureaucracy? Any government bureaucracy in the area of health. If in any place there's need for an ombudsman, it has to be in the area of health freedom, the right to be exercising your choice of how you're going to treat yourself and considering your needs when your health is being threatened by the government. And so that's what this does, is we create the Office of the Health Freedom Ombudsman and we give this office the powers needed so that you have a voice if your health is threatened by any government department, not just Health Canada, not Ministry of Wellness, but any federal government department. The other day I had a button on it. It's not a good thing. Welcome to the world's greatest health show and the final stop on the charter tour. My name is Shawn Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and we are very, very pleased and honored to be in Bikers Church in Ottawa for our final stop. I've heard so much about this place. I've heard so many positive things that when we heard we had an opportunity to be here, we just jumped at it. And you know, it's a fitting place. We were on Parliament Hill this afternoon for a historic event. We gave to MP Blaine Culkins on the Hill the third largest paper petition in Canadian history. So the third largest paper petition to be presented to Parliament in our last 157 years as part of this citizens' initiative. And, you know, so the citizens got together and prepared this, basically a health charter, which is why we call it the health charter. But all the health charter does, and the intention is just to protect our access to vital nutrients and natural remedies, because we've been, you know, Health Canada just keeps turning the screws tighter and tighter, requiring more and more regulation. When this is a recent thing, we didn't have this before. And we don't have it south of the border where they're classed as foods. But we went into a drug model, and already, you know, I had somebody on the Hill come up to me and said, you know, I used to use natural remedies. I used to supplement, and I can't anymore. It's too expensive. Our prices are 3 or 4 times as they are in the United States, where they're not treated as drugs. So, you know, we came up with the charter as a way of protecting ourselves, literally against Health Canada. And all the charter does is it takes the health rights that the courts say that we have. We've got almost 1,000 years now of common law precedent. It was 1066 when William the Conqueror conquered and then started our common law system. And in that 1,000 years, the state would periodically try to go overboard on people, and the court set as a floor, no, these are the base health rights that the state can't violate. They can't violate by law, can't violate by action. So we just set them out. We set them out very clearly, and we state what the law already is no federal law can violate these, and no federal action can violate these. And there's no, you know, crummy justification clause like Section 1 of our Charter on Rights and Freedoms, which allows the government to basically run over our rights and then argue in court, no, but it was okay this time, it's demonstrably justified. No, because in our common law tradition, our heritage as Canadian citizens, in the common law, the government doesn't get to say, no, it was all right this time. No, these are our base floor rights. So we set those out in this charter. And we also take the regulation of these products from Health Canada to a new Ministry of Wellness with the legal duty to protect and promote our access. It does a few other things, but I want to talk about something different first. And I want to talk about the drug model. And I'm hoping that you have an open mind tonight. You know, the word closed mind actually is closed. Like we'll all have been conditioned in ways that are designed so that we don't hear, so we don't actually hear. I'm going to be saying some things and go, I already know that. Well, actually, you don't know it yet, and you need to start thinking about it deeper. So let's talk about the drug model, because some of us don't understand how much of a trap we are in with our drug laws and our universal health care. And so the first part about the drug model is, and all of this is by design. So first of all, you have to understand, I think it was President Eisenhower when he was leaving office and warning about the military-industrial complex. He also said nothing happens in government by accident. And what I'm talking about has been around for almost 100 years. It's not by accident, okay? It is not by accident. So as I share this with you, I need you to appreciate this is by design. We haven't stumbled into this trap by accident. It has been designed and calculated and executed flawlessly. And the first part is the federal government defines drug in the Food and Drug Act so broadly that it includes absolutely anything that you want to use to prevent yourself from getting sick or treating yourself if you are sick. Like, it doesn't matter if it's a chemical drug or a plant. Everything's a drug. And sorry, I'm getting distracted. You look so dehydrated. Can I give you some water? Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm making an example. I don't really mean that. If I gave her water to treat dehydration, the water's a drug. And I will have violated a whole list of federal laws. And I'm not kidding. If I was to give her water to treat dehydration, that's a therapeutic purpose. So water's now a drug, and I'd need a site license, I'd need a product license, I'd need a good manufacturing, I'd need a whole list of things. So you have to understand, water's a drug, vitamin C's a drug, vitamin D's a drug, broccoli's a drug, parsley's a drug. Anything used to prevent illness or to treat illness is a drug. Now, this is by design. This is part of the trap. It has to, first part of the trap is include everything. Second part of the trap is, let's make everything illegal. So the federal government passes law saying you can't sell a drug without a license. Now, as soon as they pass that law, every drug's illegal. And then Health Canada grants exemptions to the fact that everything's illegal. So Health Canada will grant exemptions in the form of a license, allowing us to access things to prevent illness and to treat illness. So did you know before this that it is illegal to treat yourself with anything that Health Canada hasn't said you can treat yourself with? Did you know that? I mean, that's why we're here fighting about vital nutrients, because Health Canada isn't giving us access to vital nutrients in the way that we need to stay healthy. So that's the second part of the drug model trap, is that every drug is illegal, and it's only legal in Canada to treat ourselves with things that Health Canada says we can treat ourselves. So we can even only access nutrients if Health Canada says we can. Right? So I'm going to have one of our guest speakers today is Jason Watkins of Purica. I mean, he can say, no, I can't sell you vitamin C unless I get Health Canada's approval. I can't put plants in a capsule and sell it to you for a therapeutic purpose unless Health Canada says I can. And that's our law, okay? That's our law. The third part of the drug model is that Health Canada has structured our drug approval process so that for all but the most minor of conditions, so all but for the most minor of conditions, the only drugs that they approve to treat are synthetic chemicals that had a patent when they were approved. So I'll just refer to them as serious health conditions, but I really mean all but the most minor. Now, so think about this again. So in Canada, all drugs are illegal, but to actually treat ourselves with anything serious, Health Canada structured the process so that the only drugs that they approve are synthetic chemicals that have a patent. So in the lifetime of everyone in this room, with the exception of Primarin, every single drug approved to treat a serious illness is a synthetic chemical that had a patent. Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? Did you know that? You did know that, because you know that if you had to go to the hospital right now for a serious condition, you know, so you have a heart attack or you've been screened for cancer and they text you and say it's stage 4, go to emergency, or you have a mental breakdown because I'm really annoying you, whatever it is, you know that if you go to the hospital, you're going to be offered two things: surgery and or a synthetic chemical drug. Now, I get there's exceptions. You know, you're bleeding out from too much warfarin, a mainstream blood thinner. They're going to inject you with vitamin K. Like, there's exceptions. But they are minor exceptions, and they're few. So we're in a world where it's only legal for us to be treated in Canada with synthetic chemicals for serious conditions. Now, I'm going to talk about the allopathic model in a moment, but let's just talk about our universal healthcare system. So we have over-the-counter drugs that don't need prescription, but that's just a really small part of the, pharmaceutical world. The majority of the pharmaceutical world, where the big money is, where our big usage is, are prescription drugs. And there's only one way we can access prescription drugs: universal healthcare. So who is the distribution and marketing arm of the chemical drug companies? We are. It's universal healthcare. Our government-funded universal healthcare are the only way we can access what they have made the only legal treatments. That's interesting, isn't it? Have you ever thought about it that way? So then the fourth part of the drug model is almost 100% censorship. So remember I told you have to get Health Canada permission to sell a drug. Well, they will approve it for the chemical drugs, they'll actually approve it for a condition. So let's say a chemical drug company wants to get a drug approved to treat depression. Well, it'll actually be approved to treat depression. So they can call it an antidepressant, or they can say it's to treat depression, because that's what they're approved for. In the natural world, our natural remedies, again, we can't get approved by Health Canada to actually treat something like depression. So even though we have a product that's perhaps, let's say you have a product that's better than all the chemical drugs at treating depression, all you get approved for is something like supports mental health and well-being. And it's a game that's played, right? So that people don't know. But all that company then would be able to say is supports mental health and well-being. So it's called the label claim. And Health Canada takes the position that if you have a drug approved, all you're allowed to state is the label claim. Now, I was in a federal court case some years ago against Health Canada, and Health Canada hires, as an expert, this big gun psychiatrist. And this psychiatrist, all he did was he ran a company that got new psychiatric drugs approved by Health Canada. And I'm examining him for days. Like I'm at this guy for days. So he's under oath and I'm questioning him. And at one point he starts complaining to me about how hard it is to get new antidepressants approved. And he says, I got to give Health Canada 2 double-blind clinical trials showing that the drug works. Now, in his world and my world, when he says showing that the drug works, we both know for an antidepressant, it's going to be a trial less than 3 months because they're relying on the placebo effect. It's going to be structured so that really all that's happening is people are reporting a subjective change to a list of symptoms, and they're hoping for the drug group that people will report more of a reduction subjectively of symptoms. There's not anything objectively being measured. And also the population of that study will be extremely healthy and unlikely to die or commit suicide or anything crazy like that. So that's what he means when he says, I got to give Health Canada 2 double-blind clinical trials showing that the drug works. And then he says, so right away, I run 8. I run 8 double-blind clinical trials to get the 2 that I have to show that the drug works. That's interesting, isn't it? Now, the other 6, they could be inconclusive. They could show the sugar pill works better than the drug. They could show the drug works better than the sugar pill, but there's some inconvenient safety data. Could be a combination of those things. Now, I don't know. In the United States, you're supposed to give all clinical evidence to the FDA. I don't know if they have to give all 8 to Health Canada. You're supposed to register all your clinical trials with Health Canada. But, it's actually worse if they have to give all 8 to Health Canada and the drug still gets approved. Like, that's worse. So it's already awful if they don't have to share the failed clinical research. It's even worse if they do and the drug's still getting approved. But here's where the fun part comes, because I'm talking about censorship. If the drug's approved, all they're able to say is antidepressant, which means it's illegal for them to share with you the 6 failed clinical trials. I'm going to say that again just so it sinks in. So it's illegal for the chemical drug company to share with you the failed clinical trials. If people are reporting suicides to them or serious adverse reactions, it's illegal for them to share that with you. That's not antidepressant. In fact, it's depressant. So, isn't that interesting? So I find that really interesting. I'm sorry, I find that absolutely fascinating, that we have censorship. Now, why would we have censorship of truthful health information? The law should be that you have to share all health information on any therapeutic product with the public. And that should be the law, full stop. Because, let's say you've got a child and they want to put that child on an antidepressant. Don't you think you'd make better health decisions knowing about all the clinical research? See, the successful trials will be published. The researchers can publish clinical trials that they run. But for some reason, when they're paid for by the pharmaceutical companies, they tend to publish only the successful trials. And likely it's by contract, I don't know. Now, if we knew this, and I've been doing openings on this online health show, and every day that we've done is going to appear on our website. Most are there already, NHPPA.org. I do an opening most of the mornings where I talk about stuff like this. I talk about censorship in depth. I talk about our drug approval process. It's an absolute complete fraud. It's a complete fraud perpetrated on the Canadian public. But censorship is essential because we would lose confidence in the marketing arm of the chemical drug companies, right? If we all understood, we have Professor Alan Castles as one of the speakers. He reminds us during his presentation that the third leading cause of death in Canada are chemical drugs taken as directed. Did you know that? So we're told about heart disease and cancer. We're not told that the third leading cause of death in Canada are chemical drugs taken as directed. Why aren't we told that? Well, we'd lose confidence in our universal health care, which by definition is the distribution and marketing arm of the chemical drug companies. Like, you can't argue it. It's the only way we can access prescription drugs are through universal health care, and other than surgery, they're the only treatments offered by universal health care. That makes them the marketing and distribution arm of the chemical drug companies. There's no other way to describe it. Some countries, they don't have prescriptions. They don't have a universal healthcare system that's the marketing and distribution arm. You just go and get advice from your doctor or, pharmacist, and you take whatever you want. And they probably have better health outcomes than we do. But that type of thing just doesn't get measured. Well, this censorship really, really hurts the natural health community. We're not worried about safety data at all. The risks of natural health products are so low. It's just, hey, we'll share it all gladly. In fact, Health Canada will inflate it and share it with you. We don't even have to. So, but the benefits are staggering. We've been, as I say, we've been broadcasting an online health show now for 3 weeks. And, somebody came up to me earlier and said, I've been glued to it. Well, yeah, you start watching it, you're going to be glued to it. But there's Canadian after Canadian after Canadian sharing how basically they had lost hope being treated with chemical drugs, where they've absolutely lost hope. And then they find life again. They had a death sentence, or they were totally disabled. And then they find freedom, complete resolution of their symptoms through natural health products. And nutrition. I'll go into that in a moment. Somebody who comes to mind, well, we had her on the Hill. So this afternoon, Marion was on the Hill. And she's one of the people that we had present at the online health show. And Marion was working here in Ottawa for Health Canada at the time of the story. She's a PhD immunologist, and she come down with chronic fatigue syndrome. And it's so bad, like she can't sleep at night at all. It's so bad that all she can do is work for Health Canada. And that is a huge struggle. And even during the workday, she's having to nap and stuff like that. And she shares with us during her presentation that, at one point she just got fed up and said, I'm going to go out for supper with a friend. Like, I'm going to do this. So she takes the day off work so she can nap as much as she can during the day. She goes out to the restaurant. During the meal, she passes out and face plants into her food. And that ended any extracurricular activity. Now, we all automatically think of the embarrassment, but do you understand the fear of not knowing when you're going to pass out? Do you understand what that would be like? She said, at the end of the workday, everyone in Health Canada, they get in their car and drive home. She couldn't. She has to nap until she thinks she's safe enough not to pass out in her car driving home. And she was absolutely clear with us. She was getting depressed. If it went on too much longer, she would have killed herself. So for Marion, it's life and death. And the leading Canadian expert in chronic fatigue syndrome at the time was in Ottawa, and she sees this specialist, and he says, we don't have a treatment for chronic fatigue syndrome. So for Marion, the mainstream medical system is a death sentence, and she's clear about it. And then she comes across St. John's wort. Within 24 hours, she's asleep in the night, and 20 years later, she hasn't looked back. So how many Marians are out there suffering with chronic fatigue syndrome that don't make it? Because they don't know to look outside of the mainstream medical system, because it's illegal for us to share their stories. The practitioners that know the stories can't share them. They'll get shut down. The manufacturers that know the stories can't share them. They'll get shut down. A story that's really made me angry, just because of the suffering. We had Karen Peters in Grand Prairie as a speaker. And Karen's diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. And it's crippling her. She describes it as having balls in her feet that she has to walk on, and her hands are twice the size. She can't wear rings. And her medical doctor says, there's no cure for this. So this is something you're going to live with for your life. We'll give you chemical drugs to slow down the progression of the disease. But it will get worse. You will end up in a wheelchair, and this will kill you. And one of the drugs that she was prescribed was methotrexate, which is a chemotherapy drug. And for a full year, Karen is injecting herself weekly with this chemotherapy drug. And she shares with us in Grand Prairie that the drug made her want to die. Like she wanted, so for 3 or 4 days a week, she was so sick. She was just wanting to die. And I found out that this is common. Like, people with rheumatoid arthritis get prescribed at some point chemotherapy drugs. And so rheumatoid arthritis is now a more scary diagnosis than cancer. Because cancer, you only put on chemo for 3 to 6 months. But rheumatoid arthritis, the rest of your life. So after a year, a friend says, you got to go see a naturopathic doctor. And she won't, because, oh no, it's the medical doctors that are the experts. But she finds a naturopathic doctor who was a medical doctor first, and that gave him credibility. So she goes to the naturopathic doctor, and the first thing she says to the naturopathic doctor is, I have an incurable illness. And the first thing the naturopathic doctor says to her is, there are no incurable illnesses. And then he cures her illness with nutrition and a few natural health products. She's not on any chemical drugs. She is not in pain. She's not facing a wheelchair. She's not facing death. She's got her life back. She's not in pain. She has been cured. Now, there's a person in this room called Nelda who heard me tell this story on the hill this afternoon. And she comes up to me and says, I was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis, and her hands are in bad shape. I was prescribed methotrexate, and I'll just back up and say, with Karen, the naturopathic doctor said, if you stayed on this methotrexate, you will get cancer. So back to Nelda, she's saying, so I'm prescribed for my rheumatoid arthritis methotrexate. I'm on it for 7 years. I get breast cancer. I've had both my breasts removed. Now, how many Karens and Neldas are out there with rheumatoid arthritis in Canada being injected with chemotherapy drugs weekly, facing disability and death, but just horrible no life along the way? How many are there? Are there 10? Got to be more than that. I mean, I'm just telling this story on the Hill and somebody comes up to me and says, that's my story. Is there like 50,000? Are there 100,000? Are there 250,000? Like how many? One's too much. One is too much. Like I don't know what you call this, but I just call this ethically wrong. Right? And we could all come up with some other adjectives to describe this. So why is it that people with rheumatoid arthritis don't know? Because it's illegal to share the stories. It's illegal to share the stories. If you're a practitioner, well, that's who knows. Or if you're the manufacturers, that's who knows. So we're sharing the stories because we're not involved in selling anything. We're not involved in diagnosing. We're a nonprofit that's just here. We've got 3 incorporated purposes, and one is promoting truthful health information. And so we're sharing those stories because there are Canadians out there suffering who don't know. And how else are they going to find out? So, I mean, at the end of this, I'm going to say, please share this online health show with everyone under the sun. So I need to talk about our food supply. And then I'm going to get back to allopathic medicine. So Health Canada, and then to a much lesser degree, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, have managed our food supply. And we trusted them. And we did trust them, right? Because even if 20 years ago, let's just back up 20 years. 20 years ago, when you went to a supermarket, you knew you shouldn't be buying the processed stuff. And you might have known, I should be eating raw and organic and stuff like that. But really, you weren't that concerned about buying food in the supermarket, right? Is that fair to say? Okay. So one of the leading causes of our illness are toxins. And it's pretty well a rhetorical question. Is it possible that our food supply could have more toxins in it without the population popping and going, enough's enough? It's like there's some line where if they cross, we're going to go, no, this is too obvious, that this is just total poison for us, and we'll demand change. But I think we're just on the other side of that line. Really, could our food supply be more toxic without it being obvious to everyone that it's toxic? Everyone watching this online, everyone in this room, if we tested you for glyphosate, you got it in you. And there's probably about 200 chemicals we could test you, and we'll all have them. And none of them are good. Some of the natural health practitioners, they say there's really 2 causes. I mean, there'll be some other minor ones, but by and large, our health problems are caused by 2 things, toxicity and malnutrition. And they'd all agree, well, there'd be a third, a combination of toxicity and malnutrition. But we have speaker after speaker on the online health show talking about how they became disabled because of toxic overload. This is real. And it's literally like the government, we're all on a walking journey in life, and the government's put a knapsack on each one of our backs with 100 pounds of toxins on our back. Oh, we can still walk around, we can go uphill, downhill, we can go to work. But none of us, because we all have it. We all have a toxic burden on us. And there's probably nobody watching this in person or online that actually knows what it's like to feel healthy anymore. That actually knows what it feels like not to have a toxic burden in their bodies. That's interesting, isn't it? But probably none of us know what it's like to feel healthy anymore. And then let's talk about nutrition. As controversial as this statement that I'm going to make is, I'm going to stand by it, and that is that the human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy. You all know this, but you need to think about it in a different and deeper way. Okay, so let this sink in as total reality to you. Remember, I asked you to open your mind. So you're already thinking, I know what he's saying, and so you're not listening. So listen. The human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy. If you don't get them, you're going to be unhealthy, and you're going to become chronically sick. You cannot get what you need to be healthy from our food supply. You cannot get what you need to be healthy. You can eat organic, you can eat raw, you can do whatever the heck you want. You cannot get all of the vital nutrients you need from our food supply. You know, we had Udo Erasmus as a speaker in Vancouver, and many of you will know, okay, he's kind of the godfather of essential fats. And he's saying, you know, there's a list of essential nutrients, and by essential, that means that if you're missing even one of them, you die. They're not in our food anymore. The U.S. Department of Agriculture regularly surveys the food supply in the United States. Ours is going to be the same. Checking for the levels of vitamins and minerals. They've been doing this since at least 1900. And they've gone down and down and down and down and down. And I think it was their 1949 report there, sounding the alarm, saying you can no longer get what you need in your food. And they actually go out of the way and say, well, if you're missing this nutrient and this nutrient, you get this chronic illness. And if you're missing this and this, you get this chronic illness. This isn't a surprise to anyone, except our allopathic doctors who aren't trained in this. I'll get to that in a second. So we've long past reached the point where we can get what we need to be healthy to thrive in our food, and likely the largest leading cause of illness in Canada is malnutrition. We're well fed, but we're malnourished. You know, just to share another story, we had a young mom who had restless leg syndrome. So she described that when she went to bed, it would be like she had electric shocks in both legs, and the muscles would twitch. And it was extremely uncomfortable, and the only way she could stop it would be getting up and walking. So she's walking all night. She can't sleep. She's got to walk the floor all night. She's getting depressed. She's getting fatigued. She's lost the ability to care for 2 young kids. Her husband has to step in. She goes to her doctor who had diagnosed her with restless leg, and he says, there's no treatment that I can give you for restless leg, but I'll put you on a Parkinson's drug. And thankfully, she looked into it and thought, I'm not going to be another Karen. I'm just not going to do that, because and thank goodness she didn't. Well, she goes to a naturopathic doctor who's like, yeah, you need magnesium. Bang, it's gone. And it was one of the first stories that I took. And so when I'm interviewing other people for the health show, I'm mentioning it to health practitioners and nutritionists and the like. And they're kind of like, why are you even talking about this? It's so obvious. It's kind of like, you know, if you're thirsty, drink water. If you got muscle twitching, take magnesium. And I see some people, nodding their heads. Like, so, you're magnesium deficient anyway, so try that. Likely it's going to stop it. And if it doesn't, we'll figure out what else is going on, right? So why didn't the medical doctor know that? Okay, nothing happens by accident, right? They don't teach that. I interviewed 3 medical doctors for the show, 2 of which have become homeopathic doctors, and one of which is an expert in nutrition now, Dr. Rona. And I asked all 3 of them, like, how much training in nutrition do you guys get? And it's like, 2 hours, half a day. Okay, this is by design, because the government has imposed upon us what's called an allopathic medical system. How many people know what that is? Oh, wow, very few. Okay, so open your minds. This is, okay, so allopathic medicine is just a philosophy of medicine. There's different traditions of healing. And in the allopathic tradition, you do not cure the illness. Okay, so if you're going to have an allopathic medical system, you don't treat the illness, You treat the symptoms of the illness. So, you know, and just think about that again. So in an allopathic system, somebody comes to you and they're suffering. Well, they're suffering for a reason. You don't solve the problem. You don't address the reason they're suffering. You address the symptoms. You try to reduce the symptoms of the suffering. Now, that has been forced upon us by our governments. So after the First World War, every province, every state in the United States outlawed all other healing traditions except the allopathic model. They outlawed it. They passed laws saying medical doctors can practice medicine, and they defined the practice of medicine to include diagnosing and treating and the like, and that made everyone else illegal. We used to have homeopathic hospitals. We used to have naturopathic doctors and naturopathic hospitals. They all became illegal. They've all come back recently. Like, I'm 60, I don't think I heard of a homeopathic doctor or a naturopath till my 30s. They've come back, but they were all made illegal. So I think, 5 weeks ago, the Quebec Court of Appeal 5 weeks ago reaffirms a trial judgment against a naturopathic doctor, Annie Janot. And what happened at trial was she was found to be practicing medicine without a license, because in Quebec, like most other provinces, there's a law that says only doctors, medical doctors, allopathic doctors can practice medicine. And the practice of medicine is defined so broadly, it's diagnosing, it's treating, it's recommending. The issue wasn't, was she well trained? The issue wasn't, is she saving lives? The issue wasn't, is she helping people? The issue was, is she a medical doctor? No, well, you can't diagnose, you can't treat. So now she's awaiting sentencing. So I'm just making the point that all of our provincial governments got together, all in lockstep, and outlawed all healing traditions except for the allopathic model. And our federal governments played ball and said, okay, and we're only going to approve synthetic chemicals, which are perfect for an allopathic model. See, if you're going to limit your treatments in universal health care to synthetic chemicals, they don't cure anything. Do they? No, and they definitely don't cure malnutrition, which is the main problem. We have I would guess that most of our chronic illness is caused by malnutrition. So why would you train the medical doctors who are trained in an allopathic philosophy about nutrition? Because they're not there to solve chronic illness caused by malnutrition. They're not there to solve chronic illness caused by toxicity. They're there to make a diagnosis. Oh, you have these symptoms, you have this condition, these are the chemical drugs we'll use to reduce your symptoms. And we all know that's how it works. Now, not in a million years would we as Canadians choose that model. We wouldn't choose a single thing about it. But that's what we're locked into. So you see, I told you I was going to share with you how deep the trap is. And the trap is that we've been forced into a system that has made us chronically sick with our food supply. So we have toxic overload. Our food could not be more toxic. We are malnourished. You must supplement to be healthy in Canada. You must supplement, but then Health Canada makes it illegal for our manufacturers to sell you supplements in amounts you actually need. And this is the recommended daily allowance game. So you all know that. You pick up a bottle and it says recommended daily allowance of vitamin C, this percentage. Recommended daily allowance of vitamin D, this percentage. You all know what I'm talking about. Okay, if a manufacturer tries to sell you a supplement with a dosage above the recommended daily allowance, they will get punished. They'll get fined, they'll get jailed. Health Canada will go out of their way to do whatever they can to get you to stop. And if they have to destroy you to do that, then that's what they'll do. But they will get you to stop. Well, if you follow the recommended daily allowances, you will be chronically sick, full stop. It's just, they're so low that it's criminal. In my opinion, it's criminal that we've basically made it illegal for us to be sold supplements in amounts that we need to be healthy. So, and Health Canada will tell you, the RDA is the amount that every single Canadian, from the day of their birth to the day of their death, the entire population can take the entire amount, all their lives, every day, and will never have a single adverse reaction in the population. Well, that has nothing to do with what we need. So my oldest child was like preemie and 4 pounds. Okay, well, we can inject him with 2,500 international units of vitamin D, 4 pounds, no problem. And he can take that every day until he dies. And we'll never have an adverse reaction. He's going to be chronically sick because you can't get enough vitamin D in Canada in the winter. And so he's going to have a compromised immune system and a whole bunch of other systems that are compromised. This is criminal. It's literally criminally. So if we consider that most of our illness is caused by malnutrition and or toxins and or a combination of both. And if we can, so most of our chronic illness, our leading causes of death are, heart disease and cancer. Well, watch this health show. Person after person after person, they were cured of heart disease and cancer. We've got Wayne Elliott, for example. He's talking about how, he's all plugged up and he gets cured with Star's heart drops. And then his dad, it was the Boston Clinic or something like that. He's got a bypass surgery booked. And Wayne says, no, take these heart drops. And then he goes for the bypass surgery, but they test you beforehand so they know exactly what arteries to replace. And none are plugged anymore, so they canceled the surgery. Okay, so why are heart disease and cancer are so-called two leading causes of death? They're really not. Our two leading causes of death are malnutrition and toxic overload, or a combination of those, and chemical drugs taken as directed. And chemical drugs taken not as directed, these highly preventable medical accidents. Well, if Health Canada is in charge of putting the toxins in our food, allowing them, and if Canada is responsible for this steady reduction of nutrients, because they could say, no, you have to sell foods with the nutrients that we need. And then we'd be broad spectrum fertilizing, and we wouldn't be using things like glyphosate, which leach the minerals out of our food. They could have created a healthy food supply. But the fact that they didn't, and the fact that they're forcing us to take chemical drugs as the only legal treatments, I wonder if the leading cause of death in Canada is Health Canada. No, but I'm not, you're laughing, but think about this for a minute. That institution is responsible for our toxic overload. That institution is responsible for our chronic malnutrition, which is the leading cause of our chronic illnesses. And that institution is responsible for ensuring that the only legal treatments and the third leading cause of death are chemical pharmaceutical drugs. So is it possible that there's any other leading cause of death other than Health Canada? Is it possible? That's interesting, isn't it? When you start looking at it that way. And yet our MPs, Health Canada says this, I was, testifying in the Red Tape Committee last year, and it might have been this year, and a Liberal MP was like, but Health Canada says there have been, 685,000 million deaths in Canada from natural health products in the last 23 minutes. And it's like, well, I don't believe them. Do you? It's just crazy how they defer to Health Canada when the leading cause, we need protection from Health Canada. We need to abolish that institution. We need to demolish the buildings in Tunney's pasture. We need to create a memorial for those that are slain. No, I'm not kidding though. If they're the leading cause of death, and if you start looking at it this way, so it's crazy. So I want to invite our first speaker up, Ronaldo, but thank you for the opportunity. I just needed you to start seeing things differently, because you can't react unless you understand what's going on. So Ronaldo, where are you? Do you want to come up?
Thank you, by the way. You're doing such a great job.
Oh, well, thank you for joining us. So have a seat. So Ronaldo is here do a couple of things. I want him to share about health stores and why it's so important to support them. But Ronaldo, can you just kind of share what your background is in healing, and also why did you choose to do that? Because it's a big commitment. You basically decided to commit your life to it.
Yes.
And so how did you get there?
So it's quite a long story, actually. When I was a kid, I grew up, and you know, I'm from an Italian Christian background, and we're very, very close as a family. And we lived with my grandfather when we were younger. He had a duplex in Montreal, Quebec. And I spent a lot of time with this man. I loved him very much, my mother's father. And I remember when I was a kid, I still remember his hands on my hands. He had a garden in his backyard, and we would take apart beans together, you know, we would be very close. And then at one point, he wasn't coming home anymore. So I asked my mom, I'm like, you know, what's going on with Nonno, grandfather? And she said, oh, he's not feeling too good. He's at the hospital. We're going to go visit him. And that was my first experience that I saw my grandfather. And he was a robust man, he wasn't very tall, maybe 5'8", but he was like a solid human being. Very strong, very powerful. And it was the first time that I saw somebody like that. I was maybe 5 or 6 years old. He was skinny like a twig. He had lung cancer and he was dying. And I didn't understand, because when you're a kid, you don't really understand that stuff, right? So I was asking my aunts, my uncles, you know, what happened to grandfather? He got sick, he passed away. And from there, I was super upset. I didn't understand, you know, I was trying to understand what's cancer, what's going on, how do people get this? And, you know, make a long story short, today it's one of the reasons why I'm so interested in this subject, because my entire life, I've been in sports my whole life. I'm a martial artist. I coach at one of the biggest gyms in Montreal, Quebec, if not in Canada. And human performance and human resilience was always something that I absolutely loved and appreciated. And I wanted to understand how it was possible for somebody as strong as my grandfather to end up in the position that he was in. So, and you know, I wasn't always in this business. It's been maybe a little over 10 years that I've been helping people with their health and lifestyle and wellness and training and all that stuff. But I was in the automobile industry. I was really good at solving problems. So when I got into the work and helping and coaching people, it was really interesting because I saw results almost right away with doing very little, right? So in naturopathy and in homeopathy, one of the first things you learn are the pillars of health, which is sleep, nutrition, and movement, exercise, stress reduction, and all that stuff. So that's basically it. I was really interested by the subject, and today, well, frankly, one of the reasons why I'm here today, I've actually been kind of walking on eggshells for the last 10 years because of what you said earlier. You know, practitioners like myself, we can't necessarily help people or even write on a piece of paper because of Health Canada and all those problems that we're having.
Especially in Quebec.
Yeah, Quebec is pretty bad. We actually, in the store that I work for, which is La Moisson, it's called, we often get inspectors that come and test us in the store, asking us very specific questions in certain ways to try to trap us. Because technically speaking, on the back of a vitamin bottle, let's say vitamin C you mentioned earlier, it's going to be written, let's say, take 1 or 2 tablets. But some people come in to try to test you and make sure and try to see if you're going to say, okay, well, you could take 4 or 5 or 6 of these pills. Can't do that, right?
But you can take 4 or 5 or 6. So,
yeah.
Because we're limited to, 1,000 milligrams.
Yeah, and one of the things that I tell people, you could definitely take more, but your immune system, the gas for your immune system is literally vitamin C. Like your natural killer cells, your dendritic cells, your macrophages, they need vitamin C to secrete interferon. If anybody knows what interferon is, it's what's necessary to kill viruses and bacteria and cancer cells. So it's really interesting, and we're talking about one nutrient.
And we're limited to 1,000 milligrams per dose, and that's nowhere near enough?
Right, that's correct.
Just an example. Now, can you share with us your educational background? So you kind of shared how you got interested in this, but you've gotten a lot of training.
Yeah.
So tell us about that.
Yeah, so I did a course about 10 years ago in orthomolecular nutrition with the Natural Medicine College in Ontario. I'm also, I trained under Patrick Vickers, who has a Gerson clinic in Mexico. And currently I'm actually doing the IFM, the Institute for Functional Medicine's 2-year program. It's basically reserved for, thank you, for medical doctors, nurse practitioners, osteopaths, chiropractors.
Right, so you've got a passion for healing and a passion to learn so you can help people.
Yeah.
Now, you shared with us that you're working in a store. Can you share with us the store again?
Yes, it's called La Moisson, Moisson, M-O-I-S-S-O-N, and it's located in Sainte-Thérèse, Quebec.
Okay, now, they've got you basically working on the floor to help people make recommendations, and you're highly trained. This is normal for stores, isn't it?
Yeah, so you'd be surprised how many people walk into my store that are similar to Karen and the other lady that you mentioned. We see people, and especially since 2020, we've seen more and more people come in because more and more people are curious, right? I think that scenario that happened to all of us was kind of like the catalyst to open people's eyes to realize, hey, something else is there. We can use other tools to make us healthy. So when people come into the store and ask us these questions, you know, what nutrients for this and what vitamin or what plant for that, you know, it's really interesting to see the, well, for me, it's interesting. It's not interesting for the people because people are so sick, like you were mentioning earlier.
Right. But the point I was trying to make, though, is that health food stores in Canada, especially the small ones, make sure that their staff are well trained.
Yes.
And so you're well trained, but you're not the exception. There's like, we've been interviewing other stores and they go out of their way because they want, when a client comes in, to be able to actually make sure that they're getting the right product.
Yeah, that's right. So we get a lot of training on different nutrients. It's almost on a monthly basis, basically. We get training from the companies that have the supplements. Yeah.
Well, this is another thing. So like I'm hearing some people go, wow, so they don't understand. So in Canada, we've got a number of manufacturers, and I'd say most of the industry, we really have something to be proud of here in Canada, where the manufacturers, they've got, you know, medical doctors and specialists, always there to improve the product, but they actually then also go around to the stores at the manufacturer's expense, and they hold training seminars and that with the stores, and this is a regular thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is.
So, and then the stores are a feedback to the manufacturer. So if something's working really well for something else, or, you know, isn't working as well as you know it should be, there's feedback, and the manufacturers change things.
Yeah.
So, now also I'm just wondering if you can comment, like I'd given that story about, you know, the lady with restless leg that needed magnesium, and I think you were one of the persons, obvious. But like, my understanding is like, there's so many different types of magnesium. If somebody just Googles, oh, I need magnesium, it's actually important to hear why they need it so that you can make the proper recommendation. Can you kind of talk about that? Because I'm just wanting people to understand why we need to support the local stores. Because if I go to Walmart, I can't meet a person like you that's going to give me advice.
Right.
If I go to most of the supermarket, well, basically all of the supermarkets that now sell supplements, I can't get that advice. And I want people to understand why we need to support our local health food stores.
Yeah. So again, there's many types of magnesium, right? You mentioned magnesium for the restless leg, that would be magnesium glycinate, right? But there's different types, right? There's some that are good for muscles, right? Magnesium malate. Some are good for constipation, magnesium citrate. When you come into our store, you tell us what's wrong, and we have to, according to what you told us, give you the right supplement, right? So this story that you told us earlier, I literally hear it at least 3 to 4 times a week in my store.
Oh, the muscle twitching thing.
At least.
Oh, yeah,
right?
yes. And you know how to solve it.
Yeah, simple nutrient.
So another thing that I've learned, and I just want you to comment on, is, you know, the small store, if the customer isn't pleased, they're not going to come back. And so if you sell them a product line that isn't effective and they're not all equal, then it's not going to be effective, and the customer's not going to come back. So I've come to learn that actually if I go to a small health food store, they've already pre-vetted. I know they're only selling what works because they're still in existence. Do you kind of want to comment on that?
Yeah, so there's a lot of things that come into the store that are kind of like newer supplements and things like that. Often, we're trained, right? So we know pretty much exactly what to give to the person, unless, because to be frank, when you're at the health food store, we only have maybe 10 or 15 minutes with the client to talk to them, right? Which is normal. So we try our best to give everything that the person needs, otherwise it would fall into a consultation type scenario, right? But it's really important because when the person comes into the store and has this problem, what are they really looking for? They're looking for solutions because their medical doctor didn't give them the solution, or very little, right? So that's pretty much it, right? It's really important, especially stores like the one where I come from. You know, we have competitors in Quebec as well. We're the only store that's owned by, it's not a franchise, basically. It's a private store. And we get all kinds of people that come in there. Like it's wild. Like we get all kinds of different people trying different supplements, and a lot of people are really awake to at the same time, right? They're going to come in, they kind of already know what they want a little bit, but a lot of the time we're there to put them back on track, because a lot of the time there are supplements, people are going to come in and ask for something when they don't really need it. We kind of guide them in the right way.
Right. And so, and where I was wondering, hoping you could comment also is, like I say, not all brands are created equal, not all supplements, but most health food stores, so, you know, they're not the big box. They're, you know, if a brand isn't really good, they drop it. And so you already kind of know, if I went to your store, well, you're only selling brands and products that you guys are confident are going to work. And you've learned through experience and customer feedback.
Yeah.
Okay. So another interesting thing about health food stores, you probably have a lot of repeat clients where you kind of get to know them, know what they're on, and you basically build a relationship. It's almost like there's a community in stores.
Yes.
And do you want to talk about that? Because, you know, another thing, like I say, you just go to Walmart or you're ordering online, not only you're not getting the advice, and you may not be getting what you need at all, but you're missing out on this community.
Yeah. So I can tell you one thing, that at my store, we do have repeat clients, people that we've been open for over 30 years. Repeat clients from 30 years ago still come to our store because of the results that our naturopaths gave the clients, right? So it's really important. And again, the naturopaths and not the medical doctor. So we have a really, really tight community. We even get people that come in talking about these things, and they get angry when they hear about, you know, Health Canada and everything that they want to do. They literally like almost slam their fist on the table, like with their reaction, right? So I think what you're doing is really important, because these people need us to do something, because otherwise our community is going to split up. We don't want that, because we want our people to keep coming and get their supplements and making sure that they can maintain their health. Because like you said earlier, you know, two things: toxicity, deficiency. Everybody's deficient, everybody. So the people that come into their store, if they can no longer get their magnesium or their vitamin C, or even a more complex supplement like maybe Lion's Mane from Mr. Jason's supplement brand over there, which is fantastic, by the way. You know, if they can't get those supplements, what are we going to do? You know, we have to fight. We have to do as much as possible so this doesn't happen.
What would, you can clap.
Yeah, clap. Let's go. Let's raise the roof.
I wasn't trying to suppress that with my next question. I know you're frustrated and I'm frustrated, but can you drive home to us, what would the consequences be if we lost access to these vital nutrients and these supplements?
Frankly, mortality risk is just going to skyrocket. Ultimately, that's what it is, right? Because if we're looking at the stats, statistics don't lie, right? You go look at the amount of cancer cases, cardiovascular disease, rheumatoid arthritis, you mentioned, autoimmune disease. These things are all skyrocketing. Now, we see it, right? And we see it every day. I got new people coming into the store all the time with problems. So if we lose our access to these whether it's the complicated supplements and the mixes or just the simple nutrients like vitamin C, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble. It can't happen. We have to fight today, and we have to fight now, and we have to make sure that we make enough of a difference so they cannot do that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And it can't happen because we're already over that line. So, Bernaldo, as a final question, what would your message to Ottawa be?
We're coming, baby. We're coming, and we're going to fight very hard to make sure that you guys never lose access, not you guys in this room or not the people listening online.
Bernaldo, just a pleasure. Thank you for coming and sharing with us.
Mr. Shawn, thank you.
And so, can we have Ken Drysdale come up as our next speaker? So Ken, welcome to the world's greatest health show. Sorry that cord's kind of grabbing, and we got to hold these close to our mouths.
It's nice to be here, Shawn. Thank you for asking me.
So for those of you who don't know Ken Drysdale and aren't aware of the National Citizens Inquiry, so a bunch of citizens got together, the trucking convoy bought us a breathing space. So after their convoy, for the first winter and 2 winters, we weren't locked down. And so a group of citizens banded together and organized an independent inquiry funded and run by citizens to look into how all levels of government handled COVID. And it was a completely objective thing. We wanted people to testify, regardless of where they stood. But we wanted to be free to actually listen to each other again. And to be independent, they appointed 4 commissioners, and the rules are still up on their website. So the commissioners through lead counsel actually were responsible for vetting and calling all of the witnesses, and the administration couldn't do anything, couldn't say anything. They just were there to help administratively and raise funds and all of that. So the rules permitted the lead counsel to use volunteers, but the administration was completely separate. So we created, for the first time in history in any country, basically a quasi-court run by citizens. And for those of you who have watched it, and they have a website, all of that testimony is still online. It was just an absolute crazy thing. So starting in May of 2023, when we were still afraid, we called, I think, 305 witnesses. We went to 8 cities, 3 days in each city. So Truro, Nova Scotia, Toronto, Winnipeg, Saskatoon, Red Deer, Vancouver, Quebec City, and then ended in Ottawa. And Christine, who helped us organize the event on the Hill, and this event was our lead organizer for the NCI in Ottawa. But now Ken Drysdale was the lead commissioner. And Ken Drysdale is the one largely responsible for writing the commissioner's report. And sorry, Ken, I've given you a long introduction.
There won't be anything left for me.
But that commissioner's report is online free in the form of a PDF. There's several reports. So there was an initial report. Actually, I think the day before Health Canada approved vaccinating as low as 6 months, released a report saying, no, you shouldn't be vaccinating kids at all, like with the COVID-19, the mRNA one. And then, a long report, and then another report on dealing with children. And they are world-class reports. And how long, like I know with the transcripts, it's like 5,000-6,000 pages long, but how long is just the written part put together?
Well, the written analysis part's 664 pages, and the overall report with the transcripts is 5,432 pages.
Okay, now that we've totally terrified everyone, and anyone here is going, there's no way I could read this, can you explain how it's actually made so that you can read it?
Oh, absolutely. When we got into this, and I think it's important to know that we were not under any restrictions as to what we could write, except for that we had to write about what the testimonies were. In other words, if we didn't have someone that testified about a certain topic, we couldn't write about it. But we had 305 witnesses. You know, we went to 8 cities, 3 full days. And when I say 3 full days, I mean those were 12, 14, 16-hour days. And so we could write about anything that was testified about. So we ended up, you know, when we were, it took us what seemed to me like a long time, 6 months to write that report. Now, I realize after kind of looking around that when the government does these reports that are 38 pages and written by staffers, they take $20 million and 10 years to do. And I give you an example of the British government was intended to do something similar to this, and they launched it some years ago. I think it was 2 years ago now. And they spent $20 million, and now it's on pause. I guess they were finding things they didn't want to find out. So in any case, when we started to write this thing and we realized the scope of it, we needed to, you know, this was paid for by the people, everyday Canadians, giving their coffee money, you know, giving, maybe they gave a little certificate to somebody and said, here's your birthday present, I donated. And so we wrote this for those people who funded us, those people that believed in us, everyday Canadians. So we wrote it in plain English. And in those instances where there was a term or terminology we had to use for some reason, we explain it to you in plain English. And then the table of contents on this thing is pretty interesting. It's probably the longest table of contents you've ever seen. I think it's 12 or 15 pages long. And if you download the PDF, the electronic file off of the NCI website for free, this is the way I suggest you read it. Because I am not going to sit down on page 1 and start reading 5,432 pages. But what you can do is you can take that table of contents on your computer and you can think, I wondered what happened to kids at school during these crazy times. And you could find it in the table of contents and you click it and it'll take you to that section of the report. Maybe that's only 10 or 15 or 20 pages long. That's a nice bite. You can do that. And then the next day, maybe you're thinking, wow, you know, this thing was called, can I use S and E? Can I say the word safe and effective?
Sure. We're just trying to avoid YouTube from censoring us because the NHPPA, this isn't about, you know, COVID or vaccination or anything like that, but it's really important for people to understand what the National Citizens Inquiry did and how important this report is as a resource on a whole bunch of things, you know, really uncontroversial things. The one thing, Ken, that really struck me about the NCI is I thought I understood what was happening, but when I started actually hearing people that, you know, supported the vaccination and got vaccinated and their experiences, I came to see things very differently. And I came to understand that we're all the same. It doesn't matter where you are in that conversation. And I found the whole process of just Canadians being free to share their stories and us being free to actually listen, that was healing. It healed. It was, for those of us that participated in that, we came together. It didn't matter anymore. There weren't sides anymore.
Well, you're right, you know, but every day is a learning experience, right? I just want to finish off that one last point, is that if today you're wondering what happened in schools, you can click on that. Tomorrow you're wondering what happened financially to Canada, you can click on that. If you want to know how they came up with safe and effective the next day, you can click on that. It's kind of like doing, a Bible study, you know, you do a little piece a day. But with regard to what Shawn was saying, and what I learned sitting here at the table, and it never even occurred to me before, you know, the NCI was kind of like a nutritional supplement for this country. You know, when I got involved with the National Citizens Inquiry, my first visit was in Truro, Nova Scotia, you know what I mean. That was my first experience with the NCI. And those witnesses that came up were shaking like leaves. People were afraid. They were terrified. We had witnesses testify that they thought they were crazy. And we saw that when we were in Truro, We saw it in Toronto. And then I started to see it change a little bit in Winnipeg. We had a witness in Saskatoon that stood up and said, and we had a whole bunch of witnesses drop out on us the first day of Saskatoon. And a witness came in and they were in tears and they said, I thought I was crazy until you came along. And so the NCI was kind of like, I guess, an injection of truth. And it started to build this resistance in Canada to this fear, this propaganda that we'd been stuffed down our throats. You're crazy. You didn't take the needle. You didn't do what they told you to do. You're a misogynist and a racist. I don't know how you became a misogynist and a racist. Mr. Trudeau said that was me because I wouldn't do what they asked me to do with regard to my own bodily autonomy. But those are the kind of games that were being played.
The fear was interesting, and you know, we experienced that with this health show. And we'll get back to this in a second, but you twigged with me. So here we are in October of 2025 in Canada. You know, we've had stores say, well, we really support what you're doing, but we can't be associated with you because they're afraid of being targeted. We had, we had some manufacturers that really were, excited, but they made the decision, we can't be associated with you, we can't share. You know, there was this one, and I won't give any identifiers that would allow you to identify, but there was this one person that I used to see present at health shows back when we used to have health shows in Toronto. And I just thought, man, this person's changed my life, changed my behavior. I'm healthier because of it. And I was all excited about having this person come and share as an expert in the show. And the answer is, I've been targeted before from Health Canada. I can't lose, my family can't afford to lose the business. There's fear, and practitioners that, like we had Ronaldo up, well, we made a decision, we can't talk about his success stories. We can't actually talk about, because he'll be into trouble. So it's interesting, we've experienced, Ken, the same type of fear. Mm-hmm. And it's the fear of being crushed by Health Canada.
Absolutely, and it's gone beyond that, hasn't it? I mean, you don't have to have experienced something yourself in order to let it seep into other parts of your life. I'm involved in a lot of other things, and even on a small issue, like I'm fighting a municipal issue back home right now. And a whistleblower came to me to tell me about this thing. And it was something that was, kind of hidden in public. And he told me all this information, he did all kinds of research on it, and I said, well, okay, there's a hearing, and let's go to it. Well, I can't do that. What do you mean you can't do that? Well, it might affect my pension. Now, we might say, what is he talking about? But do you remember all the people whose bank accounts were shut down? I believe there's still some shut down. Have you read in the paper how you get a letter from the bank? It says, well, we can't do business with you anymore. So this has gone beyond health. This has gone beyond the 4 years of madness that we just finished, hasn't it? And you see it in front of you all over, don't you? Do you see the turnstiles in the stores now? Some of them have sally ports in them now to control entrance and exit. And maybe those things aren't locked now. Maybe they never will be, I don't know.
Oh, come on. We know why they're there, right? Because eventually you'll need to give ID to get into the store. It's there to condition us. Why would they have turnstiles? Like Canadian Tire's had them forever. Mm-hmm. For just as an example, Superstores had them forever. So why do they have them? Like, why can't we just walk into the store and it be open and inviting? That's not good marketing for them, so they're doing it to condition us.
Absolutely. And as I said before, in my opinion, one of the things that the National Citizens Inquiry did is it started to let people know that you're not crazy. Those things that you were feeling, those things that you were seeing were true. And I'll tell you something else that I think is really telling. And I'm going to kind of go off here a little bit. But Marianne Cloak was a CBC reporter. And she was still working for the CBC during the 4 years of madness, as I call it. I don't think YouTube will stop us from that, because I guess it could be any 4 years. But what she testified is she was trying to investigate what was going on, and she was talking to people on both sides of the equation. And when she went to submit this article to get onto the CBC, she went through a number of steps. She'd been there 35 years and had never had to go through any of these steps. Anyway, the story was squashed because it was showing other things were going on. And you know what they did with her time? They sent her out to a home in Winnipeg to report about a cricket infestation, and that story went nationwide. And so the reason I say that is what's been going on here has never happened before in Canada. What happened at the National Citizens Inquiry has never happened before on earth. Where's the CBC? You paid
Can I tell a very funny story?
Sorry.
I won't interrupt you, but I'll go back to the Jay Bhattacharya story.
Sorry?
You said, where's the CBC? So we have Jay Bhattacharya, remember, testifying in Winnipeg. So Jay Bhattacharya is testifying in Winnipeg virtually. So he's now head of HHS in the United States. And he's on this big screen at the Winnipeg hearings. And it's the only time the CBC showed up because some of the local people organizing had some connections. So the CBC show up, and as they're filming our proceedings, Jay Bhattacharya is on the screen explaining how the CBC censored him. Right? And you can't make this stuff. No. You can't make this stuff up.
We did a summary interview tape that's available on the Rumble channel for Manitoba Stronger Together. You can watch, and we have this conversation in depth, and we actually show you the photos. But you know, the National Citizens Inquiry, every one of you should be proud of that. You know, we were talking about this the other day, and you know how our previous leader stood up in a press conference not that long ago and said that didn't know what a Canadian was. Didn't know what a Canadian was, the leader of our country. I tell you what Canada is through the National Citizens Inquiry. And I'm going to do that by comparing my opinion of what the National Citizens Inquiry would have been had it been in the United States. So the very first day in the National Citizens Inquiry, we were in Truro, and none of the 4 commissioners had ever met, and they were coming in at different times, and they came from different parts of the world, of the country. One came from Calgary, one came from Winnipeg, one came from Montreal, and one came from in Ontario. So we never met each other. We showed up at this little hotel, and we were in Truro, Nova Scotia, because nobody would rent us a facility in Halifax. So I get there by myself, and the AV team's setting up, and I was getting in the way, thinking I was helping, right? And then at about 7 o'clock, I caught wind that the other 3 commissioners, whoever they are, somehow came into town, and they'd gone out for dinner. Well, maybe I shouldn't have gone out for dinner. But I went up to catch up to them. And I got to the restaurant, and the restaurant told me the kitchen had closed, and they weren't going to give me anything. And so the other 3 commissioners each took something off their plate because they had already ordered, and they put it on my plate. This is Canada. If this would have been in the United States, there would have been millions of dollars spent on advertising for these commissioners. They would have been like the Iron Chef kind of people, you know? They would have pulled up in gold-plated limousines. It would have been at some place in Las Vegas. And do you think they would have shared their dinner that night? That's who we are. That's who we are. We don't have billions of dollars. We make do. And when we make do, we come up with things that have never before done on the planet. And I say that because when the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation and all the other mainstream media didn't even show up? Do you think they're representing you? But you have to reach out, and we've made it so easy for you to reach out and see what we did. You can go to their website, the www.nationalcitizensinquiry.ca. You don't have to sign up for anything. You can go and you can push the button and download the report. There's 4 reports now. There's the report that Shawn talked about when we were astonished that Health Canada was going to recommend these things for babies 6 months old. Never been tested on babies, by the way. Matter of fact, never been tested on seniors, never been tested on people who were not healthy, was inadvertently tested on some pregnant women who somehow got into the test, and that's a long story. But you can find out all that. You can sign up, you can download it, you can read it at home. You don't have to pay anything. That resource is there, but it's there for you to reach out and take. It's there for you to share. I'm not going to steal the what you've been saying at these meetings, but you should be sharing it. You should understand, maybe just in the area you want to understand about. Maybe you're interested in education. Maybe you're interested in health. Maybe you're interested in churches. We have a section in there, what happened to public churches. Maybe you're interested in those things. And maybe what you do is next time you're standing in line at somewhere, you say to the person, hey, did you ever hear about this NCI thing? Is anything you know about it? Don't go up to them and say, well, I just read blah, 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 and fire hose them. But you should be passing this on. As Canadians, you know what? We don't need the CBC. As Canadians, just like when they were sharing, when they shared their food with me, you should be doing it by word of mouth, sending bits and pieces. Don't fire hose somebody. What I mean by that is, you remember when you were a kid? Of course, I think Health Canada's probably ruled this out too. We take the garden hose and drink out of it, but imagine that's a fire hose. That's not what you want to do with this. But like Canadians, the way we created this thing and the way we always approach our problems is not with government. It's by word of mouth. It's by picking it up and doing it. It's by sharing your dinner.
You know, the media censorship is interesting because, so here you had, for the first time ever in history, citizens banding together, and they actually had created an independent inquiry. It was independent till the end of Edmonton. So, which is just an obnoxious amount of work to create this quasi-court just with citizens, volunteers. And they do the impossible. They march across the country. It is, and they call witnesses under oath, called by lawyers that were volunteering. And, you know, Miriam was volunteered as a lawyer. She's here, and she also volunteered as one of the commissioners later on. So, but people are volunteers. They're not getting paid for any of this. You'd think it would be front page news. And you think that report would be front page, and it's better than any government report, I promise you. So we have to understand that for initiatives like the NCI, it's dependent on you to get it out. So here, you know, we've got the NHPPA, and I've shared with you how this is life and death. Well, we had a professional editor who volunteered to draft us 2 press releases. So one before the tour started, and one we held a press conference in the press gallery on Parliament Hill yesterday. And we had this volunteer editor also draft a press release there, and we paid the wire service to send it out. I think it was $1,200 a pop. Like, and for us, that's a lot of money. Like, we rely just on little donations. So, but we thought if we can get, because the whole purpose of this is to get these stories shared. Well, you think about what a story this is. So first of all, citizens banded together to create this health charter, which is a fantastic piece of work. And it's a solution to the most significant, this is the biggest concerns of Canadians in the last Parliament. This is the solution. And then the 3rd largest paper petition in Canadian history, all done grassroots. I mean, the largest was the Bill of Rights, but the whole Conservative Party was machine was getting signatures on that. No, we're just little citizens banding together and we're the third largest. That's not news? Like, that's not news, really? And then, you know, this whole idea of this tour across Canada, and we've got this fun little bus and we making it, you mean you're not covering that, really? You're covering cricket infestations. And you know, in Sherlock Holmes, there's the one episode, The Dog That Didn't Bark, right? So there was a crime, and Sherlock Holmes was able to determine who it was because there was a dog during the crime that lived there, and the dog didn't bark, so the dog knew who was doing it. And the media didn't bark. The media didn't bark, right? And that tells us something. It's a piece of evidence. And you know, sometimes when we're lecturing, people, oh, well, it's pharmaceutical advertising. Well, yes, I think it is. But it's also more so government advertising, because it's not just that the government pays for the CBC and they're not independent of government. The government funds all of the other media. The government funds Rogers. The government funds the Toronto Sun, like the government funds or Star, whatever they are. The government funds all of the other media. And that should be illegal. So, well, it should be illegal. And we actually used to have laws against media consolidation. And we repealed those laws, and now we've got monolithic media. So this is deep, but it's just, you know, with the NCI, that should have been front page news. It should still be front page news. With what's happening here, it should be front page news. And so Ken, I ask everyone what their message to Ottawa is. And you have to, this is a family show.
You know, Wednesday I was in a small rural municipality in Manitoba, and I was talking about a particular subject. And at the end, people come up to the microphone, they ask questions. And one of the questions was, well, Ken, how do we stop this now? And I said to them, you're in a house fire right now. You could have taken the gasoline cans out of the house 2 months ago. You could have taken the matches away from the little child, but you didn't. You could have done something with the doors, or you could have maybe cleaned up the fireplace, and now the house is on fire, and you're asking me, what can we do now? We are in a house that's on fire. And the solution today is the same solution it was yesterday and 10 years ago and 15 years ago. Get involved. And when I said this in that little rural municipality, the person said to me, well, I vote every year. And I said, and I've got to be honest, my wife, she's watching right now, my wife was in the front row and she was doing this. And I said, it's not enough. You don't like the candidate, run. You don't think you can run yourself, get someone else, get together a group, learn, read things like the NCI report, read things and come to these things and listen to the stories. I mean, I guarantee you, if you get involved and you start looking at the NCI, you're going to hear things that, even though you thought you knew what was going on, you don't. I can tell you stories of people who, in my opinion, were murdered by the system, purposely, in my opinion. I can tell you stories where they knew what they were doing, and I can show you the proof. And so when you ask me, what's the message to Ottawa? It's the message to Ottawa, it's the message to Winnipeg, it's the message to Canada. Get involved. Going to vote for some silly party is not enough. You get involved with the grassroots. You stand up, find out what's going on in your municipality, you stand up and you say, no. That's my message.
Thank you, Ken. It's just been an honor. You know, Ken just returned to the country and he agreed to come and share with us. And Ken, thank you so much. Let's give him a standing ovation. Jason Watkins, do you want to come up? If we were on Vancouver Island, everyone would know who Jason Watkins is.
I gotta go, yeah.
So I don't know, I think, welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show, Jason. I think it was 2002, I have to travel to Ottawa and testify in front of the Standing Committee of Health, and there's this other person there to testify, Jason Watkins. And that's where we met, on Parliament Hill in some committee room, fighting the machine.
Fighting the machine.
Fighting the machine. So tell everyone who you are and how you got involved in the natural health community.
I like that phrase, the world is full of stories, so I'm telling you a story. I don't know why I'm here, per se. I just know that before I start talking, you're to hear some of the stories, if some of you don't already know. When Shawn's talking about 2002, 2001, I'm from the sciences, so I was in microbiome biochem at an experimental medicine program with Western medicine and Chinese medicine together. And so I just thought the world was great. CVC is true. The government of Canada is amazing. Grew up in the 70s, it was amazing back then, I felt. But when we created a product that was so effective, this is not a sales pitch for us either, just that this is what happened, and it blew my mind. It changed my entire family's life, because we were true Canadians in that sense of listening and everything, is we created a product that for autoimmune disease, which is tracked by erythrocyte sedimentation rates, ESR, for anybody that knows autoimmune disease like lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, rheumatoid factors, a few others, is that not only did it beat the drugs according to the objective scores, it crushed them. And when actually in this city, I think, is it CFRA? Somebody told me earlier, CFRA. So there was rheumatologists talking about what happened and comparing it, and pharmacists. And apparently it went into the US, and 2 drug companies didn't like that, started the process of we're a drug. So it was called Recovery the Drug. Recovery the Drug continued. CBC did a huge smear piece, 2 10-minute pieces. I didn't know what to think. What is happening? And then so it forced me, because now we have to go to trial. They came in with RCMP.
But let's back up about what the product was doing before you get attacked. So Jason runs a company called Purica, and their flagship product is Recovery.
Yes.
So explain what that is and what the success was before Health Canada and the CBC and all of that went after you.
Yes, so our family's not from business. My parents were both in government. It was never supposed to be a product or a company. I was trying to see, because I had studied the pathophysiological basis of connective tissue disease, which would entail aging, but also these connective tissue diseases. I just wanted to see, can you change the way that someone heals? And I wanted to see if that would be the same in an animal, because there's no placebo, and we don't have millions and millions of dollars through the trials. So we started working with, first, there was ballet dancers in Europe, and then it came back to horses here.
But we'll just back. The ballet dancers in Europe, because they're training so hard.
Yes.
Their joints are getting inflamed and wrecked, and they can't dance. And the product basically kept them dancing without pain.
Yeah, and then it went a step further. I couldn't figure it out at the time, but they had severe autoimmune disease above and beyond the norms of society. And then I went to see a weigh-in at one point, and they said to this woman, if you don't lose 10 pounds in 10 days, you can pack your bags and head back to Georgia. And I had one of those moments where you can't believe that they said like a movie, but then I thought, they have eating disorders. And they're ripping apart their guts and all the linings of their body, and things are getting in their bloodstream that should never be there. So then I changed things around. Again, it never was supposed to be a product. I wanted to live in Europe and work behind the scenes in the big ballets. That was my thing at the time. Even though I didn't like ballet before, but I started to really love it. So the results were so amazing that these German MDs said, whatever this guy's doing, it should be a drug, because I've never seen anything work that well. And so if you compare drugs on these chronic pain conditions, first you start, say, with non-steroidal anti-inflammatories, like aspirin, ibuprofen, naproxen, ribaxacet, and or analgesics like Tylenol, which is taking a hit, which it's deservedly so. And then you say go to corticosteroids, cortisone, prednisone, Dex. And then now there's the DMARDs, and Shawn was touching on one is a cancer drug, methotrexate or penicillamine, gold salt injections, things like that, quinolone. And then they have other drug classes like the biologics, which is a tumor necrosis factor inhibitor, which the side effects of that one in the long run is because tumor necrosis factor in your body, tumor is cancerous cells, necrosis is death factor. It's one of the cytokines that's released in your body to kill cancerous cells that start. And they're always starting and stopping and that kind of thing to your body. So if you inhibit one of your major anti-cancer mechanisms, what's the side effect? Well, it heals you with, it doesn't heal you, it takes away the inflammation, but you can have cancer. So anyways, I was trying to create something that the dancers could use that would heal up their gut linings and their genitourinary tract and respiratory tract, but also work as a really powerful anti-inflammatory. Again, it wasn't supposed to be a product. It had no name, nothing. And the results were profound, and the blood scores proved that, and then came back to Canada because I ran out of money, because I was not good at money, not that I am even still. But then we started, my brother, his horse, a bunch of things happened to horses that were supposed to be put down, and the vets tried it because they said, I said, if you have an animal you're going to euthanize, because that's generally the only way you can convince a vet or a doctor, or even ourselves, to switch, right? So they did, and the horses that were supposed to die are right back up. Like not just right back up, and my brother put his horse on it. It was always coming up lame in 3D eventing, which is a really, really severe sport. Cutting and reining in 3D, really intense athletic horses. And his horse was always lame, and now it couldn't go lame, and then it won the next two competitions. So my brother, being a horse person, anybody in the horsey world, they'll try stuff that's for horses. So he tried it, and he had eczema his whole life, all over his face, neck, staph infections, and in 2 months, gone, it never came back. So people in our community on Vancouver Island said, you know what you guys are doing, thank you, you should be developing a product. But we're not for business, and we never intend that. So it's like, whoa, this is a new idea. So mom and dad put a mortgage on their house because they didn't have money. And then in 6 months, we paid them back, and it was just results. We didn't market or anything. But then it started marketing. This is where it gets, before I met Shawn, is we started to market the product, and pharmacists and the rheumatologists were talking about the blood scores with these autoimmune conditions that you're not supposed to talk about. We're so excited about everything. We don't care about all the stuff that you're apparently not supposed to do and censor and try to learn that. Anyway, they went after us in a big way, and they sent the RCMP in, and they stormed our facility, and they seized everything we had. We only had one product. We had the animal version of recovery and the human version. They just seized everything. And people were running out of our facility. There was people under their desks hiding the entire time. And there was two of us there. I'm going to give credit to a fellow that I know. He actually works for another company, Natural Factors now, in a big position. Rod Sidoroff was there, and we just stood up. You know, sometimes when you get stressed out, some people, there's a fight response. There's fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. Fake it. I don't think I'm really any of those. I just kind of stand there and think, what's going to go on now? And you're trying to learn this in situations as much as you can. We're different because Shawn's so much more mellow, but he's the total warrior. I feel like when we met and we resonate with each other, so the scenario happened to us. It took 6 years, but thankful to Shawn coming in as the closer. He calls us the closer because we had the legal team before, and it was still going nowhere because it's your word against theirs. He comes in, and they ended up getting caught lying to the Department of Justice.
Okay, I got to share this because it's too good. Okay, so they're charged criminally. They're charged criminally, and in a criminal trial, we're entitled as the defense to everything relevant. So you'll remember, we had to argue in court for this disclosure, including their emails. So was it Sheila Wheelock?
Yes.
Yeah, so the head of Health Canada enforcement arm in the West was a gentleman named Dennis Shelley. I think he's still there.
So yes, you said
It's
I didn't know
got to
that,
be
yeah.
getting up there because this is a long time ago.
Yes.
So Dennis Shelley, he's the head of the enforcement, and one of the inspectors is Sheila Wheelock. Now, we get these emails, and Dennis Shelley is involved with a bunch of other Health Canada people formulating a letter to the Department of Justice explaining why they have to prosecute and hammer Jason's company. And this letter is just explaining how this one ingredient, MSM, is so dangerous that it's amazing that any of us are alive. And like, if you don't act quickly, like, it's like literally, I mean, so they're writing, because they're having to justify to the Department of Justice to get them to go after this company. Now, at the exact same time that they're emailing back and forth, oh, make this change, this isn't scary enough, make this change, this isn't scary enough, Dennis Shelley's involved in another email chain, including with Sheila Wheelock, one of the inspectors. And what they're talking about is well, you know, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency's looked into MSM with this product, SAMe, and concluded it's perfectly safe. There's no health risks at all. And doesn't that make a mockery of, you know, our prosecution of Biomedica? So think about that. They're having an eternal discussion about how this ingredient, MSM, is perfectly safe and no concern at all. And at the exact same moment, this Dennis Shelley is involved in another email chain where they're finalizing the letter to go to the Department of Justice saying, you've got to prosecute these guys. You've got to drive them into the ground because MSM is so dangerous. So if you and I did that, got the Department of Justice to initiate a criminal prosecution, we would be charged with criminal public mischief. It's a criminal offense to basically say that a crime is happening, right? But you'll never see Health Canada investigate it. So really, the Department of Justice was being defrauded by Health Canada.
So they sent a senior lawyer in after 6 years, I think it was. We couldn't advertise or anything, and our sales didn't go down. That's what I feel like. You know when something's happening good and you don't know why it's happening, but it just kept going, and we're fighting this fight. And then Shawn said they didn't have to send a lawyer to Cowichan Valley on Vancouver Island. They could just drop the case. But they decided to send a lawyer that had been looking at me like a criminal for 6 years. Like I literally was a drug dealer, criminal, or defrauding everyone. I couldn't believe it because our whole family was raised to do unto others. That whole idea, that was the whole thrust. I didn't know what's going on. He came and I brought my parents that day because I knew where they were dropping the case. So mom and dad were there, and they had gone through hell too. And he said, as far as we're concerned, this never should have gone to court. And you're in complete compliance. And I want to say I'm sorry. And he shook mom and dad's hand. And my mom's all getting emotional. I'm still a bit emotional about what I think, because the guy, after all those years, he totally changed right in front of me what he thought. And I feel like I can forgive all that, but I felt like what I learned when I went down those holes, I could not talk about anything that I learned. And I don't sleep. I went for years down holes because I'm from science, so I went crazy down holes, banking and all this other stuff. I could not talk about anything with anybody 25 years ago. Why I know this is already happening is you can talk about almost anything because of the last 5 years. You can talk about Sasquatches if you want. Everybody's listening now, and
Don't
this is
anticipate my question.
Pardon?
I was going to ask you about Sasquatches, and you anticipated.
I feel like I want to preface this because I'm really quite excited, and I shouldn't be. There's an RCMP officer I'm friends with that are in the government military that said that what's happened to us, because something way more severe happened to us again federally just recently in 2022, is they said you should be dead or in jail. And the fact that you're not either is someone's on your side. And when Shawn came to the end of the first case there, it's really hard going up against the government, is he said, it's obvious to me that you had what we call some white hats on your side. And I feel like this is a game, this is a big game, 5D chess, whatever you want to call it. You don't even know what the moves are all over the place. But I have a feeling, for me, I studied comparative religion and philosophy after medicine for 8 years. And I remember a quote that I think anybody who appreciates St. Augustine's quote. He said, the truth is like a lion. You've heard this one? Set it free and it takes care of itself. The truth's already out. They can't stop this. He's participating, Teresa's participating in something that to me, it's unstoppable now. All we need to do now is speak about it. And what I love another quote that I got, because I feel like the two of us are kind of this way, is those of you, I think it's Michelle Walker was her name, those of you who think you're too small to make a difference, obviously haven't been in bed with a mosquito. And I feel like this is what's happening now, is that we really are. And I know I'm throwing quotes pretty quick, consecutive, but there's one quote that I feel like is this is what these guys are doing. This is why I'm here today. I'm in the middle of a tour in BC, and Friday was the last day, so I flew here just for today, and then tomorrow I go back and start president again, because this is the most important thing going on. Okay, so you know, this I don't want to be controversial, but they use it in the prayer, but it's also something in society. It's more meaningful when you're in meditative or prayer state, definitely. But in the real world, if you use it, it can be dangerous when they say that you should accept the things you cannot change. Okay, then who's telling me what I can't change? Somebody else is telling me usually what I can't change. And then I've been seeing people start to say now, which is I feel what this is happening with this tour, is instead of saying that, which can have some wisdom in it, but it can also be used for control, is why don't we say it's time to change the things we can no longer accept? And that's what I feel like we're doing now, to me, is we're standing. Yeah, and I feel like we got to be like mosquitoes or, you know, weevils. I thought they were always called weeble wobbles. Go ahead, weeble wobble and they don't fall down. Okay, so weebles flip back and forth, hit back and forth. Shawn knows our story last time, 3 years ago, because I started speaking up during the last 5 years. Because I was 100 years in clinic and I knew what the pandemic protocols are normally and what the PCR test is for and IFR versus CFR, all those different things, right? And I knew how you can misuse it. And we were in Mexico in March 2020. And they all started talking about this huge thing going on, and we have to come home. And Anna, who again I wanted to touch on this, Teresa, and my wife Anna, and my family, Sarah, Lucas, Olivia, all of the family. Without them, there's no way we could do this because it takes a lot of energy to do this and a lot of faith in something deeper. So I feel like, or was I got lost there, but because I was thinking about family.
You did, but let's we can just bring it in. I actually want, because one of the things we're trying to emphasize on the health show is, you know, people are finding real relief here.
Yes.
And I don't want to get you into trouble saying, you know, this or that.
You can get me in trouble.
Although, no, but
I'll get myself in trouble. I don't care anymore.
The reality is, can somebody call Health Canada, please? Yeah, I think we have a self-care violation. It's if you've forgotten the number, it's 1-800-BIG-PHARMA. So, if those of you have not been watching the online health show, at 1 o'clock every day, and like I say, these are all reposted on the NHPPA site, but Jason Dahl's been doing Highway to Health, and it's one of the most funniest things I've seen in a long time. So we're at Grand Prairie, and Teresa takes a picture of a baby eating parsley, and Jason turns this into a story and says, well, you know, at the Grand Prairie event, there was a baby seen eating, unapproved parsley. And then he says, but it's okay, Health Canada, was quickly notified. And then there's this picture of like these SWAT guys coming in with their machine guns. And then he says, so if you see a self-care violation, please call the 1-800 number, and on the screen it's 1-800-BIG-PHARMA. And so hats off to you, Jason, for your creativity. We had to have some fun on this tour because without humor, where are we?
Totally.
But let's talk about, so this product recovery, the thing that blew me away is, it works on, like, racehorses use this.
Yep.
And that's like, animals don't have placebo.
Yep.
And racehorses are big money. So the fact that racehorses are on recovery is huge. But with the humans,
yeah,
I mean, it's just been story after story after story
Yeah.
of people that literally were disabled.
Yes. And I'll give in, okay, so this is something I'm going to tell because it's my dad, so I can tell it. My dad his brother died, he's 42, a massive heart attack out of nowhere. He looked in super good shape, but he held all the stress in, went through a hard divorce. And what they found though, his aorta looked like an old rubber band, it just exploded. And then there was high hemoglobin counts, which is typically of a high altitude athlete, which that's what he was doing. So the whole family got tested, cousins and everything, and his brother, my dad. Everybody had all these issues. I didn't, even my brother. And my dad got rushed in for surgery because they found 6 blocks between 95 and 98% around his heart. So they rushed him in for 6 bypasses. He had a heart attack on the table, down to 25% heart function. They put 6 stents in, defibrillator pacemaker. They gave him calcium channel blockers, beta blockers, ACE inhibitors, HMG coenzyme reductase inhibitors, potassium sparing diuretics, TPA, Coumadin, nitro, baby aspirin. And he had to go on all those, or the cardiologist won't treat you. You do everything they say. So I was really unnerved by that because I studied pharmacology. That's a lot. And then, and they told him typically, life expectancy, if you do everything right with diet and everything, would be between, say, 7-10 years max. So they even tell you that, and they said that's ethical. I didn't like that. So recovery came out of that, recovery working with the dancers, that, and then my dad. I wanted to give him something he could give with all his drugs, which you're not supposed to say any of that. So this is my dad. I don't care what they say because I'm not selling it to him. I'm giving it to my dad. We don't have a company or anything. Let's give it to dad. So not only did he not only live like 7 to 10 years, he lived for 31 years. And he did not die of a heart attack. He died of a stroke from something else that they made him take or they wouldn't treat him. So obviously some people in the room know what that is. And so that just makes me more fired up than anything. But also, he lived for 31 years and he lived well. His mind, body, everything, perfect. Taking high dose with all of his drugs, which again, not supposed to say any of that. And obviously we want you to talk to doctors because of all these things, but I'm just saying, my dad, he's my dad, he did it. And then the results we've had with animals and that, you can't trick an animal like Shawn said. And a lot of the products, if you talk to people in the health food stores, which like Renata was saying, so many people have so much education, it's all different. I know I'm speaking to convert a lot of this even on the audience, and I think the whole idea of the mosquito is just, I think we just gotta stop trying to feel like we need to apologize for thinking the way that we do. Because it's an ancient way. And if we get back to this, the ancient way proved itself, and for the last 125 years or so, it was suppressed with a lot of money, and then now Farm-Bite in the media had all that money, now all their patents are drying up. This is beautiful time, guys, because now they're buying up our industry, they're gonna start promoting it. Anybody who can stand now, they're gonna start funding it. And the difference to me, if you talk about modern medicine versus ancient medicine, the one they've been suppressing all this time, is when you guys were talking about the different malnourishment, basically, and detox. So if you do it with this with a hand gesture, modern medicine is stimulate, suppress, cut, or burn, right? So you basically stimulate a process, suppress it, cut or burn. It's based on germ theory with Pasteur, that there's invading toxins, organisms, everything encroaching on you, and they have to come chemically or surgically and do something about it. Whereas ancient medicine is, instead of stimulate, suppress, cut, or burn, it's cleanse, the detox, just cleanse, nourish, and balance. That's what all the ancient medicines are about, and they all assumed that you had a centering practice. Because if we're gonna all be mosquitoes and go out there, like hummingbird, they need to take a break. If you can find a centering practice to find the center, then you can go out there again. It's like water off a duck's back. Because you know you could call it evil, how malicious people were in the last few years. Like, for instance, I spoke out, and this is another story. This is why I'm not quitting. 2022, we thought that was bad back in 2002. 2022, I think it's the largest SWAT in the history of Canada came down on me and my family. They brought in a tank, they brought in armored helicopters, armored unit dog teams. I don't know how many large soldiers. They pinned even a friend down at our house with big rifles. Put me in interrogation room in the jail for 6.5 hours, in jail for almost 10 hours. I came out smelling like roses. My dad always says, I don't know how you do that. But in the end, they started asking me questions because they said I was a terrorist. And they made up all this stuff that they have underground bunkers and an arms dealer, an arms manufacturer, all this stuff. But my lawyer he knew it wasn't that. But he said, is there anything you can think of? And I said, well, my RCMP friends and these other guys involved in it, they said that they think it's because I was opening up about the last few years and putting public information of everything I had studied, everything in clinic, that it was normal medicine until that point. Now we're somehow conspiracy theorists. And my wife, Anna, who I absolutely love, because I started putting that out, she's Jamaican. They called me a racist and a bigot and a neo-Nazi and all this stuff because all I was doing was sharing facts. And I never would respond back to them in that way. I was just trying to be diplomatic. And I guess that wasn't going very well because I didn't sound like a jerk back. And then, so we're going after the former guy that you were talking about. I guess didn't like that very much, what was happening with me, and got the RCMP, the head RCMP and Lucky's office, everything involved. And then they crushed a several $1 million SWAT on our family. And they paraded me for 25 minutes, even though I was a terrorist, in front of everybody on Salt Spring Island during tourist season. And they should have stuck me in the car right away. Like my wife said, what? Oh, so he's a terrorist, but you coerced him to come downtown in front of everybody where he could have killed everybody? And they didn't know what to say to that. Why didn't you just take him out at home? And so I thought my wife was pretty brave when she started standing up. But it was an experience for me, and in the end, this is pretty cool, I thought, is the whole thing. They called me an anti-vaxxer. I said, I don't have this. I'm open-minded. You said this well. I feel like being open-minded. That's all. Plus, you have to have all the information. Then you can think for yourself. And this is another thing I feel like, if I get back to modern medicine and the modern way of thinking even, is everything is about experts. You have to appeal to experts. You give up your power. The entire idea is, it's too much information, I understand it. You give up to experts.
I'm just going to rein you in a bit, Jason. So, it's just because you're making an important point. So we've actually, and I shared in one of the openings how science has become a weapon against us. And I had shared in one of the openings, Angie Marcel, she wrote a book about doctors and corruption and basically how the pharmaceutical companies create bias in the doctors, how the whole system is rigged. Now, she's a medical doctor, and at the time of the book had been an editor and was the lead editor of the New England Journal of Medicine, which is like a blue chip medical journal for this published research. And I read a quote, and the first part I can quote verbatim, and that is, she tells us, it is simply no longer possible. So I'll stop there. That's what I say next will be close to a quote, but the first part, she says it is simply no longer possible, meaning you can't not have this conclusion if there's two neurons in your brain still firing together. So it's simply not possible. It's simply no longer possible to believe much of the published medical research. So this is a journal editor. And at the end of this paragraph, she says, I've come to this conclusion slowly and reluctantly over my 20 years as an editor. So just think about this again. It's simply no longer possible.
It's not.
To believe most of the published medical research or trusted doctors or the established medical guidelines that our physicians follow. The whole thing's a fraud. It's become a weapon against us. It's become a weapon against us.
And you know what you just said that's really interesting? Back in 2009 on the BBC, what you just said is, it's why don't we do anything? It just takes time for all of a sudden something to happen, enough mosquitoes to come. Is they said in 2009 on BBC that, I think it was the Lancet, the editor, said that over 70% of published trials could not be duplicated. That means it's a fraud. And when you said that it takes
Just
8 different
say that
trials,
again, more slowly.
So over 70% of published trials in the mainstream journals cannot be duplicated by their peers, which is, Shawn touched on it earlier, just so many things firing off when you're talking. It's just that you have to do 8 trials to get 2 that are similar. That means it's not science. So it's no longer science. There's a whole bunch of reasons for that. It goes back to the ancient way again. It's the way that we have been currently thinking over the last 125 years. In ancient times, the reductionist materialism was considered the lowest level of life and thinking. Everything for them was consciousness down, and everything for us is supposed to be material down. Everything comes from matter, but they can't explain subjectivity or your awareness or consciousness or anything. That's the hard question of science still. And the ancients fully embraced that. So we're getting back to that, and I feel like this is hard because that's why science has been used not only as a weapon, it's been used to prop up the entire chemical industry because it's all bull. Sorry. Science is great, though, in analytic skills, teaches you all those different things that are great, but when it comes down to industry capture and government related to industry, it doesn't hold water.
Well, it's become a religion. And
Yep.
I don't mean that like
Yep.
religion in a negative way. I mean,
Yep.
I
Cult, you're
believe
thinking more.
in Jesus, and I believe in us following God and loving each other like ourselves. But we talk about religions being manipulated, as then they become a control mechanism, and it's just irony, because nobody hated religion more than Christ, right? But think about then science as a religion for control mechanism. So religion as a control mechanism defines why we're here and how we're here. And we now use science for that. Religion as a control mechanism, well, it defines the truth. Now, instead of priests telling us the truth, scientists tell us the truth. Now, think about this. Is it possible in today's society to go against scientific truth? Is it? Isn't that interesting? You can't go against scientific truth because that's the truth. But because science is taken over by government funding and big interests, basically you pay for the truth now. But we've all been taught, well, science gives us objective truth and you can't go against the truth. And yet here we are in this drug world where basically, we've got legalized torture in our medical system. I mean, we would never choose this. In a million years, we'd never choose an allopathic system. We'd never choose using strictly chemical drugs to address symptoms. We would never choose to have medical practitioners that are not trained in toxicity and nutrition. We'd never choose that. But it's all done in the name of science. This is objective truth. These are the white coats, right? So it's funny, I find myself, when I'm sharing my stories, it's like, well, this person's a medical doctor. Well, that gives them more credibility, right? Because we've been trained this. The whole thing's a facade.
That's why I feel like when we all light up now, the idea that it's not a cookie cutter system. The last 5 years, I feel like they have started waking up because, like I said, you can talk about so many things that I'm not the same as them. Why would you give me the same thing and all this kind of thing? Is you recognize that. Now you're trying to figure out, how do I learn what was? When you start saying, well, yeah, the ancients been suppressed all that time, they're coming back with a vengeance. And I feel like one really thing that Shawn's touching on that to me is dear and why I feel like I stayed, because we got offered a lot of money to sell and I instead bought out my brother and went in debt, was the health food industry is like no other industry. In the brick and mortar side, like actually going into a store talking, you have tons of different people with totally different backgrounds that you can resonate with. And they're literally a gateway to ancient ways without even knowing it. And they all are kind of resonating with something maybe different, but it's all about the same thing, that everybody wants to be well and everybody wants to avoid pain. And you're restricting what people can do to actually help themselves. In the health food stores, they wanted to talk for so long, and you're called, oh, that person that thinks that, you know, at different family function stores, and they kept standing. After all the ridicule and being made fun of, people in the health industry and all the natural doctors and everything kept standing. Now, the doors are open because everybody lost faith, and they need somewhere to go. Who can you go to? You can go to the health food stores and resonate with the person that you find that you're drawn to in the store. You can't get that online, so it's never going to die, because this is about connection, and we're connecting. You're connecting by going across what you did. To me, I have to be part of what you're doing, and I don't care what happens now. Like I said, I just feel like we just have to be mosquitoes. And there's... everybody who knows me knows that I will usually throw in a Peter Gabriel quote, which is weird. But he said, I said it last time, there's a song, Biko, for anybody who knows the story, Stephen Biko, who was like a true hero in the days of South Africa before Nelson Mandela, and they killed him in the jail cell. And so Peter Gabriel wrote a song about it and sang it in front of the world, Amnesty International, about Biko. And he said, what I think is super relevant right now, and the fact that you're doing this across the country, for me, this quote, I have to say it again, I said it in Victoria, was, you can blow out a candle, but you can't blow out a fire. Once the flame begins to catch, the winds will blow it higher. That's where we are already. We seriously are already there, or we wouldn't even be doing this right now. The winds of change are already there. It's already happening. Now it's about, I think we can't stay silent anymore, and we can't feel like what we're thinking is lesser.
You know, some things just come to your mind, so a story came to my mind that I need to share with you. And I had shared it at the NCI. And it's just when I was a little, I don't know, I'm like 10 or 11. My mother takes my brother and I to the public library in Saskatoon, and they're showing old films. And so I'm watching this black and white film from the Second World War, and it was in Eastern Europe, and it was a film taken by the German army. And what you see is there's no sound, and you know, it's all the scratchy and stuff like that. It's an old movie. And you see the German army lining up a whole bunch of peasants against a wall. And then you see the soldiers line up in a firing squad, and you can't hear anything, but there had to be an order to raise the rifles, and all these rifles go up except for one. And then there had to be an order to lower the rifles, because they all go down, and you see the officer go and have a conversation with the soldier that didn't raise his rifle. And then that soldier lays his rifle down, and he walks to the wall with the peasants. And then there's an order up, raise rifles, and they're all shot. And that struck me, because what happened is that soldier wasn't willing to commit murder. Okay? That soldier wasn't willing to commit murder, and so would rather die than live with that. Now, that's not the significant part of the story. Because the significant part of the story is all the other soldiers were willing to commit murder.
Yeah.
Okay, so you see, the real part of the story isn't that the one that wasn't. The real story is that everyone else was willing to commit murder. And the reality is we're in a world where people will hurt others, where they will raise the rifles, where they will pull the trigger. And we have to stop it. We have to stop it. So we're in a war. We're in a war for the truth. We're in a war to prevent our children from being literally killed by their food supply and killed by the medical system. You know, I interviewed Michelle Perro at the National Citizens Inquiry. She's a big-name pediatrician. And she was sharing in the United States, and she said the figures will be the same for Canada. Roughly 20% of children are now chronically ill. Well, how can that be happening on our watch? And so we have to stop. We have to stop it. And we all bear personal responsibility for this. And that's why I love Jason. because he's not willing to sit down and allow those rifles to be raised. So I really respect you, Jason.
I feel the same. Because we're
So you don't know, but I mean, Jason at his company's expense is basically touring Canada holding similar talks, trying to raise awareness. So he's doing what we're doing, just because he understands that he can't sit still. But he, like me, is feeling really invigorated because people are starting to understand.
And it's definitely not about the money, right, Shawn? We don't get the idea is when Shawn spoke about that, the last tour, the one that I'm in the midst of, is I wasn't sure because they never promoted it properly. They literally started promoting it, the stores, on Monday, and it started Monday night. And so, this is how we're a little bit, this is, anyway, every single one has been full house with people standing. That's never happened before, even when it's good turnouts. And when you start talking, this is what I feel is so essential now, is you've discombobulated a nation where people don't really know what to think anymore and they don't necessarily trust their experts anymore. If you were to say, if you stop listening to social media and you stop listening to your government, could you do that? And say, if you could get somebody, here's the thing, I think for us to know when you're talking, is that if a person was open-minded, if you could get them in that state somehow, out of the conditioning and everything, and then you put somebody from the government and Health Canada position on what they thought about health versus someone from the health industry with a lot of expertise on health, and you talk to that person, which one would make sense? It's about if you logically thought through something, their position does not make sense. You're not deficient in pharmaceuticals. That's the whole point. That blows my mind. And when Shawn talked about giving drugs that kill people, so you look up the term iatrogenesis, right? Iatrogenic was termed. So it's basically a hospital-induced, doctor-induced, or chemical-induced death. If the drugs, they're not part of the Hippocratic Oath, the part of what they do is physician do no harm. If you knowingly do that, why are they doing that then? Because they're being forced to do that by the regulatory bodies. Who are the regulatory bodies? They're tied to the government. And then you think the whole idea for me when I went down the rabbit holes of philosophy, if you look at all the ancient philosophers and they ask what the best form of government is, they say none of them are. But if you had to choose it and be an absolute monarch, that's what most of them put. And they say, why? Because if they're altruistic monarch, they take care for the people. But they say those quickly degrade into tyrannical governments. So there is no really good government because governments are not there for the people, they're there to control the people. That's what you learn, you know what I mean? So I think all of us know that. But I think people are waking up to that and it feels scary. And that's what I feel like when I'm starting to talk to people, yes, I get it, they're scared, but the whole idea is the ancient ways and these local forms of government, things like that, they're already there, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We just have to return to innocence, return to that ancient way, and they're already coming back. That's why I can smile, because I can see what they're doing even. This is happening for a reason, whatever that is, it's already happening. Now they're just assisting the whole process in a really powerful way.
Yeah, I think it's clear we're all part of something bigger that's happening. And, like it or not, we're in this situation. And it's really a beautiful thing because if we weren't in this situation, we wouldn't get to choose to participate to fix it. And there's actually, you will never feel better than when you're doing what you were destined to do. And the reality is every single one of us is here at this moment in time deliberately because we are necessary to right this ship. Historians are going to write about what we did here and how we basically became responsible again for ourselves and our families and peacefully created a society where we love each other like we love ourselves. We're going to do a beautiful thing. And we're going to get out of fear. We've been taught to fear, actually. We've been taught to feel like we don't have control over our lives so that we would willingly give control to the government. You have to understand, You inherited this whole belief paradigm from your parents, who received it from their parents, who received it from their parents, but all of them received it from the media and the government deliberately so that we would be afraid. And I can tell you honestly, we no longer need to be afraid. It's a different thing. It's a different thing, but if you come down, if you just understand, it will be okay, it will work out, that we're actually part of something bigger together. You're not alone. We're all part of something bigger together. And I just feel honored to be a part of it with you.
Oh, absolutely, Shawn. And I feel like, back, because I think you have to get, you know what I mean in life, you get squeezed really hard. Last few years, we were squeezed really hard, and it almost feels like, how are we ever going to get out of this? There's so much power and everything. But they obviously showed that they don't have that much power, or they wouldn't be lashing out like a wounded tiger, trying everything. There's no way that is a sign of control. It's the sign of decline of empire. And so now this part of, I feel like what you said, we're part of something, we're all lighting each other up. And a lot of us had to stay silent for so long, and if you can light up. But to me, my thing, why I'm still here again, is it's already happening. It is already happening. There's no doubt in my mind whatsoever that it can't be stopped now. So it's kind of like if we participate to make it go faster and more maybe in a good way when there's a gap and we don't know what's going to come from it, that we're part of that. And I think it takes people like you started talking about you have to get different medical doctors or this or that, right? Because people still relate to that in transition. But it's when the old ways of thinking that are embraced by some people and here, other places, when they start feeling free to talk, look out, because that's when the whole thing starts to shift in a big, fast way.
Spoiler alert, we're free to talk now.
Yes.
Do you not feel it? And this is the beautiful thing, okay, about this health show. Like I was sharing, about Karen Peters. I was sharing about Marion, these stories. There's nothing objectionable about this health show. In fact, this has been the most risky night where we've gone into topics. It doesn't matter right, left, up, down, pro, anti, it doesn't matter. There's nothing objectionable about Udo Erasmus talking about essential oils.
Yeah.
There's nothing objectionable about Karen saying, this is how I was suffering, and here's how I found hope. Like, there's nothing objectionable about story after story after story. And if you understand, actually, that so first of all, watch the health show yourself, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And we're posted, even though it ends tonight, all of them will be posted online. Most of them are already there. It's more content that you can handle. But it's a beautiful thing, and if you can get anyone watching, and we're going to be, breaking up different witnesses. So Jason gave a presentation, so he'll be listed there, and you can just watch his. Well, share some with people. So if you find somebody, suffering with rheumatoid arthritis, send them Karen's video, rheumatoid, and just put in the subject line, rheumatoid arthritis person finds hope. Well, they'll watch it. But we no longer have to be afraid. We're already there. That's the beautiful thing. We just were allowed with our bus on the hill. That doesn't happen. And we just delivered the third largest paper petition in Canadian history. And subscribe to NHPPA.org. Get our newsletter. We're going to be having campaigns to get, there's already an e-letter you can send your MP to get the charter passed. We're going to be, we had Blaine Calkins talk about this new bill 224. We're going to be having to put together a campaign really quickly because second reading may be as quick as November 17th. But we'll plug you in. We'll give you a voice. But you're free to talk now. You're free to talk.
Mm-hmm. That's what I feel is the most massive change, because I definitely did not feel that 20 years ago. They even got me coached on how to interact with public relations. We paid a whole bunch of money, and I would never, ever do that again, because they were trying to teach me how to be. I like that phrase, I don't know if you've heard that. It says, you're here to, or how does it go? Learn who you truly are and unlearn who they or you told you to be. I feel like that's happening right now. And for some of us, it feels natural and you just want to talk about it. But I always remember some people are like, what the heck does that even mean? And then they want to latch onto something that they know, which then creates, another problem. So I feel like everybody in here that wants to freely speak now, it's really the time to speak. Because people need it. And in the health food stores, for instance, people have been coming in. This is attested by the big chains, the health food stores too, that there's tons of people coming in that know nothing about health, that are really struggling with turbo cancers, neurodegenerative diseases, all these autoimmune diseases out of whack, people that have died with heart attacks, all this stuff. They think, what can I do? What can I do? What can I do? They're starting to freak out. And they're under major duress, and they have no idea about any of this. So that's what's a big thing about the health industry again.
But don't share to be right, because that doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
There's only one thing that matters, and that's helping people find hope and solutions. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Like, all that matters is helping people right now. So we don't share to be right. None of that matters. So we have to put everything behind us, all that hurt, all that fear, all that experience, and just understand that there are people around us that have actually lost hope, and there's people around us really suffering, and we can help. And that's your destiny, is to help people. You're actually here to help people. If you didn't know that, and you tell me that's not resonating inside, you're here to help people. That's why you're here tonight, is just to remember that you're here to help people without any other motive other than loving them.
Which, yes. That's why I feel it's really relevant, like you said, that it's being held in this assembly hall for what they did.
Yeah, no, it's fitting that we're in Bikers Church, which was a haven. This was a safe port in the storm. And this church is known around Canada as, standing firm and loving. This church is known as a loving church. And so we're honored to be here. Jason, I've got to call Teresa up on the stand. I could, couldn't we listen to this guy for hours? And Jason, it's just been an honor.
Thank you.
So no, he lectures. So you've got your own podcast going.
Yeah, we started the podcast. Actually, Shawn and Teresa are on it. We haven't actually started promoting yet, but it's out there. We have 8 episodes so far. It's Swallow the Truth. Swallow the Truth. And we're going to go really deep dive into a lot of stuff, but the whole theme of it is not about bypassing it. It's going to cover the things right down deep, negative, but it always has to have silver linings, because the whole idea, I don't want to make it feel hopeless. There is hope, especially now, so the silver lining's the idea, but we're going to go down deep rabbit holes, but also learn about different parts of your immune system, about stress, what it does to you, how it does to you, how do you get out of it, ancient traditions and practices that are so simple that can be so profound, which is what I feel people will get exposed to here. And then the ancient medicines of the Ayurvedic system based on the Vedas, the Taoist pith of traditional Chinese medicine, or the Buddhist and Burn traditions in the Tibetan system, or the shamanic traditions or indigenous medicines. They're super powerful. That's why they maintained themselves for hundreds of thousands of years. But they had such a successful money campaign, which I said is all done, because all the patents are pretty much gone. That's why they're focusing so heavily on vaccines and mRNA. So now we're kind of out of it, and now we can start to shine. Sorry, keep talking.
You got to be reined in, guy.
So come on up, Teresa.
So Jason, let's give Jason Watkins a hand.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to invite my wife Teresa up, and for those of you who don't know Teresa, so Teresa, I don't need to welcome you to the World's Greatest Health Show because you organized it. So, but welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show. So, for those of you who don't know Teresa, she stepped in, she set up and ran NCI Communications from start till we resigned at the end of March of this year. And so I think after the first 8 months, we had gone from 0 to 28 million social media impressions under her watch. And then after the 2023 hearings, She basically, I had to step out of administration, and she stepped in and ran it till the end of the March hearing. So she basically has done more as a volunteer at the NCI than anyone else. And it's funny because people come up to me and go, oh, I'm so, while she's standing there, and, thanks for all the work you did in the NCI. And she's thinking, what about me, right? So that's who she is. And then, we've at the NHPPA, we realized that we had to do this tour. I mean, we just had to do this tour, but we were floundering because I was trying to hire some professional event organizers to do this, but because we were going to be relying on volunteers, we don't have the budget. I couldn't really find anyone who was willing to do it or who was qualified to do it, because it's a different thing if you got a huge budget and they can just pay for things to happen versus having to find local volunteer teams and organize them in that. So the only person I knew who could do it was Teresa, having done it with the NCI. So I asked her to come on board, and she made, God blessed her to have this come together. So, but Teresa, you've got something to share with us.
Thank you, Shawn. And I just want to let everyone know that I still have not signed the volunteer disclosure statement yet with the NHPPA. So maybe I should sign that soon. So I just wanted to thank everyone for coming here this evening. It means so much to Shawn and I that you took time out of your evening and out of your day to share this evening with us. And thank you to Ronaldo and to Ken and to Jason for sharing. Extremely brave. Thank you so much. When Shawn asked me to come in and to assist the NHPPA, I was really struggling as to whether or not I wanted to take it on. When we had volunteered with the previous organization, many people came up to us afterwards and they would say, that's great that you did all of this, but what good did it do? And it's true. They asked us that, and it really made me think, well, what good did it do? So I was really struggling with how to help Shawn and how to help the NHPPA, and twisting inside about how to make it work. And I was woken up one evening at about 3:30 in the morning by a really good friend of mine upstairs. And he reminded me that I complicate everything. And he told me to stop. He said, it's very simple. You just have to tell people to tell people. It's no longer sufficient for us to sit in a venue like this on a lovely evening, ingest information, share it with quasi-safe people that will not criticize us, and then maybe crumple up the paper and throw it in the recycle bin. He told me those days are done. The instruction is not to just tell people. We have to tell them to also tell people. It's grade 10 calculus. It's exponential growth. If the people in this room, and you're all here for a reason,
if you are to instruct people, to tell people, we're done. We're there. We just have to do the math and we're there. So I'm here to share this message with you. I normally never, ever go in front of the camera. I'm buzzing in the background like a mosquito. But I'm here to put you all on notice. You've now all been told. You have your instructions. And I thank you.
Those of you online can't see, but there was a standing ovation over what Teresa just said. And we're going to close up just in a minute. This is the conclusion of what's now been a exactly 3-week adventure. We started on Saturday, October 4th in Victoria. With just a grueling schedule, driving across Canada, and then we had, teams starting in Quebec City and driving to Ottawa. We had Marie-Lise speak on Parliament Hill with us this afternoon. We had Jason Dahl, who's here, come from Whitehorse. We had events in Charlottetown and Moncton. And it's just been an absolute whirlwind, but what a pleasure, because in every place we've stopped, we've just gotten to share a moment in time with just precious people. And we're honored to be here with you tonight. And I just feel like we've shared an experience and we're all going to be different. So thank you for participating. This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. We're now free to talk. We're now free to be ourselves. And we're free to pursue our destiny, to love other people. And so I'm just honored to be with you tonight. I'm honored to be with those online. And I look forward for the adventure we have ahead of us.